Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the New York City Council Executive Budget Hearing on the Committee on Finance, joint with Criminal Justice and Immigration. If you have any phones, please put it on vibrate or in silent mode. If you have any food or drinks, please finish it in the rotunda. If you are testifying today, please fill out a slip with the Sergeant at Arms. Thank you. Chairs, we may begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Okay, good morning and welcome to the 11th day and the final week of FY26 executive budget hearings. I'm Councilmember Justin Brannan. I chair the Committee on Finance. Today's hearings will begin with the Department of Corrections, followed by the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs. I'm pleased to be joined for the first portion of this hearing by my colleague, Councilmember Sandy Nurse, who chairs the Committee on Criminal Justice. We've been joined so far this morning by Councilmembers Sanchez, Lewis, Carr, and Moya. Welcome to First Deputy Commissioner Francis Torres and your team. Thank you for joining us today to answer our questions. On May 1st, 2025, the administration released their executive financial plan for FY26 to 29 with a proposed FY26 budget of $115.1 billion. DOC's proposed FY26 budget of $1.21 billion represents less than 1% of the administration's proposed budget in the executive plan. This is $869,000 less, or 0.1%, from the amount originally budgeted in the preliminary plan back in January. The decrease is attributed to staffing transfers, a decrease in the heat, light, and power budget, and motor fuel. The executive plan also includes an additional baselining for collective bargaining and the Lightning Law Discovery Sharing Platform. As of March 2025, DOC had a little over 1,500 vacancies relative to its FY25 budgeted headcount. My questions today will largely focus on DOC's staffing levels, the large increase in overtime, the capital budget, vacancy rates, agency program funding, and general budget changes. But I now want to turn over to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Nurse, for her opening statement.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Brannan. Thank you to all the DOC leadership who have joined us today. Please give our regards to the Commissioner. Hope she's feeling well. Today, I plan to focus on how the Mayor's executive budget for the Department of Corrections supports the overall plan to close Rikers and transition to the borough-based jail system, as well as how holistic criminal justice reform policies provide appropriate resources to ensure proper programming is provided and divert people away from the criminal justice system. In the fiscal 2026 executive plan, DOC has a total budget of $1.21 billion, which supports 8,805 budgeted positions. The plan includes several changes, including funding for overtime adjustments, virtual visitation platforms, and federal funding for opioid and substance abuse programs, among other important topics, which I plan to explore today in my line of questions. The Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice recently released an update to the 2019 Points of Agreement, which is a list of commitments that must be met in order to be able to properly and safely close Rikers Island. I intend to ask about the DOC's involvement and clarify many of the updates that are directly impacted by the policies and actions of the department. I want to thank our committee staff for their hard work, financial analyst Casey Leisky, Counsel Jeremy Whiteman, Legislative Policy Analyst Natalie Meltzer, and thank you to my Chief of Staff, Samori Toure, Legislative Director Ryan Hickey. We've been joined by Councilmember Keith Powers. I'll turn it back over to Chair Brannan.
Thank you. We've also been joined by Councilmember Hanif. Before we get started, I also want to take a quick moment to thank the entire Council Finance Division staff for their efforts in preparing these hearings over the past 3 weeks, especially Jack Story, Casey Leisky, and Alexis Lafrez for today's hearing. And I'm now going to turn it over to my committee counsel, Brian Sarfo, who can swear everyone in, and we can get started.
Good morning. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Deputy Commissioner Torres. Senior Deputy Frog. Chief Rembert. Deputy Commissioner Conroy. Deputy Commissioner Boyd. Director Maldonado. Assistant Commissioner Zubair, Assistant Commissioner McCarthy, Deputy Daugherty, and Deputy Commissioner Saunders. You may begin.
You can begin, thanks.
Good morning, Chair Nurse, Chair Brannan, and members of the Committees on Criminal Justice and Finance. I am Francis Torres, First Deputy Commissioner of the New York City Department of Correction. My colleagues and I are here to discuss the department's executive budget for fiscal year 2026 and what lies ahead for the agency in the coming year. When Lynell McGinley-Leedy was appointed commissioner, she committed herself to leading this agency under the guiding principles of service, compassion, and respect, so that both staff and people in custody have their voices uplifted and feel safe in our jails. She has made it clear to staff on all levels that she expects the same from them, and they have delivered, no matter the challenges we are facing. Most recently, the department has experienced an unexpected increase in the census, driven in large part by the New York State Department of Corrections and Community Supervision temporarily suspending intake of state-ready individuals due to the wildcat strike. Today, we have over 7,600 individuals in custody, compared to approximately 6,300 this time last year. In contrast, we have approximately 5,900 uniformed members of service to manage the jails and other critical operations, compared to over 6,200 last year. Despite this, dedicated staff across all divisions have risen to the call, and throughout this challenge, we have ensured that all people coming into our care have a bed and can be safely housed. During this period, important violence indicators have continued to trend downward. We continue to collaborate with partners throughout the criminal justice system to ensure people in custody are moving expeditiously through the court process and are not lingering in our custody longer than they should. Our commissioner has said it before, and I will say it on her behalf this morning. Heroes work here at the New York City Department of Correction. We remain laser-focused on recruiting and supporting staff to do this challenging and important work. In March of this year, over 100 new recruits graduated from the DOC Academy and became part of the Boldest family. And we have a new class starting at the end of this week. Last week, we held an exam for correction captains and hope to promote dedicated members of service into critical frontline leadership positions where they will support and mentor correction officers and help shape the culture of our agency. Our commissioner has stated repeatedly that leadership matters. All promotional classes for supervisors have several leadership development components built into the curriculum, with a servant leadership focus as a foundation for all leadership development within the agency. It's incredibly important that we foster the next generation of correctional leaders to carry the important work of reform forward for decades to come. At the beginning of this month, we celebrated National Correctional Officers and Employees Week. As part of the celebrations and in furtherance of our efforts to support our staff, we opened 4 additional wellness centers to promote more opportunities for them to focus on their well-being, recharge, and show up as their best selves. It is imperative that we uplift and honor the dedicated public servants who give so much of themselves to keep our city safe, not just for 1 week, but each and every day. Finally, before turning to the budget, we would like to highlight several exciting initiatives that are coming to fruition in the next fiscal year. We have been working diligently to meaningfully expand programs and services in critical areas, which were chosen based on a number of factors, but most importantly, input from people in custody and our staff. Providers have been selected, and we anticipate an announcement soon with services beginning in the coming weeks. We're also looking forward to rolling out Lightning Law Discovery Sharing Platform. Lightning Law will allow the efficient and confidential sharing of records between clients and their attorneys through electronic devices. We are hopeful that this technological innovation will support speedier case processing and better justice outcomes, which benefits everybody. We are procuring a new virtual visitation platform aimed at improving the visit process for attorneys and those visiting their loved ones in jail. This new platform will allow attorneys to more easily schedule virtual meetings with incarcerated clients and discuss case updates. These measures will help modernize our jails, provide better access to critical services, and ultimately improve outcomes for those who are in our care. Now we will briefly turn to the fiscal year 2026 executive budget. As of the fiscal year 2026 financial plan, the department's budget is $1.3 billion. The vast majority of this, 87%, is allocated for personnel services and 13% for other than personnel services. The fiscal year 2026 executive budget increased by $288 million compared to fiscal year 2025 adopted budget of $1.0 billion. Some of the increases of the executive budget include a federal grant funding for the Bureau of Justice Assistance Comprehensive Opioid Stimulant and Substance Use Site-Based Program, with allowances of $10,000 in fiscal year 2025, an additional $586,000 in fiscal year 2026, and $340,000 in fiscal year 2027, respectively. This grant will help expand substance misuse services for department's high-risk, high-needs population through the addition of 5 substance misuse counselors. We receive an additional $1 million baseline funding beginning in fiscal year 2026 for Lightning Law. Also in fiscal year 2026, we received $1.4 million for the virtual visitation web-based platform that will improve virtual visits. The fiscal year 2025 executive capital commitment plan totals $14.6 billion, which covers fiscal years 2025 through 2035. As of the fiscal year 2026 executive financial plan, most of the capital funding is tied to the borough-based jail program, which totals $13.9 billion over the 10-year plan and is allocated as follows. Brooklyn facility, $2.3 billion. Manhattan facility, $4.1 billion. Bronx facility, $3.1 billion. Queens facility, $4 billion. We continue to work diligently to attract and retain both civilian and uniformed staff. The total authorized headcount is 8,810, which includes 7,060 uniform positions and 1,750 civilian positions. Our actual uniform staffing levels remain well below our authorized headcount, and the department plans to use the new needs approved for recruitment and advertisement in the preliminary budget to aggressively advertise and utilize marketing strategies to promote recruitment. We continue to welcome the council's support promoting job opportunities within their networks. As we look at the year ahead, we celebrate the heroes that work at the department. When we think of a hero, we think of someone who is courageous and selfless, someone who puts others' needs before their own. That's what a hero does. That's who correction officers are. They are the backbone of our collective achievements over the past 130 years. And they will continue to be a powerful force for hope and transformation in the years to come. Over the past fiscal year, we have made progress in spite of many challenges, because that's what the boldest do. The work we do is difficult and yet crucial. It is vital to this city. Commissioner McGinley Leedy, our team, and I, and all the heroes that work alongside us remain committed to this important work. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My colleagues and I are available to answer your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Quickly, we've been joined by Council Members Powers, Narcisse, and Ayala. I want to dive right into staffing and overtime. So last year, DOC's adopted budget included $132.7 million for overtime. At the end of the fiscal year, the department's overtime spending was approximately $281 million. In the executive plan, the department has increased their personnel budget by $192 million, which DOC has stated is currently around 95% overtime funding. So how much of this additional funding has been allocated for overtime?
Good morning, Chair Brannan.
Good morning.
If you allow me, I would like our Assistant Commissioner assigned to Finance, Assistant Commissioner Zabir, to go into the specifics.
Sure.
Good morning. Thank you for the question. Faison Zubair, Assistant Commissioner of Financial Operations and Budget Administration. We have approximately $180 million allocated towards overtime funding with the new needs that we received. Not new needs, but additional overtime funding.
Okay, and then at the end of the fiscal year, your overtime spending was around $281 million, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's $100 million less than this 180. Do you think you're going to blow past that?
Our expected projection by the end of the fiscal year is approximately 337, so yes, we do anticipate that.
Okay, so wait, explain that $337 million number is what?
Is our anticipated fiscal year 25 overtime expenditures.
And was the department's annual pattern of actual overtime spending doubling the budgeted amount the main reason for the increase?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? Can you?
What was DOC's annual pattern of actual overtime spending doubling the budgeted amount the reason for that increase?
I'm not 100% sure. It might be. I'm not 100% sure. I'm sorry.
I mean, is it still a priority for this administration to lower overtime spending?
Chair, if I may, you're absolutely correct. Every effort is being made by our department to ensure compliance with Mayoral Directive 2024-1. to explain to you what initiatives we've established within our department to reduce the overtime, I would like to introduce you to Bureau Chief, Chief of Staff Rembert, who will speak to our efforts.
Good morning. Thank you for the question. I am Sherry Ann Rembert, the Bureau Chief, Chief of Staff, New York City Department of Correction. As you know, sir, we are currently facing a staffing crisis. The city halted of hiring for years, expecting a population increase, but it has only grown. Our agency operates the entire system, not just for facilities, housing areas, and/or course a hospital. We rely on all personnel for operation efficiency. In calendar year of 2024, 634 uniformed members of service are treated. Out of that is 578 correctional officers, 44 captains. As of April of 2025, 212 correctional officers are eligible to retire. However, also in 2025, up until today, 104 did retire. By the end of calendar year of 25, a total of 419 additional correctional officers will be eligible to retire. By the end of calendar year 2026, a total of 716 additional correctional officers will be eligible to retire. With saying all of that, we continue to do everything possible to reduce the overtime by keeping in mind it's paramount to have a safe jail and ensuring our staff have a quality of life and working diligently in a balancing safety, security for our persons in custody as well as our staff. We are using a multi-pronged approach, working hand in hand to reduce overtime, implement measures to optimize our staff coverage, enhance operational efficiency, and maintain fiscal discipline. So we begin by reinforcing controls on overtime usage, which is tracked by the Office of Administration. We assign a dedicated administrative personnel tasked specifically with oversight and management of our AWOLs and personal emergency. We are developing an approval process for unauthorized posts. The SCOC did help us out and collaborate with us, and they conducted a post analysis for one of our facilities. We are waiting, standing by for approval for that. We also re-strategize our redeployment efforts. We enforce our biweekly redeployment assignment for personnel for ancillary posts, such as the hospitals, housing areas, schedule medical appointments, as well as mandated services. We increase our redeployment frequency from weekly to twice a week for our temporary duty assignment officers. Also, we stagger the temporary duty officers on the weekends, one day a week and 1 day on the weekends, so that we have coverage on the weekends, which would that would increase our housing area staffing ratio. We collaborated with our OMAPS teams, which is the Office of Management, Analysis, and Planning, to advance our automated systems so that we get a dashboard, so that we see real time where we see where our staff are doing triples to reduce the unstaffed posts and make sure triples and overtime is managed effectively. This dashboard actively assists commands in reducing triple tours by identifying excessive hours promptly. It also provides commanding leadership with immediate visibility into into staffing patterns, facilitating proactive response and intervention. We also have pre-approvals for overtime for staff members that are restricted for overtime. So before they go do overtime, they have to get pre-approval by the Office of Administration. The Office of Administration is conducting audits to ensure that all the aforementioned is in compliance.
Okay.
Thank you.
Back in the preliminary budget hearing, you were asked if the department had conducted an analysis of how many uniform positions could be safely performed by civilians. I think you told us at the time that you'd have the numbers soon. Do you have the results of that analysis? What did it find?
So we have worked with SCOC to do the staffing analysis for the uniform members. When it comes to our civilian lines, we have established a committee that continues to do that analysis. We have, in fact, transitioned some uniform members already back into the jails to assume what we call significant PIC-facing posts. The committee continues to work. The deputy commissioners or leaders to each of the divisions have until the end of this month, meaning until the end of this week, to basically do what they need in order for us to then look into closely how it is that we're able to remove uniform members. But in removing uniform members, we need to ensure that we have civilian lines that they can actually utilize to replace those uniform members. So it is ongoing, Chair Brennan. When we are in a better place, we'll be more than happy to share with you and the rest of the committee.
Okay, so as of March, we can see that there were around 244 vacant civilian positions. Is that number still accurate, or have any of those been filed?
As you well know, the vacancies in civilians are very fluid. You always have onboarding of civilian staff and those that retired or also moved to other agencies. We still have approximately 250 vacancies. However,
So you have more than you had in March.
yes, because of people either moving to different agencies or retiring. The good thing is, and I would like to put that positive spin as we come to you this morning, is that currently we have over 152 different persons that are being onboarded by our department. And so they are in different stages of the hiring process, meaning some of them are still being vetted by our agency while others are being approved by OMB.
Okay, so the preliminary plan included over $4 million in baseline funds for recruitment advertising for corrections officers. Will there be any recruitment funding or any of that money used for civilian positions?
We are still concentrating on the largest of forces that are departing our agency, which
So which
happens to
area
be
do you have the
uniform.
highest?
I'm
Which
sorry?
area do you have the highest vacancy?
The highest vacancy that we have is the uniform members, sir.
Okay, and what about the civilian vacancy rates? What area?
So there are three specific areas that have a large one. That's facility maintenance because of the different labor trades that we have in place. The other one happens to be the Division of Programs and Community Partnerships, but the Deputy Commissioner has been actively doing the job postings, doing the hiring pools, as well as conducting interviews and submitting the recommendations for hire. And then followed by Health Affairs. Health Affairs, the challenge there is a little different. That's more concentrating on cooks that are part of our nutritional services unit.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about capital funding, then I'm going to turn it over to the chair nurse. So DOC repeatedly responds that major renovations and capital repairs are not possible due to the impending closure of Rikers within the 5-year lifespan requirement. Are you aware, is DOC aware that the department can apply for a waiver from the Controller's Office to waive the 5-year lifespan provision?
Thank you for the question. We are aware, and wherever we can, we do seek a waiver.
Have you applied for that waiver?
We have applied to waivers, not to the Comptroller's Office, but to DCAS instead. That's usually where we reach out to for our 5-year span waivers.
So are you saying you're not eligible for capital funds in general?
We're not, in general, we have capital funding to further capital projects and improvements if we need to. However, on average, whenever we seek additional capital funding or approval for the capital projects that we have, our waivers are not sufficient because of the impending closure of Rikers.
Okay, because I believe that under Directive 10, you can apply for a waiver to the Controller's Office and waive the 5-year lifespan provision for capital projects. Do you not agree with that assessment?
We were not aware of that, but we could look into it.
Okay. We've been joined by council members Marte, Ressler, and Brooks Powers. I'm going to turn it over to Chair Nurse. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Before I ask a few questions on behalf of the speaker, I just want to clarify. So can you give, for the record, the types of capital projects that you've applied for a waiver to DCAS about, and just so we can understand the size of them?
So we generally get waivers for every kind of capital project going forward.
Have you
and-
won any of them?
I'm sorry?
Have you been able to move forward with any of them?
In the past, we have, but recently, for instance, we'll take fencing, for example. When we request waivers for fencing, we are told that because of the impending closure of Rikers, those waivers, despite receiving them, they're not eligible anymore, and they're not.
Perimeter fencing?
I'm sorry?
For what type of fencing? In the outside, exterior, or interior?
I believe it's perimeter fencing.
Okay. What other types of large capital that you've been rejected for?
Right now, it's just been that, and it's been recently, but I would have to look into it further to be able to.
It would be great if, in the follow-up, can you give us maybe like the last 2 years of things that you've applied for waivers on,
Of course, we get that.
big and small? Thank you. Questions on behalf of the speaker? We all are aware of the points of agreement. I won't go into the preamble on it. We just got a wonderful Friday afternoon update from MOCJ on the status update on those. Most of those, some of them are in the direct jurisdiction of DOC, and I'd like to ask, did you assist in providing updates for your department to that update that MOCJ gave us?
We're going to have Assistant Commissioner Maldonado address your question, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alex Maldonado, and I oversee the Borough-Based Jail Program on behalf of the department, but I also participate in providing updates to the points of agreement with our partners at MARCJ.
Okay, so you did, yes, in fact, you did insist in providing updates for the department for the one that came on Friday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There's a question here on, are people in custody on Rikers receiving 5 hours of programming every day as per BOC's minimum standards?
Yes, they are, and I would turn it over to our Deputy Commissioner for Programming, Nell McCarty, if you'd like further detail.
Hello, my name is Nell McCarty. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for the Division of Programs and Community Partnerships. So thank you for your question. And yes, people in custody are afforded access to 5 hours of programming, but it's important to note that while afforded, they have the opportunity to decline engagement in certain programs. So on any given day, based on what a person is opting in to engage in, it may not look like they are engaging in 5 hours of programming.
Okay, no, thank you for that clarification. We just ask every time because we know that we've heard that not everyone is getting access. We ask this pretty much every single time. Before, it had been questions of staffing and capacity. So for everybody who wants to opt in to 5 hours of programming, is that available to them?
There are various mechanisms of programs that are available to them.
Okay, thank you. Has the RFP for the new in-custody programming contracts been posted yet?
Yes.
I think you mentioned some of that in your testimony.
Yes, actually, we're very happy, and I'll have Deputy Commissioner McCarty elaborate. What we thought was going to be a very speedy process, going through the challenge-based procurement, has demonstrated that it took a little longer, but DC McCarty will give you the very good news.
Yes, so they were posted in January 6th of 2025. The the deadline for the RFP was February 21st of 2025. We have identified and selected vendors for each of the RFPs. They have all been made aware that they have been selected as the vendors, and we're working with them closely on ensuring that we are closing the gap on anything with their budget. Some of them actually had proposed budgets, as an example, less than the actual amount that they were awarded. So we're working with them to make sure that they are using all of the funds towards the RFP. And right now, the stage that we're at is finalizing the master agreements, which are currently, we're working in collaboration with the Mayor's Office of Contracting Services, or MOCS, to ensure that those are finalized so we get them registered as quickly as possible. And that has just, again, taken a little bit more time because of the challenge-based vehicle, this being the first of its kind procurement for human services in New York City. But that being said, we are really excited to get these off the ground, rolling in early fiscal year 2026.
So what's the value of the services, the monetary value of all the services that are going to be provided?
In total, it's approximately $14 million, which again, we plan for fiscal year 26.
And that's about, what, 3 to 4 million short of what was cut like a couple years ago from the programming that was provided. So what is the gap? What have you eliminated in programming that addresses that gap?
While this funding is not a replacement of the $17 million of the PEG that was applied to the Division of Programs budget, it is, it was 17 million, that was the PEG. So this is 14 million, so that's approximately 3 million of difference. But we would really like to highlight that the programs that were offered through the PEG for the Targeted Jail-Based Services contract were insourced with our department's counseling services.
No, I remember we had lengthy conversations here about that. Disagree with the way you're describing it, but sure, it's a decrease. And we've talked about the decrease in programming and the value. We understand all of the insourcing and why it couldn't be done effectively, and that's why we're back here. So I was just wondering if there was a difference in the type of programming that accounts for that gap there.
Well, not that it accounts for the gap, but I would say the programming is generally different from the Targeted Jail-Based Services contract. So it's targeting 4 core areas: supplemental education, which is something that we've never pursued before in such a large contract. It's also targeting trauma-informed care, substance misuse programming, and transitional planning and transportation. So all of those are new, or maybe transition planning is the closest that you could get to what was the Targeted Jail-Based Services contract.
Okay. For the April and May updates provided for the category develop new training for correction officers, program staff, and healthcare staff, states that DOC and CHS developed a situational awareness training module in 2020. Has this training been updated since? Just a yes or no. We don't need a whole description of it, just a...
Hi, thank you for that question. Deputy Commissioner James Saunders. Specifically to that question, I'm going to have to say no, but I know that there has been other training that has been offered. I think crisis intervention, de-escalation, and CIT training that has been provided, but we will have to get back to you about
Yeah, if you could send a write-up of what that training is, that is kind of complementing or supplanting that. And then for PACE units, there was a commitment to double the number of PACE units in DOC by the end of 2020. How many PACE units are on Rikers today?
So from 2020 to today, I think in 2020 we had 5, and as of today we currently have 10.
And how are we for staffing? Do we have adequate staffing for the PACE units?
So staffing is a combination of uniform staff and CHS staff. So I will have to let CHS staff discuss the clinical side, and with respect to operations, I'll let the operations folks discuss that. But with respect to uniform, there is a higher number of uniform staff in that type of setting. So.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the formation of a culture change committee of the Justice Implementation Task Force, it said it was still in progress as of April. What is the status of this committee?
I think the original imagining of the Culture Change Committee kind of stalled with COVID and sort of the staffing crisis that emerged afterwards. But we are working with Commissioner McGinley-Liddy and our partners at the administration as well as MOCJ to reimagine what that looks like, understanding that moving into the new borough-based jails will require a shift for both our staff and our individuals in custody, and so we're committed to finding a way to work together better in the new facilities.
So before the reimagining, so just there's been no committee form, there's been no meeting.
There were, prior to my appointment, there were, the talks had stalled, but we are reinvigorating that now.
So no, there's been no committee meeting ever?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Okay. Just a few more questions. Regarding ICE on Rikers, we've asked every single time, have there been any further discussions since our last hearing regarding ICE opening or setting up operations on Rikers Island?
Chair, as the council aware, we're in current litigation
I
with the
understand,
council
we know.
regarding that, so we can't comment on negotiations, but right now, there's a stay to that. There's no negotiations happening.
So just to confirm, there have been no further discussions since our last hearing?
Well, since the last hearing, there was, right? Because that was before the executive order was signed.
Well, that was my question, so
Yeah.
can you tell us when that was?
Well, that was on the just preceding, I forget the exact date when the executive order was signed. I have it somewhere, but preceding that, we had conversations with the administration, and then obviously the executive order was signed, and now we're in a litigation posture.
So who would be present for that conversation? Who was present for that conversation?
Present, I was involved in conversations.
And who else? Who were the staff members from DOC present in that discussion?
I think really just myself and the commissioner, but I don't think together. There was not present.
Okay.
These were
Please,
different
can you confirm that in the follow-up?
Yeah.
As well as the date? One more question about the federal monitor, and then I'll pass it back to the chair. Chief District Judge Laura Taylor Swain has ruled that an independent remediation manager will be appointed to work with the department to develop a phased action plan to create reform within the jails. As you know, the city's gonna have to pay for the remediation manager. Have you accounted for that or had a conversation with OMB for that in upcoming budgets?
There have been no conversations regarding that. Obviously, you know, that's also in what will be active litigation. It is active litigation, so we can't comment on that.
Okay. Okay, I'll ask other questions after, but turning it back over to Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, we've also been joined by Majority Leader Farias and Council Members Caban and Abreu. And we're now going to turn to questions. Council Member Lewis, followed by Narcisse.
Thank you, chairs, and good morning, First Deputy Commissioner and your team. 3 quick questions. I wanted to know, what is the current gender breakdown of the uniform DOC workforce, and how does the department project that will change in FY26 compared to FY25? In addition to that, a follow-up question to that is, what is the FY26 budget allocation for, the first one is in regards to the breakdown in gender, but the second one is in regards to how will the one-time $50,000 increase in federal funding for the prison rape elimination program be distributed across services such as education, facility audits, and survivor support? And my last question is in regards to borough-based jails. I wanted to know what investments are being made to ensure that the facility meets the demands for a more humane environment, including mental health services, family visitation, and reentry programming in alignment with community feedback.
Board member, I may have to ask you during the conversation to repeat your question in order for us to ensure that we address
I'll do the
all
first
of your
one again.
points. So I'm going to have Bureau Chief Rembert give you the specifics of the breakdown on gender by our staff.
Okay.
Good morning again. The gender breakdown for males is 3,026. The female breakdown is 2,538. On the male gender breakdown is 54.39%. On the female is 45.61%.
And how will that change in FY26? You mentioned uniform officers, they're eligible for about 716 are eligible for retirement. So how does that look for FY26?
So keep in mind that that is very fluid. I wish that we could actually project who will retire. We do have numbers on who is scheduled, but keep in mind that there's some members that decide to stay with us rather than just go that venue. We will be more than happy to share with you as we see the attrition rate.
Right.
But do know, Board Member Lewis, that as a department, we are committed to ensuring that we recruit and that we onboard new staff members, significantly new recruits. It is something that we are investing in terms of in-person recruitment by our recruitment unit, as well as investments in marketing, such as announcements in television, radio, using social media to bring in fresh members.
Right.
And
Which could be a bit more enticing, because I've seen them myself, and I'm happy that you all are investing the funds to do that, but it could be more enticing. But my last two questions, and I'll just try to reiterate them because my time is up. How will the one-time $50,000 increase in federal funding for the prison rape elimination program be distributed across services, education, facility, and survivor support? And the last one is regarding borough-based jails, the investments to make sure that we have everything we need for a humane environment.
Assistant Commissioner Zubair will respond to the allocation of the funds, while Assistant Commissioner Maldonado will talk to you about the BBJs.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. The one-time increase in $50,000 will be used to procure services for a trauma expert who, and the vendor will train one staff member and develop a train the trainer course. It is still preliminary, and we just received the funding, so we haven't done anything yet in terms of procuring or
It would be
finding a
good
vendor.
if you could have conversations with the chair about this, just so that we could make sure whoever this trauma expert is actually meeting the criteria. Last one's on borough-based jails. I know Councilmember Ressler is here. He's one of the members of the committee. I know he'll have a lot of questions about that, but just wanted to ask that really quickly. Thank you, chairs.
Okay, we have questions from Councilmember Narcisse, followed by Ressler.
Good morning, and thank you, chairs. What measures are being taken on this budget to ensure that incarcerated individuals, particularly those with mental health needs, have access to adequate mental health services and care? Are there plans to expand access to mental health professionals and crisis intervention teams within our correctional facilities? And second, how does this budget address the recruitment and retention of correctional officers? And what is being done to ensure that staff receive the necessary training to handle complex issues like mental health crisis, de-escalation, and trauma-informed care?
Thank you for your question, Council Member Narcisse. Deputy Commissioner Saunders will open up with remarks and responses relevant to mental health, crisis, and crisis intervention.
Thank you. So,
And can you make it short for me specifically, because I have a few others? Yes.
sure. So as you know, our colleagues at CHS operate, the clinical side, and they have different specialized housing areas. One, mental observation, CAPS and PACE. So you have mental health needs being addressed through that vehicle. In addition, there's training provided at the academy, and ongoing training in crisis intervention and de-escalation, mental health first aid training, and including CPR and other types of training.
I think I had a second
I'm
part of
keeping
my-
it brief.
I had a second part, I don't think I hear it. The budget, how does this budget address the recruitment and retention of correctional officers? And what being done to ensure the staff receiving the necessary part you said?
Question. Since Commissioner McGinley-Leedy's appointment as commissioner, we have been committed to ensuring the wellness of our staff. When it comes to recruitment and retention, that is something that we're focusing on. In fact, late last year, we developed a retention team consisting of officers and supported by the deputy commissioner and assistant commissioners from our training academy. Those retention officers are the ones that conduct follow-ups with our newly assigned officers to ensure that they are well supported by any of us or by them as they go through the new challenges that they face in this new position. But what we have done in addition to that is the Office of Mental Health has awarded our department with a grant that we have made great strides in. We have indeed onboarded new training to support our staff members, such as resiliency and peer tutoring and peer support. It is crucial that as we do that, we also continue to invest in development or the development of wellness centers throughout our department. We are happy to share with you that earlier this month, we opened up 4 wellness centers. We are in total now have 6 wellness centers that allowed our staff members to actually be able to go into those areas to assume or have time to process anything that has transpired.
I don't have much time, but I want to know how many actually using the wellness. I was going to have some question about wellness.
I'll be more than happy to do a follow-up and share with you that specific.
And one more thing. Do you have enough staff to escort PICs to medical appointments? Because last time we were here, we were talking about budget. Do you have budget, and do we have enough?
Production of medical appointments or PICs to medical appointments continue to be paramount to us. And so it is prioritized on a daily basis.
Oh, since my time is short, so I want to say thank you.
Thank you.
You've been joined by Councilmember Stevens, and now we have questions from Councilmember Ressler.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you to the chairs and to the Department of Corrections for joining us today. I wanted to first ask about the therapeutic beds. So we've had 104 beds completed at Bellevue. The work is all done, ready, waiting, mothballed, because the Department of Corrections refuses to staff the facility. When will the Department of Corrections be opening this facility? Date, please.
Good morning, sir. We don't have a date right now. We are still working towards state commissioning with the State Commission of Correction.
You're waiting on SCOC approval?
We are working with the state to gain approval so that we can commission this as a jail facility.
So the work has been completed for many months. We've been waiting and waiting, years delayed to get this open. Correctional Health Services is pointing the finger squarely at you all. Why has this not gotten done?
There has been some, I think, misunderstanding and miscommunication about this issue. We reached substantial completion, resulting in the temporary certificate of occupancy. However, the SCOC, State Commission of Correction, requires final completion in order for individuals in custody to be housed safely in this facility.
You know, why you haven't gone through that process and secured the necessary approvals for a facility that's been completed, that's years behind schedule. Mayor Adams has the chutzpah to talk about wanting to, change the borough-based jail plan and convert a jail into a mental health facility or into a healthcare facility. We have 104 empty beds that are ready to be open, but the Department of Corrections won't do its job. You have no date, no timeline, none, right? I mean, you continue to have literally just no information whatsoever for when this site is going to come online.
The facility is not yet ready to occupy and is not safe for individuals in custody.
And you're not prepared to give any frame of time for when it's going to open?
As soon as we have a date, we will provide it to you, sir.
Okay. Years of delay and obstinance and obstruction from the Department of Corrections, and we are still at a point where there is no timeline for when you're moving forward. Let's shift to the other 2 new therapeutic bed facilities that are supposed to also open, that the Department of Correction has been wholly uncooperative in moving forward. Woodhull and North Central Bronx. When are these sites going to open?
Sir, the department has been fully cooperative in working with CHS and our partners at H&H.
Only people who describe you as cooperative are yourselves.
In order to review and approve the design documents for
We're
both
years
those
behind
facilities.
schedule. Last year, we got the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services when we had people working over there to approve this project. Deputy Mayor Williams Isom got a green light to move these sites forward again after they had been stalled, and we've heard no final design has been approved.
We are working to approve those designs, sir. We
We're
are working.
months and years delay, right? Years and years delay. You could be moving the people out of the Department of Corrections who have the most severe health needs, but you're not doing any of the work to actually make it happen. In fact, you're obstructing every step of the way, and you're saying you're moving forward and you're working cooperatively with no timelines, no accountability, and no actual milestones to demonstrate progress.
I think my staff, who work tirelessly on both the Borough-Based Jail Program and the OTHU program, would argue that they are dedicated to this program and to the OTHU
But
program
if you
as well.
don't come before us with a timeline for when you're going to actually get anything accomplished, then there's no accountability.
Sir, we can't account for the SCOC and the timeline that it takes. We are working towards those milestones.
Any other agency that comes before us with capital funding for a project, it's been in the budget for 5 years, this capital funding, would say, these are the dates and the times that we're going to have design completed, we're going to have procurement completed, we're going to have construction completed. The Department of Correction, though, just operates in fantasy land and just does whatever it wants, whenever it wants. And I don't understand it. I don't understand why you should all have the ability to come before us and give no information, no timeline, no accountability. It's not how this is supposed to work. Our job is to ask questions and get answers. And yet every time you come before us, we get nothing. So this was just one topic. I could have done 10 topics, but the answers would have all been the same. No information, no substance, no accountability. That is the hallmark for the Department of Corrections under Eric Adams.
Thank you, Councilmember. I have one or two questions. I'm going to turn it back to Chair Nurse. In the preliminary plan, DOC received almost a $4.5 million increase for nutritional services. Yet at the Board of Corrections meeting on May 13th of this year, there were multiple complaints about the food, including allegations that there were not enough food for everyone and that people were not receiving food per their dietary or religious restrictions. So what's being done to address those complaints? Turn your mic.
Hi, Deputy Commissioner James Saunders. Thank you for the question. So I can tell you that we have approximately 7,500 PIC persons in custody as of today. The Nutritional Services Division prepares over 20,000 meals daily. Within that number are a number of specialized meals for individuals who declare themselves to be of a certain religion, and we have plenty of specialized meals for individuals who request a kosher meal. We also have specialized meals for individuals who have a therapeutic need. So if there's a specific complaint, I'd be happy to take it back to the team and address it.
I mean, I guess we're talking about, in this meeting on May 13th, there were multiple complaints made at the Board of Correction meeting, including allegations that there was not enough food and that people who have dietary or religious restrictions were not getting that food. You're not aware of that?
So Chair Brannan, any complaint that is brought to our attention is immediately addressed by the area that is supposed to be responsible for. Nutritional services would have been addressed by Deputy Commissioner Saunders and his entire team.
Okay, but he just said he's not aware of the complaint.
We're not. Brought
You're
to
not aware-
us directly with a name of a person that complains, in order for us to just not look at the complaint of the person, but how that complaint has impacted an entire area, is something that we would have addressed.
Okay, back in March, DOC said they were looking to hire an assistant commissioner to oversee nutritional services. Has that position been filled?
The interview process has been conducted and the name of the candidate has been submitted for vetting.
Okay. Do you have enough staff to escort all the people in custody to medical appointments?
So there's no magic number to give you right now to say that there is, we need 300 individuals to escort. I can tell you that out of the 640 or so thousand scheduled appointments for an average daily population of 6,900, there are enough staff. The vast majority of non-production is due to individuals not wanting to go to their clinic appointment. And less than 1% of clinic non-production relates to their not having an escort available. And in the case where there is no escort available, we work very closely with CHS to have the individual rescheduled for later in the day or for the following day.
All right, I'm going to turn it back to Chair Nurse. Thanks.
Thanks. I just wanted to follow up on the therapeutic units. Sorry to bring you back up. Can you tell me about the nature of working with the State Commission? Like, when was the last time you all had a meeting together? Or are you what's outstanding? Just so that we have a little bit more sense of what you're dealing with.
Sure. They visit the site at Bellevue at least once a month, and I believe our last walkthrough was approximately 2 weeks ago. Following those meetings, and we meet and we discuss the transition, and they also walk the site. Following those meetings, they send a letter to our commissioner detailing the expectations that they would need to meet commissioning and sort of the progress therein. So there are some significant construction items that are still outstanding that our team, DC Doherty and his team, will have to complete. There are also...
Can you elaborate just a little bit more on some of those, on the construction items?
Sure.
Just to understand how significant they are.
Some of the design fixtures that were in place are behavioral health fixtures. And so we are remedying those to be correctional grade fixtures, because this is a detention grade facility.
Right.
And under the State Commission, those are required.
What kind of fixtures are you, just?
Exit signs.
Okay.
Staff stations. There's glazing on the staff stations,
Okay.
for example. There's also some trim that's utilized, that's metal trim, for example, that we wouldn't put in a detention facility. So those
Okay.
things are being remedied by our team. We also have policies that we've submitted to the SCOC for review and approval. We received feedback recently, so we're in a sort of an editing process with them. We also have training. Our training academy is working with our team and CHS as well in order to develop training, multidisciplinary training for everybody who will be assigned to this facility. So that's ongoing. The SCOC will have to approve those. But the biggest obstacle, in true transparency, is our staffing issue. As has been described here today, staffing is a problem for the department currently, and this is a staffing-rich model. The efficiencies are not maximized in this particular facility, so we are working again with the state to identify which posts are mandatory in order to provide a safe and secure environment for both staff and people in custody.
Okay, so it would be great to get that out, if you could provide in the follow-up that outstanding list. I think that would help members understand why, what's going on, so we don't assume nothing's going on. And then two, in terms of staffing, you've submitted a staffing plan and the state has rejected it, or you haven't developed a staffing plan and you're in process with that? Can you just, how many people are you needing? My understanding is CHS will be managing the staffing and budget for that. Am I correct in that?
I'm not sure. They will certainly be handling their own staffing and their assignments for the medical services and mental health services. However, the department will oversee the facility as a whole and will manage its own staffing. In terms of budget, those staff members come out of our lines of budget. We submitted a draft staffing plan to the State Commission of Correction. It was approximately 280 staff members.
When was that? When did you submit that? Was it in this year?
It was this year.
Okay.
Forgive me, I don't remember the date.
That's fine.
But at our last couple hearings, we discussed that it was about approximately 280 staff members needed. That's including staff members for all 3 tours, all of the posts, as well as coverage factors, right, for people who are out or what have you. And so that was approximately 280 needed to be assigned. The state came back with its post analysis, and they described 99 posts that would be needed to manage this facility. However, that does not take into account local regulations, as well as that does not take into account some of our collective bargaining agreements. So we are currently in the process of working with the state to figure out what that number really is when you take into account all of these other
So
factors.
the state says you need 99 COs.
Posts.
I'm sorry.
Posts, so
And then
that's-
you're accounting for, the tours and backup in case people
We
call
have to
out.
do all of that other work. So
Okay.
it's still approximately over 200 staff
And those
members.
pieces are part of collective bargaining, or are those separate pieces?
Some of those pieces are part of collective bargaining that require a certain number of posts depending on what the uniform rank is. So again, we're kind of working through those details and certainly welcome an opportunity to talk offline.
When do you anticipate sending something back to the state?
In short order.
Within like a couple months?
Oh, certainly within a couple of months. I mean, we're in regular communication with them, and this staffing plan would be required for commissioning.
And when's their next visit? Or when's your next scheduled meeting with them?
I believe it's next month. They come down for both the Bellevue project as well as the Borough-based jail project.
Okay. Councilmember Althea, do you want to ask a question?
Hello, good morning. I just have a question. I have a colleague and friend who has a sibling who's in jail, and they have an issue around, we need to know how many lockdowns and non-movements that's happening in the JRVC building, because they had got word that they had been locked down for a number of days, and just trying to see how often these lockdowns are taking place. What are the causes of some of these lockdowns? Because we have some serious concerns. And this was apparently a week or two ago.
To give you a general overview on lockdowns, I'll have Senior Deputy Commissioner Frage.
Good morning, Mayor. S.C. Frage. In reference to the lockdowns of GRVC or any other facility on Rikers Island, those are generally based on acts of violence or naloxone appointments that occur in those facilities. So as for instance, this weekend there were 3 acts of violence in one facility, which means we'd have to lock the facility down to make sure all the persons in custody are safe. And before we open back up, to search for possible weapons and things of that nature. This week.
So do you have an average on how often these lockdowns are taking place?
I don't have an average in front of me right now, but I can provide that to you after this meeting in the near future.
And so, so obviously, how long does the lockdown typically take place? Because what I'm hearing, it was for a couple of weeks, and she doesn't know the building that the unit he's in. She just knows it's JRVC, the building, and she doesn't know what house he's in.
There is no couple of weeks of lockdown. It's a day, several days, depending on the circumstance and how many happen in that facility, and the time it takes for us to have enough staff to search and to make sure that it's rendered safe.
How long does it typically take your staff to search if there is an act of violence or something like that?
If there's only one act of violence, usually they activate some of the units to go up there instantaneously when it happens. If it's overnight, they're locked down until we can get the personnel. Sometimes the facilities, we ask security staff to start doing their searches on their own, but it varies. I can't give you specifics on the exact timing on how long each takes, but it's based on the severity of the circumstances and the situation, and it's a fluid situation. If we have a situation where there's 10 or so people in reference to violence and 3 or 4 going to the hospital, that puts a strain on us to manage the facility also. So those are all the considerations that take place. I can give you more information at a later date, exactly how many we've had the past month and where we rectified them.
Oh yeah, definitely. If you could follow up offline and definitely give me how many has taken place in the last month, how long, and the length that they were. And I'll also try to get the exact house that we had got these reports from, that they were on lockdown for a number of weeks, and just try to get an understanding of what's happening. Thank you.
Receive, Matt. Like I said, I can give you some information on, for instance, November 2024, EMTC had 32 all the way to May of 2025. So for the month of, from November 2024 to May of 25, EMTC had 32 lock-in situations. GRVC, the facility from the month of November 2024 to May 2025, they had 75.
Yeah,
They'll all be
75.
for that day. So you're specifically in reference to GRVC, so those are the numbers for the GRVC.
I'm sorry, say that again, I'm
Those
sorry.
are the numbers for GRVC.
It's 75. They had 75 lockdowns between November and
Till May.
into May.
I can't tell you the length, but those are exact numbers for those instances.
Okay.
And just in general, council members, the last go-to really is to lock down a house. It really does depend on the situation. We have tried to strive not to lock down an entire facility and prefer if there's a specific concentrated situation in a housing area to just open up the entire facility and just keep that specific housing area on lockdown. So it really is a case-by-case basis. But yes, if you can certainly get us the housing area, that would be super helpful for us to give you that feedback.
No, listen, I understand that there's a line and we have to make sure that we're keeping everyone safe, but from what we were hearing that there was a number of weeks where they were locked down and folks couldn't get in touch with them, and it was causing a lot of issues. And so I'll definitely follow up offline to get you the exact house, because I think she's working on that now, but 75 is a lot. And so thinking about what are we doing to mitigate the violence so that we can have less violent outbreaks and things like that. And so I think all of those things needs to be considered, because if there was 75 between November and May, is locking down, is that working? Because, for me, it's always thinking about, are there other solutions and what are other ways for us to think about? But I will get that information. I'll follow up. Thank you.
Councilwoman Stevens, the lock-ins, there's a process. So you could do a 1-hour lock-in if you suspect an incident that's going to occur. Then we have a housing area lock-in, a facility lock-in, and also we can have a partial lock-in, where two of the persons in custody must lock in for their own safety concerns, so we could bring them out. So when we talk about lock-in, emergency lock-in, there are steps and levels to it. It's not just we lock it in. It depends on what it is. Now, when SCC Frage spoke about 75 for GRVC, we have to determine, what is a housing area locked in? Was it a departmental lock-in? Was it a facility lock-in, or was it a partial lock-in, and was it just an hour lock-in with the assistant deputy warden locked in?
They were saying specifically it was a lockdown and non-movement, and this was going on for several weeks. So that's the bulk of the information I had. So I know obviously there are going to be different circumstances and things like that. And so I just, like I said, it's more asking like, what's the process? And obviously it's different circumstances.
Different levels, yes, ma'am. Different levels, different stages. So you definitely give us that information. We'll check and get back with you.
Yeah, and also, again, like just thinking about like and I know the tools are limited. I don't want to pretend like we don't have limited tools, but thinking about, are there other things that we could be doing too? So, but I will follow up with you guys offline just to get you some more information, because we were trying to come to the facility, but our schedules didn't align. But there was quite some concerns because we couldn't get in touch with her brother for quite some time. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. I wanted to touch on the Cisco virtual visitation platform. Wanted to know, will this platform be available on the personal tablets?
Something we can certainly explore. We're still working with the vendor, and we're currently in the procurement process. But we do know that Cisco application would help kind of streamline the current virtual visit platform and kind of reduce our reliance on Microsoft Teams for both family visits, virtual visits, as well as attorney virtual visits.
If not on personal tablets, how are you all envisioning the setup to be?
First, tapping into our existing kind of apparatuses and platforms throughout the facilities, and then kind of exploring if we need to either expand it in other places so people can have access. We'll obviously have a conversation about tablets, as well as scheduling a scheduling platform for scheduling in-person visits, which I think recently passed.
Okay. And the Lightning Law discovery sharing platform. Can you, just for the record, I don't think we've talked about it here at this hearing or in this committee before. Maybe we did, I'm sorry. But can you, just for the record, explain how the platform will work?
We're going to have our deputy general counsel.
Yeah.
So I'm not incredibly versed on the technical aspects of it, but essentially what it does, it allows an attorney to share all types of discovery directly with the client. So it would encompass records I believe video is part of that as well, so anybody want camera type things. It's something that is direct from the attorney to the client. They could review the discovery. I think there's an element of a communication, kind of a messaging back and forth, but we envision it, and as do the defense bar, to be something that really helps to facilitate an advanced review of the discovery before they meet with them, because what ends up happening is if you have to do it all at one time, it becomes protracted visits, and I think they want to accelerate this so that when they have the appearances, it's kind of taken care of before the court appearances.
And so this will be kind of set up similar to the visitation area.
No, actually, I think this is going to be on the tablets.
On the this is on the
Yes,
tablet.
the
Okay,
lightning law will
great.
be on the tablets and kiosks in the law library. The virtual visits is going to be for now in kiosks.
Got it. Okay. In terms of the opioid stimulant and substance program, we've got money for hiring 5 addiction counselors to provide persons in custody with individual plans, counseling, connection to community-based organizations. When do you all anticipate filling these positions?
Hello,
If not already,
Nell McCarty
yes.
again. So we have interviewed for the 5 positions. We have actually submitted for them as well, so we are considering them in the pipeline. We're waiting for them to get their final vetting to be able to onboard them.
Okay, great.
We are also posting for a supervisor, so that should be going up shortly.
Okay, and we see that the funding stops after fiscal year 27. Is there any reason for that you're aware of?
That was the length of the grant. So this is a grant-funded position, and so the length of the grant is for those few years, and we hope to be able to bring those folks on full-time with their own lines.
Okay, I wanted to ask a question. Well, while you're up here, we have just one more programming question. You had 34 vacancies in the Division of Programming, which you credited for the lack of staff to your inability to meet the mandatory 5 hours. How many of those positions have been filled and how many are still vacant? I think you answered this earlier, but just...
Yeah, so when we last spoke and we came up with, or we spoke about that number, we reduced that number down to 12 vacancies. With the addition of a few actually new needs that came in, we currently have 20 vacancies, but those weren't accounted for when we were speaking at the preliminary budget hearing. So I just want to flag that, and those actually include like the 5 lines for the substance misuse counselors that we're trying to bring in the pipeline. So right now it's 20 that we have as true, vacancies.
Okay. Transitioning to cell doors. The preliminary plan included a baseline 2.5 million increase for cell doors. Just a question on how many doors have been replaced so far using these funds?
Morning. Thank you for the question. Kevin Doherty, Deputy Commissioner of Facility Maintenance Repair Division. For fiscal year 25, are you speaking for the 2.5 allocated for fiscal year 25, or?
Let me see how it's written here. It's not, yeah, look, it just says, how much did you spend in FY25 on doors, actually? Let me start there.
So for fiscal year 25, non-accounting for the 2.5 that was allocated as of March,
yes,
we have installed 177 doors.
Okay. Do you purchase doors from the same provider? Every time?
We go through our JOCS contractor, and we provide very specific requirements for the doors. For the doors that we have allocated currently, they do come from one specific vendor.
One specific vendor, right? Yeah. I'm sure there's not like that many jail door builders out there.
Correct.
Okay. So the funding specifically to purchase new doors that's put in the plan, is that to cover the cost for new parts or whole new doors? Or does it also cover personnel costs associated with that?
So for the $2.5 million that was baselined from fiscal year 25 till 29, That is for the full and complete installation of doors. So that comes with door frame, door itself, locking mechanisms, door hinges, removal costs, installation costs, as well as manpower costs.
And is who does the labor for that?
Contractor.
Outside, okay. Is it generally the same contractor every time?
So for the 177 doors prior to the 2.5 allocated this year, that was done by in-house trades. And we specifically did it in areas of the higher classification.
Okay, so previously doors were done by in-house trades. Moving forward, it will be outsourced through contractors.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to transition to a conversation about the state prison facilities. Well, the closure of 3 additional state prison facilities, and wondering what have been the nature of the conversations between you all and state corrections on how to get folks who are sentenced and waiting to move upstate off of Rikers.
So thank you very much for that question. Our conversations with the state are ongoing. Our commissioner continues to have those conversations on a weekly basis. Our custody management unit also has those conversations on a daily basis. The challenge for the state right now is that as it opened its intake, it's not just taking persons from our own jurisdiction, but rather the entire state. And so the conversations are ongoing. It's not a secret that we are and have been managing a bed capacity challenge. Our staff and our members of very specific divisions and units have really done an incredible job in basically ensuring that we have all the necessary cells, all the necessary housing areas, that we have a bed for every person that remains in our care, as well as those that are coming in. But the conversations, Chair, are ongoing.
I imagine. Has the state provided a date in which, any date or any timeline in which they'll resume upstate transfers?
So they have already opened up as of May 5th. The numbers that they're taking for us are not ideal because they need to basically take from every county. I think that they have taken so far approximately 87 persons that are state ready, but the number and the challenge that we have is that those who are deemed state ready right now are a large number for us.
What's the number?
It exceeds 900. As of today, is 912 state ready.
Okay. For people who are nearing their parole eligibility date, have you discussed the possibility of facilitating parole board hearings at Rikers?
I've had conversations with docs and their counsel. Well, not directly with their counsel, assistant commissioners about that. I mean, I think we really have to look at exactly what you're talking about, and I've mentioned this, because as we go along, people are credited with the time that they were in our custody to begin with. So I think there's a circumstance where they're approaching a lot of those, those end of sentence or parole eligible type dates. They've committed to do that again, unfortunately, because of what the first deputy commissioner said, that they're doing it statewide. They haven't been able to dedicate anyone to us directly yet, but that's our hope, because I think it's a really important thing that they need to look at.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. And actually, General Counsel, I'll stick with you. With regards to the DOI deadlocking investigation, are there any updates that you can share?
No, that's ongoing, and as a matter of fact, we just had a communication with them this morning where we're facilitating some transfer of discovery for them.
Okay, I believe we heard that there was an internal memo that was distributed to staff about deadlocking to discourage this practice. That's correct, that happened?
That's right. It was back when this first was raised at the Board of Correction meeting. We did circulate it at that time.
Is it possible for you to share that with the council?
Sure.
Follow up?
Yeah, we can follow up with that, yeah.
Okay. And one other question, similarly, under the investigations around Charisma Jones, they found that she was repeatedly denied medical care, even after being transferred to the infirmary, with staff claiming that she was on Medlock, and officers stopped medical staff from entering her cell multiple times to check her vitals. As you know, she was later rushed to the hospital, pronounced dead from multi-organ failure. Can you clarify what being on Medlock means? And under what conditions someone would be put on Medlock?
So Medlock is, it's not something that we find in our operational directives. It's more something that's a colloquial term. It's medical lock-in. So in that facility, particular Rose M. Singer, there is no communicable disease unit. So that is what would be used at that time. It's just something where there is a condition where they can't be in otherwise in the dorm areas or you know, in other facilities that they're sent there. It's also sometimes used in circumstances when a person newly in intake has not been medically cleared, so where they won't consent to search procedures or otherwise. So that's what that area is specifically.
So who makes those determinations in a facility?
It's done by, in certain circumstances, CHS would make that determination. In others, it's, again, on the security front, when they've not been cleared, I think it's done by our intake.
And that's communicated outward to wardens on the floor, your deputy wardens on the floor? Like, how does that trickle down for someone to know that this young woman was on the colloquially termed Medlock?
I think it specifically has to, yes, I think it has to go to the facility leadership. Though, again, I don't know the exact processes and the dissemination of information, but the wardens in those facilities would know who's supposed to be assigned to those areas.
Would you mind providing the protocol for that so we can understand how that is determined, under what conditions, and how that gets how it's supposed to be communicated out?
Yeah, as I mentioned, that's a colloquial term that's kind of used for that. but
I
we've got
know
the
that,
official
but if
one.
someone is being put aside for some kind of quarantine or something, or medical staff are being denied to go check up on someone, there must be I imagine there's a protocol with that, and if not, we have a serious problem. So if there is one, we'd like to have it.
We certainly will.
Thank you. I believe those are all. Oh, final question. How many people have been released via 6A year to date in 2025?
Hello. So for 6A year to date is 34 people. So this is January to date.
34, as in 34?
34.
Okay, 34 people. And how many people are working, reviewing and working on those types of cases?
Yes, thank you for that question. So we have an assistant commissioner assigned to our reintegration unit. Underneath that assistant commissioner is an executive director of reintegration as well as a director of reintegration. Last year, for example, at this time, we had one person part-time reviewing individuals for 6A. At this time, we have 3 people reviewing individuals or candidates for 6A.
3 people, so 3 people assigned to just review cases. Is that what they do fully?
They have other responsibilities,
Okay.
but this is part of their responsibility.
So 3 people, okay. Okay, those are my questions. I'll turn it back over to Chair Brannon.
Okay, thank you all very much for your testimony, and we look forward to working with you going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a...
I'm sorry, chairs. This is Councilmember Quad. I'm so sorry. I passed along a couple of questions to the chairs. I don't know if it's possible to ask them on my behalf.
we just got, yep. We just got them now. We'll ask.
Sorry, I just got it.
Thank you.
We don't have quorum, so Councilmember Caban can't ask her questions, but we're going to ask them for her.
It's related to the 6A program, actually. In March, you testified that 498 people serving city sentences were eligible for early release through the 6A program. In this month's Board of Correction meeting, your staff called the current situation in the jails with the sharp rise in the jail population unprecedented, and board members urge you to respond to this crisis by using 6A as widely as the department did in March 2020, when over 300 people were released in 1 month. Have you considered applying the same criteria that was applied in March 2020 to expand 6A releases now?
Chair Nurse, if I may clarify, the number that was quoted earlier is the number of sentenced individuals that were assigned to our custody. Only sentenced individuals can be considered for 6A. When we talk about 6A, we talk about doing an internal analysis of the entire history of that sentenced individual that could be potentially considered. There are very specific criteria of charges that will not allow that person to be considered for 6A. But just because we have X amount of sentenced doesn't mean that all of those sentenced individuals can be released into 6A. And so the team member that Deputy Commissioner McCarty has described to you, it is their responsibility to actually look at every single sentenced individual to determine if they are eligible for the 6A program.
What you've testified is that you don't actually have a full-time staffer just dedicated to reviewing cases. You have 3 people who have other responsibilities but also work on this. So I think that's an issue given the potential eligibility of 498 people. And I guess I'm wondering, what's the average length that a review process is?
That's a great question. So, and just to also highlight, we are looking at making a full-time staff person that literally this is their sole responsibility, but right now we've just divided it between 3 people. But the average length really varies. And so based on what the initial review might take for one person, a day or a few days for that initial, let's check on their charges, let's see if they have, any open cases, things that might be easier to stream through. But then it can take up to 2 weeks for us to go and review their full folder, which is paper-based, like reviewing of any additional forms, anything that could be literally a judge's order for them not to be considered for early release, or rather not even early release for a program such as 6A.
And what would you say the percentage of time per each of those 3 staff people is spent on case review?
I mean, I can verify for one of them, it's multiple hours of their day.
Okay. So I think the point, a point the council member would like to make, if she was able to speak for herself, in March 2020, there was about 300 people released. Only 9 were rearrested for any charge. Less than 1%, which is only 2 people, were rearrested for a violent felony. And so this is clearly a program and a pathway that would work. And I think it would be really great to get that full staff member on in any other capacity that would be needed, given the situation with upstate, inability to transfer, the mental health blockage upstate as well, and then what we have the census population growing.
So, Councilmember, just to add, we're happy to look into possibly expanding what the team looks like that review these 6A applications, but also just to put it on a record, like March 2020 looks very different than May 2025, and so did our population. So to the FDC's point, the people who are sentenced now, the makeup of their offenses look very different than the people who are in our population in March of 2020. And just to underscore, like March 2020, that was COVID, right? So people were released, and most of them probably sheltered in place, right? And these were people who had lower offenses, but we are definitely, and we've had conversation and committed to looking into possibly figuring out how we can expand the unit to create a more systematic review of those applications. But I know it's something that has definitely been a priority for the FDC and DC McCarty, as well as the commissioner.
Yeah, it would be great if you could provide that statistical data to back up what you're saying in terms of what the top charge of folks were that were released, because what we're seeing is, only 2 people rearrested, and I'm not even clear if there was a conviction on any violent top charge. Okay, that was it. Thank you.
Great, thank you all very much. All right, so we're going to take a break. We will reconvene at around noon, and we'll hear from the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs.
Just an update, guys. Again, remember, food or beverages need to be taken out to the rotunda. You got to put it in your bag or you got to finish it in the rotunda. Again, no one approach the dais at any time. Please, thank you. Again, all food or beverages to be finished in the rotunda. Thank you. We're going to begin shortly. Please find your seats.
Buenas tardes, bienvenidos al concilio de hoy de la ciudad de Nueva York. Este es el comité en... Can you hear me? Este es el Comité de Finanzas, Justicia Penal e Inmigración. En este momento, por favor, silencien todos sus teléfonos celulares y sus aparatos electrónicos para minimizar las interrupciones durante la audiencia. Si usted desea testificar, por favor, llene una forma para testigos con el sargento en armas. Si usted tiene un testimonio que desea entregar para el acta o para el récord, usted lo puede hacer por correo electrónico en testimony@council.nyc.gov o testimony@council.nyc.gov. Una vez más, es testimony@council.nyc.gov. Si usted requiere o necesita un dispositivo para traducción o interpretación, por favor, diríjase hacia el sargento en armas para que reciba ayuda. A lo largo de toda esta audiencia, no se acerque al estrado, no se acerque a esta área. Muchas gracias por su cooperación.
Assalamu alaikum, maa ngi leen di nuyu di leen gërëm ci kaw li ngeen ñëw fii tey daanaka lii ñoo xew si fi mu nekk nii ñu ngay commencé si meeting bi ñu ngay yëgal ñëpp ne ku fi yore téléphone nga yore yeneen marchandise yooyu mun nga koo fay pour li tax ñi duñ ñu mun a déggoo bu baax a baax so ñu ngi leen di nuyu ñu ngi leen di gërëm bu baax a baax su fekkee ne am na ku bugg a laajte dara mun nga jotandiku ak saajin bi nga yëgal ko da nga bugg a wax ak moom so ñoom nañ la wax lan nga war a def o su fekkee ne da nga bugg a pour binda tamit mun ngaa binda testimonycouncil.newyorkcity.gov loolu mooy seen nombre bi so ñu ngi leen di yëgal ne fi mu nekk ni nag meeting bi dina ñëw commencé ku fu am loo soxla nga jéem a gis saajin bi nga wax ak moom nga ñu mun laa dimbale si kaw loolu so ñu ngi leen di gërëm bu baax a baax.
大家午安，欢迎来到我们今天纽约市市委这个财务、刑事、正义、移民小组的会议。现在呢，请你把你的手机静音和所有的电子仪器放到最低的声音，避免干扰我们今天的听证会。如果你本人想作证，请你填写。 这个证人的要求作证的这个申请小纸，交给我们的法庭的这个警长。如果你今天想把你的证词呢提交作为纳入我们的记录，你可以通过我们的 testimony@councilnyc.gov 来邮寄给我们保存你的证词。如果你需要翻译，请你也来找我们的法警寻求协助。任何的时候呢，就请你不要在开会之后靠近我们的前台。谢谢你们的合作。
on jarama on tolnama ɗo si tawi ɓe landike on joni koyon ɗanɗin téléphone uji ɗin fof fewndo ɗo e kadi si tawi iɗon faala addugol testimony koyon windu ɗum ɗo e kaydiji ma windon nabon ka testimony@council.nyc.gov e kadi si tawi on ala e famude ko ɓe woni wolde ko ɓe jogui appare ko nantinta. Okay, assalamu alaikum.
يسعد مساءكم. اليوم جلسة لمجلس المدينة على المالية والحالات الجنائية والهجرة. لو يرجى وضع التليفون في وضع الصامت خلال الجلسة. لو حبيت أن تقدم شهادة رجاء الوصول إلى الرقيب الموجود في الجلسة أو المحكمة لإعطائه عن تعبئة الورقة المتاحة أو تقوم بتقديم الشهادة على الإيميل testimony@councilnewyorkcity.gov. لو عندك أي سؤال كمان رجاء التواصل مع الرقيب الموجود في المحكمة. شكراً.
Bonsoir, bienvenue dans la réunion Conseil Ville New York là pour finance, justice criminelle avec immigration. Pour Kounia, s'il vous plaît, éteignez téléphone ou bien mettez-le sous silence ensemble avec tout l'autre appareil électronique nous avons pour minimiser l'interruption pendant l'audience. Si vous voulez témoigner, s'il vous plaît, remplissez le formulaire qui nomme agent sécurité. Si vous voulez envoyer témoignage nous pour dossier, nous voyez dans email testimony à commercial council.nyc.gov. Encore une fois, pour témoignage nous, car enregistré. Si nous avons besoin de traduction ou bien un appareil pour traduction, alloué agent de sécurité pour assistance. Pendant tout le temps dans l'audience, Piga nous venons d'air. Merci pour la coopération.
আসসালামু সবাইকে স্বাগত জানাচ্ছি আজকের এই নিউ ইয়র্ক সিটি কাউন্সিল মিটিংয়ে যেটা ক্রিমিনাল জাস্টিস ইমিগ্রেশন আর ফিন্যান্স নিয়ে এই সময় আমরা চাই আপনাদের সেলফোন নীরব রাখুন যাতে কোনো ধরনের অসুবিধার সৃষ্টি না হয় এই শুনানির সময়কালীন আপনি যদি প্রমাণ দিতে চান তাহলে একটা উইটনেস স্লিপ আছে যেটা সার্জন অ্যাট আর্মসের কাছে পাবেন আর আপনি যদি আপনার প্রমাণ জমা দিতে চান রেকর্ডের জন্য তাহলে এটা ইমেলের মাধ্যমে করতে পারেন এবং ইমেলের ঠিকানা হচ্ছে testimony@council.newyorkcity.gov আমি আবার বলছি যদি আপনি প্রমাণ রেকর্ডের জন্য জমা দিতে চান সেটা আপনি ইমেলের মাধ্যমে করতে পারবেন এবং ইমেল হচ্ছে testimony@council.newyorkcity.gov আর এবং আর যদি আপনার দোভাষীর সাহায্যের দরকার হয় তাহলে আবারও সার্জন অ্যাট আর্মসের সহায়তা নিন কোনো এই হিয়ারিং চলাকালীন কোনো সময়ই আপনি স্টেজের কাছে ডায়াসের কাছে আসতে পারবেন না আপনার কোঅপারেশনের জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ থ্যাংক ইউ
No, I'm good. Thank you. Bonjour à tous. Alors, nous vous souhaitons les bienvenus dans cette réunion qui est organisée par le comité qui porte sur la finance, la justice criminelle et l'immigration. Pendant tout le temps de cette audience, nous vous demandons de garder votre téléphone sous silence. Et si vous souhaitez témoigner, rapprochez-vous des sergents qui sont situés soit à l'intérieur de l'hémicycle, soit aux bordures des portes. Vous avez également la possibilité de soumettre vos témoignages par Internet en tapant testimony@concil.nyc.gov et vous pouvez également transmettre vos témoignages directement auprès des personnes qui sont présentes. Si vous souhaitez également une traduction, rapprochez-vous des gardiens qui sont devant la porte ou qui sont dans l'hémicycle. Nous vous rappelons que les langues suivantes sont disponibles, le français, le créole, le chinois, le fulani, l'arabe et le wolof. Ils sont à votre disposition pour tout désir de traduction. Nous vous rappelons que pendant tout le temps de l'audience, il vous est impossible de vous rapprocher des personnes qui interviennent. Nous vous souhaitons une bonne audience et vous remercions pour votre coopération.
We're ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Good afternoon and welcome to second portion of today's executive budget hearings. We're going to hear this afternoon from the Commissioner Castro and the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs. I'm Councilmember Brannon. I chair the Committee on Finance, and I'm pleased to be joined by my friend and colleague, Councilmember Alexis Aviles, who chairs the Committee on Immigration. We've been joined this afternoon by Councilmembers Salam, Lewis, Hanif, and Moya. Welcome, Commissioner Castro and your team. Thank you for joining us today to answer our questions. On May 1st, 2025, the administration released the Executive Financial Plan for FY 26 to 29, with a proposed FY26 budget of $115.1 billion. Moya's projected FY26 budget of $781,962 represents less than 1% of the administration's proposed budget in the executive plan, and it remains unchanged from the amount budgeted for Moya in the administration's preliminary plan back in January. My questions today will largely focus on Moya's priorities, as well as capacity, legal support services, and language access for various city agencies. But I now want to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Aviles, for her opening statement.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon. I'm Councilmember Alexa Aviles, Chair of the Committee on Immigration. Thank you all for joining us at this fiscal 2026 executive budget hearing for the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, otherwise known as MOIA. I would like to thank my fellow council member, Chair Brannan, for joining me at this joint hearing, and also would like to thank Commissioner Castro and other members of the administration who are with us today. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the precious and ongoing contributions that immigrant New Yorkers make to our city every single day, culturally and economically. Immigrants are the heartbeat of our neighborhoods and a vital part of the fabric of not only New York City, but the country as a whole. And yet, daily, we've seen our federal government threaten the safety and vitality of our immigrant New Yorkers. Just this weekend, a high school student in the Bronx was detained after showing up to what he thought was a routine court date, and ever since has been prevented from receiving desperate medical care or service from his legal counsel. Stories like this will only become more common in our city under this Trump administration, particularly if we are not funding the organizations that provide the direct services and/or education to immigrant communities. I would also like to recognize that the work the city has undertaken to support immigrants' health, particularly in expanding access to care through initiatives like New York City Care and providing emergency health services along with disease prevention care to those who cannot afford it, regardless of their immigration status. These are critical steps to ensure that our new neighbors remain healthy, and we commend the city agencies and community partners working tirelessly to meet the needs of our diverse communities. Our city government is the last line of defense in providing crucial services to our most vulnerable communities. That being said, we must also be honest about the gaps that remain and how the proposed fiscal 2026 executive budget misses the mark of further supporting the enormous work that community-based organizations are doing on the ground. Prioritizing and adequately funding legal services, again, adequately funding legal services and language access should not be negotiable. These are essential components to a just and equitable city. And when these supports fall short, it impacts the lives and livelihoods, leaving our new neighbors and old neighbors vulnerable at every moment they need for stability and protection. Further, compounding this challenge is the Federal House approved budget reconciliation bill, which proposes new penalties for states that offer health care to undocumented immigrants. This is deeply troubling development that threatens New York's ability to continue using state funds to support essential care. It risks widening existing disparities and could undermine our long-standing commitment to being a city that welcomes and cares for all. We cannot claim to be a sanctuary city while simultaneously scaling back the very support that makes that vision real. This administration has had both the time and the resources to build a comprehensive and compassionate response. Unfortunately, we've seen much of reactive decisions, underinvestment, and very much missed opportunities. New York City has long been a safe haven for immigrant communities, including the growing number of unaccompanied minors who arrive here seeking safety and stability. This young population faces tremendous challenges navigating immigration court alone, and the executive budget lacks any dedicated funding to address this unique need. Canceled contracts also has meant loss of hundreds of jobs in New York City as well. This administration and the council has a responsibility to ensure that our city budget reflects our values and acknowledges the truth of this time. And yet, throughout the budget exercise, we see the administration acting like nothing is quite happening in the broader context, and it would much rather waste taxpayer dollars in advancing Trump's agenda than harnessing everything in our city's power to protect immigrants. It is unconscionable, highly alarming, and profoundly harmful to immigrant communities. Before we hear from Moy, I would like to thank committee staff, Carolina Gill, Florentine Cabor, Nicole Gata, Rebecca Barilla, as well as my dedicated staff, Edward Cerna and Christina Botego, for their unwavering commitment and hard work. With that, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Going to turn it over to the committee counsel, Brian Sarfo, to swear you in, and we can begin.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Castro? Deputy Commissioner Sanchez?
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Lucero?
I do.
You may begin.
Thank you, Chair Aviles and Chair Brannan, and the Committee on Immigration and the Committee on Finance for holding this budget hearing. My name is Manuel Castro, and I serve as the Commissioner of the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs. I'm joined today by Jasnia Sanchez, Deputy Commissioner of Administration and Strategic Initiatives, and Lorena Lucero, Deputy Commissioner of Programs and Policy. In my testimony, I will discuss fiscal year 2026 budget and our priorities. But before I begin, I want to speak directly to New York City's immigrant communities. Primero en español. Sé que este es un momento difícil. Sé que muchos sienten miedo, miedo de ser separados de sus seres queridos, miedo de tener que dejar el lugar que ahora llaman su hogar, o incluso miedo de simplemente ser vistos. Yo también sentí ese miedo. Crucé la frontera cuando tenía apenas 5 años y crecí indocumentado en esta ciudad. Sé lo que es tratar de construir una vida mientras se vive con incertidumbre todos los días. Por eso quiero tomar un momento para decirles esto claro y directo. Como lo han escuchado del alcalde y de los líderes de esta ciudad, sigan accediendo a todos los servicios de la ciudad sin miedo. De parte de la Canciller de Educación, continúen enviando a sus niños y a sus hijos a las escuelas. De parte de la Comisionada de Policías, si son testigos o víctimas de un crimen, llamen al 911. De parte del presidente del Sistema de Health y Hospitals y de la Comisionada del Departamento de Salud e Higiene Mental, busquen atención médica en nuestros hospitales públicos cuando lo necesitan. En esta ciudad cuentan con personas, servidores públicos, educadores, trabajadores de la ciudad y vecinos que se preocupan profundamente por su seguridad y su futuro. Estos no son solo servicios, son sus derechos y están aquí para ustedes. Pero sobre todo, no pierdan la fe. No pierdan la esperanza, vivan su vida y no dejen que el miedo gane. Now in English. I know this is a difficult time. I know many are feeling fear of being separated from their loved ones, fear of having to leave their place, the place that they have now called their home, or even fear simply being seen. I felt that fear. I crossed the border when I was just 5 years old and grew up undocumented in this very city. I know that what it's like to try to build a life while carrying uncertainty every single day. So I want to take this moment to say this to you clearly and directly, our immigrant communities. As you've heard from the mayor and from our city's leadership, keep accessing all city services without fear. As you've heard directly from the school's chancellor, continue to send your children to school. From the police commissioner, if you witness or experience a crime, call 911. From the president of our health and hospital system and the commissioner of the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, seek care at our public hospitals and city-administered health programs when you need them. And I can go on and on because this city has people, public servants, educators, healthcare workers, your neighbors, who care deeply about your safety and your future.
These are not only city services, they are your rights, and they are here for you. But most importantly, don't lose faith, don't lose hope. Continue to live your life, and don't let fear win. Now, let me begin with a brief overview of where we stand. I'm glad to share that all of Moya's funding is preserved in the executive budget for fiscal year 2026. And we are entering the new fiscal year with a proposed budget of approximately $29.6 million, the largest budget since the office was created. This budget allows to continue strengthening Moya's programs and infrastructure across key pillars: immigration, legal, and support services, English language learning, language access, community engagement, and communications to our immigrant communities. We will build on 3.5 years of sustained mission-driven work, during which Moya has delivered more services than at any other time in the office history, while responding to multiple crises impacting immigrant communities. During this time, we've significantly expanded access to immigration, legal and support services, English classes, language support, and more. We've also managed a record number of contracts with immigrants serving nonprofits, ensuring our efforts remain deeply rooted in the community. Moya aims to use its funding in the most strategic way to meet the emerging needs of immigrant communities. On immigration legal services, in fiscal year 26, we are working to A, establish our new Moya Immigration Legal Support Centers, and B, extend contracts to existing legal providers. We are on track to launching the Moya Immigration Legal Support Centers initiative for fiscal year 26 by July 1st. This initiative is a $6.4 million annually funded program that will support 25 immigrant-serving nonprofit contractors to provide culturally and linguistic responsive immigration legal services in immigrant-dense neighborhoods. In addition, we are extending existing contracts with immigration legal service providers through fiscal year 26 and incorporating them into our Moya Centers model. This new model represents an evolution of Action NYC and past approaches. It incorporates changes that meet the current and emerging needs of New York City's immigrant communities and places services directly in immigrant neighborhoods. We will also continue to operate the Moya Immigration Legal Hotline in partnership with Catholic Charities. In 2024 alone, the hotline received over 64,000 calls, connecting immigrant New Yorkers to consultations and trusted referrals amongst our providers. Another cornerstone of our work is English language instruction. Our Moya English Learning Program, run in partnership with New York City's 3 public library systems, currently offers English classes at nearly 60 branches and community centers across the city. During my tenure, we developed a comprehensive beginner-level curriculum that had been widely requested by both advocates and learners and was missing from the curriculum. Now the curriculum is available at all levels of proficiency, and it not only teaches English, but connects immigrants to city resources and services, helping our communities navigate life in New York City with greater confidence and independence. As with previous years, language access remains a key priority for Moya. Over the last several years, we've worked hard to build an in-house team of experts that now provide translation and interpretation services for mayoral offices and technical assistance to over 45 city agencies, helping them comply with local authority and meaningfully expand language access across city government. In April, we launched the I Speak campaign as part of our Immigrant Heritage Week, encouraging all New Yorkers to request services in the language they're most comfortable with, and reminding agencies of their obligations to provide it. Community engagement remains at the heart of our work as we seek to be an office deeply rooted in community. In 2025 alone, Moya's External Affairs and Outreach team has made more than 10,000 direct touchpoints with immigrant New Yorkers through resource fairs, tabling, Know Your Rights presentations, days of action, canvassing, and through our Ask Moya email and hotline. We also launched the Know Your Rights for Immigrant New Yorkers campaign across more than 4,000 digital screens across New York City, ensuring that accurate multilingual information is reached by communities citywide. In a time of uncertainty and misinformation, Moya's communications efforts help ensure immigrant New Yorkers receive information from trusted messengers in their own language. For example, in recent months, we partnered with the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene for a multilingual media roundtable on healthcare access and collaborated with the Department of Housing Preservation and Development, the Commission on Human Rights, and the Mayor's Public Engagement Union for a press briefing on housing rights. These events drew over 46 ethnic and community media outlets with coverage in Chinese, Urdu, Korean, Arabic, Spanish, Bangla, and more. Combined, these stories received over 1 million impressions, directly reaching immigrant audiences with timely and accurate information. Lastly, I want to thank the many public servants across city agencies and offices who continue to show up for immigrant New Yorkers, and to our team at the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs for their commitment and for continuing to show up for all immigrant communities. I am proud of what we've accomplished together, and I remain committed to ensuring New York City remains a national model for immigrant services and opportunity. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Also been joined by Councilmember De La Rosa. There's a couple of questions for me, and then I want to really turn it over to the chair. During the preliminary budget hearing, you stated that the Immigrant Rights Collaborative was planning an additional Know Your Rights workshops in schools and had a goal of completing 240 workshops. Could you tell us if we've met that goal or how we're looking?
Yes, we have not met that goal, but we are on our way. We currently have about 80 trainings left.
Okay. And could you give us an idea of how the borough equity shakes out there? How many are happening in each borough? Are you trying to do an equal amount in each borough?
So I don't have the borough breakdown, but I can tell you that the way that it was designed, it was to prioritize folks who were in shelters, schools, and faith-based institutions, and I do have the breakdown there if you want that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So in shelters, we've done about 52 trainings so far. In schools, we've done 47, and then 14 have been at faith-based institutions.
And has the cruelty and chaos coming from Washington impacted attendance at these workshops, better or worse, or?
I think there's been several things that have impacted attendance, but I can say that there has been, when we first started the workshops, there were more people coming. Because of that, we had to pivot. So instead of doing in person, we had to move to doing them online to meet the low decline in numbers.
So there's no additional funding added in FY26 for the Immigrant Rights Collaborative. Do we assume that the program will be discontinued beyond FY25?
If I can add, thank you for the question. So the Immigrant Rights Collaborative was an emergency push as part of our office to increase the number of Know Your Rights workshops. So that was something that we did for the second half of FY25. In FY26, the Immigrant Rights Workshops program itself continues and is fully funded. So we will continue to fund the 17 community-based organizations that have been contracted yearly to continue that work.
Did you ask the administration for more funding, considering everything that's going on right now?
We have been in close communications with our partners at OMB to assess the needs of our programs.
Okay, during the preliminary budget hearings, you stated that Moya were developing an intranet for all city agencies to better access Moya's resources. Could you give us the status update of that, and when do you anticipate it might go live?
Yes, we're working with our multiple city agency partners to develop this intranet, and we'll be launching very soon. We're hoping to be launched by the next fiscal year.
What's the budget for the project?
We are using existing funds for this project.
they're making you use your own Moya funding? They're not, the funding is not housed in a different agency?
No, we're working closely with our partners at our OTI to develop this website using existing funds.
And how does Moya utilize ethnic media to keep New York and in general and immigrants in particular informed?
Yes, we hold ethnic and immigrant media roundtables on a regular basis. We aim to have at least one per month, if not per quarter. As I mentioned in my testimony, we held recently 2 very successful immigrant media ethnic roundtables, one to highlight access to health care and another to highlight immigrant rights and housing. This is incredibly important work that we prioritize because we know that over a third of New Yorkers access media or news through their language community outlets.
The We Speak NYC and the Moya English Learning and Support Centers, I see the executive plan includes just about $620,000, but that's compared to 1.1 million last year. Why was the budget for We Speak NYC reduced?
So for next fiscal year in FY26, we have secured in the executive plan about $600K. As you mentioned, we continue to be in close collaboration in communication with OMB to continue to assess the needs and funding that will be needed.
But why was it reduced so much?
Again, in fiscal 25, we were happy to receive that additional funding from our partners at OMB, and we continue those conversations with them as we get closer to the adopted plan.
I just think it's crazy that OMB would be reducing your funding at a moment like this. Blink twice if you agree.
What I will add is that the funding that you currently see reflected is the baseline funding for the program,
right.
And we'll continue to work with our partners at OMB.
But I mean, do you think the program's going to be negatively impacted by that funding cut?
We're in communications also with our partners. We will be continuing our partnership with the libraries, and again with OMB, we hope to to continue those conversations for additional funding.
Do you have a sense of how many participants attended the We Speak NYC classes last year?
Yes, about 1,434 individuals.
And was there a contingency plan or for the folks that you served who are attending classes at shelters that might now be closed?
And sorry, Chair, I actually misspoke. So, because you said last year, so in 2024, about 5,152 individuals attended the classes. During our current calendar year, from January through March 31st, 2025, about 1,434 individuals.
So what about the folks who attended classes at shelters that are now closed?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Sure. What was the backup plan to continue serving those who were attending classes at shelters that are now closed, migrant shelters?
So the classes that are being held at shelters are run by our colleagues over at OWASO. The focus of the classes that they were providing were intermediate level. Folks who have completed those classes are open to join an intermediate level class at any New York Public Library site that's participating in a program, so referral pathway is existing. The beautiful thing about We Speak is also that individuals have the ability to take classes on their own and use the material that's existing on our website, which is also available to all the learners.
And Chair, if I can, just to give you more sort of awareness about the program, about 2 years ago, we decided to fund the New York City Public Library branches so that they can provide these English classes across their system so that we can connect newly arrived immigrants both in the shelter system and in our immigrant communities with access to these classes. Prior to that, classes were provided by community-based organizations on a voluntary basis, and we thought that this would be a good way for us to spread across, better spread across these classes. Now, with the available funding, we will continue this partnership with the New York Public Libraries, and we hope to continue to add resources to that.
We'll talk a little bit about the city's collaboration with the state. The state FY26 enacted budget includes a little over $80 million for different immigrant-related programs. Does Moya ever collaborate with the state's Office of New Americans?
Yes, we're in constant communication with our Office of New Americans, the State Office of New Americans. In fact, we contract with many of the same providers, including Catholic Charities, that also oversees their hotline. So we have regular calls and we speak on a regular basis. This is work that's important to both offices, and we work very closely with them.
Okay. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Aviles.
Okay.
I'll come.
Chair, if I may,
Yes.
just to add to your question on the immigrant and ethnic media work, we've held 8 roundtables in the last fiscal year in 2025. And our next roundtable will be on worker rights and immigrant communities, which will be looking to highlight the important rights that immigrants, regardless of their immigration status, have, and what to do if they have been victims of workplace exploitation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair. We've also been joined by Councilmember Hudson.
Okay. All right. So let's start with by talking about the legal support centers. So in fiscal 26, executive budget for Moya's Legal Support Center includes $12.2 million for Action NYC, aka Legal Support Centers. $5 million for Asylum Seeker Legal Assistance Network, ASLAN, and $2.8 million for the Asylum Seeker Resource Navigation Center. Can you clarify what portion of the $12.2 million for Action NYC is new funding versus baseline funding from the previous fiscal years?
So the baseline funding for legal services is around $7.9 million, and the difference is the additional funding that we're receiving in FY26.
So the remaining six mil and some is additional one-time funding.
Well, that's for Action, for legal services at Moya. That's 7.9. So that's the number that includes. In terms of the $12 million that you're asking about, in terms of legal services, we also got an additional, I think you're referring to the additional funding that's reflected in
4.3, yeah.
Yeah.
I had to do the math now.
Yes. It's the that we got added in the exec plan.
That's one-time funding.
Yes.
And that's coming from where?
OMB.
Is that coming from the OWASO money?
I would defer to our colleagues at OMB, but that was added to our.
You don't know where the money came from. You're just happy to have it.
Yes, exactly. But my
Of course.
understanding is that it's not coming from the state funding that OASO received for this work.
Okay. So of the 12.2 million, how much is being distributed directly to providers?
So in FY26, we have the legal support centers. Hold on, give me 1 sec. I can turn to my chart. So total for legal services, I think this will make a bit more sense to talk about this. For FY20, here we go. FY26, the new 25 Moya legal support centers will get $6.3 million about. That's what we have been budgeted for. On top of that, as the commissioner mentioned, we will be extending contracts for some of the current legal providers under the formerly known as Action NYC contracts. And that will be about $11.9 million. I think there's a bit of sort of to flesh out your numbers. The $12 million that you're talking about is what's added in the exec plan, right? So some of that funding is a one-time funding that we have gotten that includes the $4.4 million that we received from the administration, the formerly known as ASLAN, which is the $5 million in the funding for the program formerly known as the Navigation Center. I think that's what you were referring to, Chair. I'm sorry for the confusion.
No, that's okay. I have a couple different numbers floating around my head. So in terms of the legal support center, so essentially, despite all the changes in the contracts, well, it's the same amount of money for the contract, more or less, from last year, just a lot more organizations. Right?
It's more, actually.
So you said 6.3 million is going in fiscal 26. I have here fiscal 25 was 6.4 million.
Correct. So it's going to be more, right? So in FY26, Moya is consolidating programs, right, under the Moya Immigration Centers, right, and all available, received funding in FY26 will be added to that effort. So through the baseline funding that we have, right?
Can we stop you for just a quick second? I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I'm understanding because I feel like I keep hearing different things. So of the 12.2 million, 6.3 million has been awarded for fiscal 26.
So I think, let me go back
Okay.
a little. I think we were talking about, so the 12 million that you're talking about, that's the funding that has been added, right, in FY26 in the executive plan. That is not baseline funding. That's additional funding that we have received as part of, the executive plan. So that's, that's a one-time added funding that we've received.
So you're saying the 12.2 million is in addition to the 7.9?
Correct. Apologies for the confusion.
Okay. So still, even then, back to how much was is going to be distributed to providers. So you noted 6.3 million for fiscal 26, which is less than fiscal 25.
So that's for the current contracts. For the, for the new contracts starting July 1st. So those are the new centers that will be established. On top of that, we are extending 13 of the current legal services contracts, formerly known as Action NYC, for one additional fiscal year. Then that will be about $12 million for 13 for 13 contracts.
So you're going to extend 13 contracts for an additional year, and then you're going to award an additional 6.3 million.
for the new contracts.
And the new contracts will start when?
July 1st.
And can you provide the council with a list of providers and their funding allocations for this fiscal 26 allocation that you've already made?
Sure, we can share that.
Great, thank
And
you.
Chair, if I may add, we're working towards, as of today, having, starting July 1st, or in July, 38 Moya Legal Support Centers across New York City and neighborhoods where immigrant communities live.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just for the record, we want to make sure the 12.2 million that we were talking about includes the 5 million from the Asylum Seeker Legal Assistance Network and the 2.8 million from the Asylum Seeker Navigation Center.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Right. So starting in fiscal 26, programs like the Asylum Seeker Legal Assistance Network and the Resource, we got to find shorter names, and the Resource Navigation Center are inclusive of the Legal Support Center. Why were these programs funding consolidated into a single budget? And will they still be run by the same providers? So I guess it's an overlap of the last question.
In part, to address your last point, to limit confusion as to where immigrants can access services, we want to provide the resources so that these centers, housed in nonprofits, can provide legal services and other services. We're prioritizing, of course, legal services because that is what is in high demand. Jess, do you want to add to that?
I'll start and then I'll pass it on to my colleague Lorena as well. Yes, it's part of consolidating the work that has been done through the Asylum Seeker Assistance Network, known as ASLAN, has been legal services that will be folded into the services that are being provided by these current contracts. So it's, and we're also ensuring that we increase the number of access points for immigration legal services for all immigrants, right? Whether they're recent arrivals or, they're, have been here in the city for many years or are also, perhaps hold some sort of temporary status. But I'll pass it on to Lorena to add more.
Yeah, the only point I'll add is that during the preliminary budget hearing, over half of the public testimony focused on increasing legal services. So in a response, but also in a response to the need that we're seeing from folks from around, we thought this was the best approach to fold in to create additional touch points for legal services.
Yeah, especially since we filed tens of thousands of asylum applications to an office that is now closed with no information on what to do for those folks. So yeah, we need it pretty bad. So in terms of the, how will Moya ensure coordination and efficient utilization of resources to avoid duplication and services across the Legal Support Center / Action NYC?
So we, of course, work very collaboratively with the other agencies that house immigration legal service programs like DSS, HRA, OCJ. In fact, our immigration legal hotline refers individuals to these services, and we'll continue to work with them individually and as part of our immigrant task force that we coordinate, interagency task force that we coordinate.
Got it. And I'd like to recognize Councilmember Brewer and Councilmember Bacha join us. Will the ASLAN legal support recipients contracts end, and are they being notified?
All of our contractors, of our legal service contractors, have received notification as of last week. We are scheduling follow-up calls with them The idea here is to fold services, and we're going to be working with them in the next couple of weeks to figure that out with them together.
When you say fold services, can you explain that?
Based on the last statement you said, in order for us to not duplicate services and to sort of streamline, that's what I meant by that.
Got it. Thank you. In terms of, so the official start date for the new contracts under the new Legal Support Action Center, I just totally merged the two names. That's what's happening in my brain right now. You're going to give us, were they all notified of their contracts, or has those determinations been made?
So all current and new vendors that will start July 1st have been notified. With regards to the new vendors that are starting on July 1st, they are working closely with our partners at DSS, and they're working through their contracts, but more to come.
And were there any providers that were previously funded under Action NYC that did not receive contract renewals under this new model?
In terms of contract renewal, extensions or renewals, right?
There's the extension, and then there's the new model.
With regards to the extension, we had conversations with all current providers to propose what that, if they were interested in that extension. All but two providers did not submit proposals. So in terms of the current legal providers, really just two of them will not be extended for another year because they were not interested in submitting that, proposal. Regards to the new contracts, again, because we're still in the process of these contracts being set up, I can't go into, list out the current selections, but that will come in the next couple of weeks.
But are you aware, so in terms of the extensions, two that were not interested, are you aware why they were not interested?
We held, multiple, reached out. We just do not hear back other than saying that they were not interested at that point in time to submit an extension.
So they did not inform Moya why they were not interested? They ghosted you?
Not ghosted us, but they didn't go into specifics.
Okay. In terms of the renewals, so sorry. In terms of the new contracts, obviously there was an expansion in the numbers of providers. I think, Commissioner, you mentioned up to 25 in this new provider list. Essentially, the money hasn't increased in that pool. Are those contracts significantly smaller?
So to clarify on the numbers, of the baseline funding, we'll establish 25, let's call them Moya centers, in the next fiscal year starting July 1st. Together with the extension of contracts, we'll have another 13, which amounts to 38 Moya centers across New York City. Once we have that full list, we'll be publishing that online. We'll make sure council members have that full list, and we'll let you know if any of these centers are located in your districts so you're aware of services available there.
So there's no overlap between the extensions and the providers, the new providers under the new contract? There's no overlap there?
There will be some overlap, and we will be sharing that in the next couple of weeks again.
Okay.
So, because some of these contracts are still in the beginning
stages, in the process.
Right, but there will be some overlap.
I would imagine unless you secretly grew providers overnight, there has to be overlap there. So that's what we're interested in understanding. In terms of the what were some of, and I know we've discussed this before, but certainly as the new contract will take hold, Can you remind us for the record what some of the primary reasons for changing into this new contract model was?
Partly is to establish legal MOIA centers or providers within immigrant communities so that residents can access these services in their own neighborhoods through providers that are most, I think, adequately established in these communities to provide culturally and linguistically sensitive services.
I briefly add to that is, it's also to ensure that these new providers, right, are also encouraged, right, and we will be working with them to build those connections and relationships with other public institutions within within their neighborhoods, like schools, libraries, as well, to be able to grow their network as well. But I'll let Lorena also add a bit more.
Yeah, and I'll add that aside from the the legal support centers, there's also a legal technical mentorship component to it, which was meant to very intentionally create a way to find support for legal services for very niche matters to some of these smaller nonprofits. But I just want to emphasize what the commissioner said. I think the idea here was to create a very hyper-local focus where legal service providers had brick and mortars that folks could go to, immigrant New Yorkers could go to within the 5 boroughs.
So are you saying under the last contract that did not exist? I'm still trying to understand what the differences are besides more providers.
I'll let the commissioner expand, but I think the idea here is that to create more touch points, really, in ways that individuals from different neighborhoods could come and provide services. I also say that needs have changed. So the types of legal service providers who were needed to provide and respond to some of these changes was super important. In addition to that, the idea really, again, to that mentorship program is capacity building. Like you mentioned sort of jokingly, but truthfully, the idea is to create more legal service providers that can support different ethnic enclaves, and sort of the idea here is to build the capacity within some of those new legal support centers that might have that capacity to do so.
Yeah, I'd love to definitely hear more about the technical assistance component, but certainly the needs 100% have changed. At least people need full representation. They don't need just a light pro se anymore. And with the changes in the federal policies that existing cases are now much more complex. So just without changing much of anything, the complexities that are needed within legal service provision have significantly increased across the board without addressing even additional new needs. So 100%, I just don't, I guess I'd like to dive in later on about is there real capacity building there? Because from what we're understanding, what's happening on the ground now is everybody is completely underwater, and because of decreased resources, supervision structures are weakening. People have too much caseload, and those have been, and the service, the amount of money that the city is offering to nonprofits is not sufficient by any stretch of the imagination. So we still have this real significant challenge. In terms of how many people and what demographic does the new model propose to serve?
So I'll let DC Sanchez or DC Lucero weigh in on that, but just wanted to add to the model what differentiates the work of Moya and the programs that are housed in other agencies is that this model increases the number of, let's say, touch points of immigrant communities to city-funded programs, which is why we've decided to establish these 38 centers in immigrant communities so that people know where to go to if they were to need immigration legal services or other services. I think that's been an effective model for us to be very much rooted in community and districts and neighborhoods where immigrants live. And from there, we'll connect them to city services available to them and to other providers. And I think that's what we are doubling down in this new model. Not to say that we will cease to work with existing providers, which again, we said we will be extending contracts for this next fiscal year.
Sorry, Chair, can you repeat your question at the top?
Yeah, we were somewhere else. How many people does the new model propose to serve?
We're determining that number now because we're beginning the conversations with our contracted providers. And I think the other part of your question was
demographic.
Also, we'll circle back.
And wondering if there is any distinction there from the prior model.
Once we finalize conversations and finalize agreements with the selected providers, we'll be able to better assess that. But our goal is to, again, spread the services across immigrant neighborhoods in New York City and to provide as much linguistic and cultural diversity amongst these providers.
Yeah. So how does it look for our home community? What's the change that Sunset Park is going to see from the old model versus the new model?
I can't really share the list of providers, but there will be an overlap in terms of the services. We are looking to ensure that we continue to have full coverage in all 5 boroughs, especially in neighborhoods like Sunset Park, right, where we have a large immigrant community. That we have centers either really close by and or directly in these neighborhoods, so that folks can get these services with regards to the linguistic and cultural sensitivities, right? We were very intentional in this procurement to ensure that we continue to prioritize that. So you will see that also reflected in the providers. And I will just really quickly add with regards to the new contracts that are starting July 1st. While there's overlap, we also will see new vendors, right? And this is part of building that capacity, of smaller CBOs and being in community-rooted organizations that are providing this work as well, in collaboration with the new contract also that will be starting July 1st for legal technical mentorship for these new contracts.
So the ratio for the new CBOs that you're trying to build capacity in, what's the staffing ratio?
We can share that in the coming weeks as we're.
It's in the RFP, wasn't it? In the RFP, the
Yes,
staffing ratios.
I don't recall that from the top of my head, but
I think it was. I just don't remember. I
Yes, but
maybe
it's
you'd remember.
yeah. Also, of course, all of the selected vendors have met that, right?
Right.
But
So one of the problems, I don't know if you were able to solve this or you took it into account, was that the staffing ratio was inadequate for what the contract was hoping to achieve. Did you change at all the contract? I know this has been a long process. Was that ever addressed in the contract? Was the staffing ratio improved? Because it, from the former contract, had diminished quite a lot, which goes against actually what needs to happen. So did you change the staffing ratios in this final round?
if I can, I'll step in while Jess pulls that up. We did make significant amendments based on feedback we received from, the first versions of the RFX. And these amendments were made to, make sure that there was maximum flexibility for providers, including allowing them to, and Jess can weigh in, allowing them to decide how they would staff their programs at the amounts we had put the RFX out for, which is $250,000 per year for 3 years. Again, our preference is for our providers to be able to decide how to best staff their programs to meet those deliverables.
Got it. And so currently, does Moya have enough staffing capacity to manage the rollout of the programs, or do you need additional staff lines to support these programmatic roles?
We've, of course, always welcome additional staff. We've made a number of adjustments within our team to be able to best manage the rollout of these programs and provide adequate oversight.
I'm not even going to do it. How many team members are currently dedicated to policy work to immigrant services, and what are their main priorities under the new model?
For policy work, we currently have 3 individuals focused on that work.
Will they be working as part of the new RFP model?
2 of them will.
I'm sorry?
2 of the 3.
2 of the 3. And what are their priorities under the model?
Well, one will be working closely with the legal service contractors, providers, to field and provide support with the legal mentorship, the technical component of it, so we can work closely, but also provide timely updates to our legal support centers. And the other will be supporting with the legal support centers.
Got it. And has the RFP made any accommodation for the increased complexity of existing cases?
I'm going to say yes. The contracts as they are provide more flexibility, so folks can meet deliverables based on the needs that are emerging. But again, more to come as we finalize.
Got it. Have you requested additional headcount to expand Moya's team in the near future to meet the demands of the Legal Support Center?
Again, we work closely with OMB to determine this. We have an existing headcount, 63 staff. We have, how many vacancies? 13 vacancies? 13 vacancies. We're working to fill those up. I think part of the reason we've established the technical assistance and mentorship program was so that they can also provide adequate assistance to the nonprofits that we're contracting, which is why this program is essential to the work that we do.
So you haven't requested additional staff from OMB. You're working on filling the 13 vacancies. Okay. So with the news of the nationwide blitz where ICE agents are entering courthouses to arrest immigrants and undermine due process now, as we've seen in the Bronx, what long-term strategy is Moya pursuing to secure the resources that will be needed in the years ahead to shore up and expand capacity?
A lot of our work is focused on our interagency coordination, working across agencies and offices so that we're in close coordination and communications. For instance, we understand that our school system is concern about this weekend's incident, and one of our providers, as was reported in the news, stepped in to support the individual and the family. We'll be working closely with the public school system and other agencies in such a way so that we can understand the needs on the ground in the community as they occur.
So, Commissioner, we saw just last week many ICE agents in the courts. What has Moya done in response to this?
Again, it's essential for our immigrant communities to be well informed of their rights and of the available services available to them, which is why we've doubled down on our communications efforts, and wherever possible, we are communicating directly to them about these rights and services that they should know of.
Has Moya gone to the courts to offer that service or direction to people who quite literally are being detained when they think they're getting a check-in or going for any other court issue?
Not the courts, no.
Yeah. Okay. I'd like to acknowledge, we've been joined by Councilmember Hudson and Joseph. Sorry, thank you. In terms of the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative, we know that this program offers legal supports to individuals who are detained or at immediate risk of detention and deportation, particularly those who have not had or do not have the opportunity to appear before an immigration judge or are subject to expedited removals, which we are seeing happening quite a lot. The executive plan includes $500,000 in fiscal year 26 for this program, and the funding remains unchanged compared to last year's adoption. In fiscal 25, the council allocated an additional $1.2 million to 3 providers for this program. Can you tell us how many people this program served in fiscal 25?
So before Lorena answers this question, Lucero answers this question, just to clarify, while Moya has not shown up to the courts or any of the other sites, our providers, the nonprofits that we contract to work directly with the immigrant community, are in constant communication with their clients about any risks that they might face as they show up to court or to their check-ins and so forth, which is essential to do this work prior to any instance that they may face non-local law enforcement and possible action. So.
Yeah, no, the providers are underwater. That's why we requested such a significant expansion of legal services support, because the city is expecting the providers to do everything and then some without sufficient support. So yes, they are there, but I would like to know, as a city agency who provides counsel and guidance to other city agencies, how are you engaged with court personnel if we see this continuing harm that is being done in the court system here? So I was asking specifically how Moya is engaging with the courts around this issue. So can we get back to how many people the program served, the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative?
In FY25, there were 88 screenings.
And are there any wait lists for this program?
I'm going to say yes.
Do you know how many people are on wait list?
I don't, but I can try to get that before the hearing's up.
When the Rapid Response Program first launched, it was shared as priority for city and state. Has the state continued to fund this program, or is it just fully funded with city dollars?
It's fully funded by city dollars.
Okay. So given the flow of deportation cases, has Moya formally requested additional funding for the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative from OMB?
We continue to be in close conversations with them.
But did you ask them for additional funding for this program in particular?
Not in particular, legal services.
Okay, so in terms of, we're going to switch to unaccompanied minors. The number of unaccompanied minors continues to increase. The absence of clear, sustained investment raises concern about the city's preparedness and long-term strategy for supporting this vulnerable population. Is there any funding in fiscal 2026 budget to address the needs of unaccompanied minors arriving in New York City or those who are facing immigration courts?
So I don't have the number, but I know that I can say that we are working with iCare, the coalition that supports some of this population, to figure out a need. I also don't have the latest, but I know that iCare's housed at the Department of Social Services. I just don't have the number with me.
So the program was defunded, I'm sure you're aware, at $14 million. Several thousand children. Is the administration going to add any funding for unaccompanied minors? The cases haven't disappeared. They still sit with the providers with no money.
So this is work that our colleagues at ACS oversee. We're working closely with them and providers to see what if the city can do with respect to this population. We're also very concerned about the children that are left without services.
Did Moya ask OMB specifically for funding for this program?
Moya didn't.
For unaccompanied minors?
Moya did not ask for this for this program as it's overseen by ACS. I defer to them to answer this question.
So you defer to ACS to
On
do
the
advocacy for unaccompanied minors?
No, we've raised concern, of course, about the impact of providers and the children that are left without legal services. But again, I defer to ACS to answer questions on their program.
And how is Moya then coordinating between the agencies, in particular to support the holistic well-being of unaccompanied minors? Are you gathering ACS, education, housing? Are you doing any interagency gathering specifically for this vulnerable community that has been defunded by the federal government?
I know services with respect to youth, children, families is part of our ongoing conversations through our Immigrant Interagency Task Force. And again, you know, the programs that are specifically overseen by ACS and other agencies, they request funding or can say more about their needs.
Right, Commissioner, but Moya's role, right, is, remind me what the role of Moya is for city agencies.
Yes, again, it's to help them help convene and coordinate across programs. But again, iCare is something that the Office of Civil Justice oversees, and in collaboration with ACS, and I defer to these agencies to weigh in on their budgets.
Okay, so have you convened and coordinated on unaccompanied minors and the situation we're currently in?
So Moya has spoken to both the Department of Social Services and ACS in regards to some of the cuts that we were seeing federally, in addition to also speaking directly with folks from the iCare Coalition.
Okay. First of all, I'm trying to get a sense of what is this action that is happening? Are there meetings? Are there actual requests for funding? Or what is the level of action that is happening when we have seen a straight defunding of some of the most vulnerable folks in immigrant communities, right? Children in particular. So I'm sorry I keep asking the question, but I just want a very specific answer. Either you didn't or you don't do it, or you're in the process of it, and this is what it looks like. This is what we're recommending or not recommending. So has the administration, again, considered long-term strategies for unaccompanied minors, who, especially those who are aging out of youth services but still require support?
Again, you know, this is an ongoing issue, and we're working with impacted agencies and providers to figure out what might come next. Again, the gap left by the funding of this program by the federal government is vast, and no one city can, close the gap.
Okay, I'm going to ask one more question, and then I'm going to turn it over to colleagues. I know you have places to go. Thank you for being here. Really quickly, so in fiscal 26, we see that the funding for OWASO was zeroed out. At the last, well, I don't know if it's the last hearing, we understand that there were 27 positions that supported that office with funding. Considering, can you tell us what is happening with all those 27 positions and resources?
I can't speak to all of the 27 positions. I know that some individuals have gone on to other agencies and offices. We are in ongoing conversation about if any will come to Moya, but nothing concrete yet.
So you don't know if any will be redeployed to Moya?
We're in ongoing conversation, but no, we don't know concretely.
Do you know what happens with all the casework that was started on the OWASO, the tens of thousands of cases that they opened up for new arrivals?
With respect to legal services, the services provided were on a pro se basis. Will be supporting those individuals that need continued assistance through our immigration legal service programs and other programs across the city.
And how will you provide that support?
We're referring individuals to contact our hotline or any of our existing providers. Again, this is an ongoing situation. As the application help center winds down, we'll be getting information to them so that they can refer clients to us.
Will Moya be receiving all of the center's infrastructure?
No, the application help center will be closing. And we, as of now, don't plan to subsume any of those resources.
So just for clarity's sake, I did an application through the Help Center. I'm now living somewhere. The Help Center closes. I'm supposed to know where to go to open or check on my application or to get further support because I'm calling the Moya helpline. That's the understanding with the tens of thousands of cases will find their way to Moya.
They'll have our hotline available in existing services. If they were to call the hotline, they'll know, that not the hotline, the application help center, that it is no longer active. And again, when they were provided with those services, the understanding was that it was on a pro se basis, not for ongoing legal support.
Right. The folks did understand that. The city seemed to have a problem with understanding the implications of that in the long term. So we've learned through recent reporting that New York City plans to end case management that helps new arrivals exit migrant shelters. We understand that since 2023, approximately 100,000 folks were serviced through this case management program. Services that include finding legal aid, jobs, English classes, with approximately 38,000 migrants still in our care. Can you tell us how many of them will be impacted by this cut in case management services?
So to clarify, both with the services that you've mentioned and the application help center, these were all funded by state resources, which we were not allocated for the next fiscal year. This is why those no longer will continue. And again, many of these programs were temporary as long as we had the resources to manage them. We'll continue to support people through our existing programs that we fund as a city. And just to note that those under our care are largely individuals that arrived not recently, so they would need a different set of services.
Right, but there's still a significant amount with no real new dollars to support the providers that are going to have to support this case load of work right now. Okay. So next I'd like to call, sorry, thanks.
Thank you, Chair. We have questions now from Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, chairs, and good afternoon, Commissioner Castro, and to your whole team. Had a lot of challenging conversations with some of the groups in my district and parts of Brooklyn, and hosted some mediations amongst them because they feel that there's some contractual provisions that were unfair from your agency. So I will ask you some questions about that in hopes that we could get some clarity and further conversation. So how is Moya ensuring equity in the distribution of Haitian Relief Initiative and Immigration Legal Service funding, particularly as smaller providers and CBOs have raised concerns that much of the funding is going to larger organizations like Catholic Charities, or with organizations with stronger ties with Moya, like Life of Hope? My second question is, how is Moya preparing to support Haitian TPS holders and West African migrants that are now in portions of Brooklyn? Given the high risk of similar revocations, and how would the 1.7 million Haitian Relief Initiative baseline funding from HRA's budget be coordinated to support humanitarian crisis support? And my last one is in regards to your testimony. You mentioned that Moya will be launching Moya Immigration Legal Support Centers, about 25 of them, and the numbers were all over the place regarding the 6.3 million. But I wanted to know, who are the nonprofits that you all will be contracting with to provide this legal support? And what are the metrics that you will utilize to identify those contractors? Those three questions.
Thank you, Councilmember. DC Sanchez will answer some of the contract questions, but I'm happy that the Haitian Response Initiative in this executive budget for fiscal year 26 will be baseline, which allows us to then discuss how the process to allocate the funds as a baseline project will look like. I'll let DC Sanchez talk about some of the other contractual issues. But again, the Moya centers that I mentioned, some of them are funded through our baseline funds, which will be 25 centers. Others will be funded through one-year contracts.
That's what's going to get you to the 38.
That's going to get us to 38. Right. And
will you provide those locations and have conversations with us before that process starts and before the launch happens?
Well, we'll provide the list of locations and the providers very soon, and make sure to let council members know if any of them are located in their districts, because there are ongoing contractual conversations. I think DC Sanchez can talk more about some of the limitations to do with that, but certainly we want to make sure to work closely with council members on this.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. So with regards to the new Moya Immigration Legal Centers that will start in July, I'll start with that. So that process was through an RFX that was started nearly a year ago. So there's, a process in place.
What was the metrics that you used for that?
So there's a procurement process that is in place.
Like an RFP?
There's an yes, it's an RFP that went out. This whole process is currently overseen by, in collaboration with the Department of Social Services. Where
It'll be good
this
to see what that
contract
looks
is.
like, how the metrics is made up for the criteria for the RFP. And because my time is up, I would like to know what support are you using for Haitian relief and for the West Africans, if all that is being bunched in together to support these two populations in the midst of what we're going through, in the midst of this crisis. What does that look like?
So really quickly, so all of our centers, Moya Immigration Legal Service centers, are open to all immigrants. We do have folks that speak multiple languages, and we do have, the centers do have language line available as well to support. And then with regards to the Haitian Response Initiative, this was an initiative that started back in FY23. It has been year-to-year funding, right? This was a rapid response that had to be put together, and it has been, we have been advocating for this funding to be baselined, right? To be able to plan, to best plan long-term. Thankfully, as of next fiscal year, FY26, that has been baselined for the outer year. So now Moya is in a better position to plan what the future of that response initiative looks like, right? And to address some of the concerns that have been brought up to you. Because
It would be
now
good
we
to
have
meet
that
with us so
funding.
you actually understand the concerns instead of
be
internally
good.
trying to manage that on your own. It's not an equitable process with who you have in place right now. I know I was part of that movement that came together to make sure that this initiative was pushed through, but it's still not equitable till this day. So it'd be good to have a conversation and meet with more than one member to have a thorough conversation. Thank you, chairs.
Okay, now we have questions from Councilmember Hudson, followed by Brewer.
Thank you so much. I have broader questions and then some specific to my district. But since January 2025, ICE has steadily increased its activity in our city, and providers continue to receive an uptick in reports of ICE arrests or attempted arrests in New York City. We know that ICE has picked up people at routine areas like near schools, places of worship, and many more. What is the administration messaging to those who fear deportation and no longer want follow-up with their doctor's appointments or are even willing to miss school?
Yeah, I think it's important to communicate clearly with our immigrant communities that they're entitled to these services. As I did in my testimony, I made sure to communicate directly with immigrant communities. I do so through immigrant and ethnic media on a regular basis. That said, that there's a lot of confusion, so it's important to continue to repeat this message.
And how does the administration propose to deliver services to detained and non-detained immigrants facing deportation? Is there a continuation of services?
Yes, there will be continuation of services. The services provided are through our, of course, nonprofit contractors, and they're allowable. Their contracts allow for this to occur.
The contracts allow for them to deliver services to both those who are detained and non-detained immigrants facing deportation, just to be clear?
Yes.
Okay. What need is there for additional resources, and how much of an expansion do you think would adequately meet the needs for immigration legal services?
As I shared in the last hearing, the demand for immigration legal services exceeds the need in our communities, especially as more communities need legal screenings and support, such as legal permanent residence. So we're very much aware of that.
Is there a number?
I said in the last hearing, we're speaking about over 1 million non-citizens that could use some type of immigration legal service.
Over 1 million non-citizens, but is there a financial number, an equivalent to that would be useful to support those needs?
Advocates have put this number at hundreds of millions of dollars. Again, we have programs not just at Moya, but at other agencies that look to meet the needs of the highest vulnerable populations. But again, as things change at the federal level, more communities are, of course, impacted.
Okay, thank you. And then 3 years ago, the Hall Street complex opened in my district with almost no advance notice from this administration, housing roughly 3,500 migrants with minimal support. My office immediately stepped up to serve both our new neighbors and longtime Clinton Hill residents. We hosted a major town hall with elected officials to address shelter capacity, organized two, may I continue, chairs?
Yes.
Thank you. Organized 2 resource fairs offering legal aid, food, and clothing. We ran donation drives and delivered supplies directly to families in need, and we partnered with schools to enroll newly arrived children, all without much help from the administration. Looking ahead, how does the Office of Immigrant Affairs plan to use its budget to better support both the short and long-term needs of migrants coming to our city? And do you believe there should be dedicated funding and resources for migrant and refugee resettlement?
Well, first of all, thank you, Councilmember, for the support you've provided to our immigrant communities at Hall Street and in your district. This is one of the reasons, one of the major reasons why we've made changes to our model so that our MOIA centers are located in immigrant-dense communities, so that we have better coordination and communication directly in the districts where immigrants live or where we've temporarily house them. We're learning from the last several years and making adjustments. Again, in terms of resettlement programs, it's hard to say. We provide case management and assistance for people to find their own housing within New York City neighborhoods. But of course, affordability is a crisis that all New Yorkers have experienced.
Right, but I just want to be clear, do you believe there should be dedicated funding and resources for migrant and refugee resettlement?
I want to be careful in how I answer this question. I think, New York City should limit, so migrant resettlement has been an effort conducted by the federal government, and immigrants should have the choice to resettle or settle wherever they think is appropriate. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Okay, questions from Councilmember Brewer, followed by Joseph.
Thank you. My first question is, I think for your workshops, the ones that are most successful in Manhattan are the ones at the restaurants. Are you doing those? Are those some of your restaurants are the restaurants getting workshops? The workers in the restaurants.
So the priorities have been, but also welcome an opportunity because we have some pending workshops that are still available through our Immigrant Rights Collaborative. Our priority were HERCs, so at the physical HERCs, libraries, as well as schools. So as of now, we might have trained workers who work at restaurants, but not physically at a restaurant.
Okay, but so you would be open to doing workshops in restaurants? That's where folks are. So yes, you would be working to do that?
Yes, to fill the gap and need, more than happy to support workers.
Okay, we need that. Second, I'm very familiar with many of the African young men because they're in my house and they're in my neighborhood and I'm up to here with them. And my question is healthcare. So they all have NYC Care. They have no idea what to do with it. Some of their friends got Medicaid a while ago, not now, obviously. So I guess as my question is, just generally, this is a group, I mean, they don't know who Taylor Swift is. They're like in another world. And so my question is, how do you communicate with them about these issues? I'm doing the best I can, but they don't know where to get health care. They don't know, they know to go to school. They sort of know to get on the bike and do the deliveries. It's another world. Fulani, I'm learning Fulani. I'm pretty good at it right now. So my question is, how do you communicate with a group like this, and how do you tell them how to get health care, et cetera? Who does that?
Well, thank you, Councilmember, for your work. This is why our work with community-based organizations is important. That said, to get to scale, we have to work with health and hospitals and in our health care system overall, which is why we held the Immigrant Media Roundtable a couple of a month ago, so that we can get this information out through news outlets that they read in their own languages.
Yeah.
Again, it's challenging because a lot of these languages are what we term languages of limited diffusion, so we have to find every which way to get to them.
Okay, and then the other question I have is just in terms of those that leave the shelters. Obviously, the Roe and the Roosevelt, in terms of those families, are closing in June. So is that the responsibility of H&H caseworkers or your caseworkers? How does that information get transferred as to where they're going, what their questions are, et cetera? There are a lot of families in both of those hotels.
Yeah, I know caseworkers at H&H are working very hard in the next several weeks to make sure that people get information that they need. Those who are transferring to the Department of Homeless Services should also get information through that agency.
Okay, so you think that that's enough, that they'll be able to handle that? And then what happens, you don't know, to the H&H caseworkers? Do they go to health, do they go to DHS? Do they have contracts that end, or we don't know?
Yes, their contracts are ending. They've been informed. Many of them are transferring to other agencies or other work.
It would seem to me that they would be helpful because they're so knowledgeable about some of these cases. Is that something that somebody's paying attention to?
Yes, they would be great additions to any team because they know the work on the ground and with these communities.
Okay. Just finally, also, we work a lot every day with CUNY in terms of their support. Is that an organization that you fund, or do they get their funding elsewhere? CUNY Citizenship.
Yes, we fund CUNY Citizenship now.
Okay, and they are funded to do the actual casework for people getting asylum or immigration or green card, et cetera. Is that correct?
Correct. They partly have funding from us, but also other funders.
Okay. Do you have some senses generally how much federal dollars totally, when we had the cultural groups here, they actually gave a number from Cultural Affairs of $23 million as to what was cut from the cultural groups. Do you have some sense of what has been cut for immigration from the god-awful federal people?
As was mentioned earlier, it's in the tens of millions. I mean, it's an ongoing situation, so it's quite significant.
Okay, is that something down the line you could give us a number?
We can make an analysis, yes.
Okay, that would be helpful. Thank you.
We have questions from Councilmember Joseph, followed by Salam.
Thank you, chairs. A couple of questions. Commissioner, how are you? About that New York City student that they detained in ICE, what kind of support are you providing for the family? And when young people are going to court, and that's what the chair was referencing, unaccompanied minors as well, but accompanied minors as well, what kind of support is Moya providing for young people?
Thank you, Council Member. Because of the sensitivity of particular individual cases, we don't often share specifics, but as was reported through the media, one of our providers, NILAG, stepped in and is supporting the individual and the family. We're very proud of the work that our providers do in this respect. Generally speaking, if any individual or family needs support, they can call our hotline or reach out to any of our providers to see how we can help. And then often we also get informed on our end.
Is those providers listed somewhere that families know where to go to? Are they also provided to New York City public school students or families, immigrant centers? Because I know this is one of our very case, but from this case we can learn how to better support New York City public school students who will face ICE.
Yes, we have a list of our existing providers, which again, that will grow, and we're working to roll out a new version of that list as more Moya centers are added. But yes, all of our agencies have this list available to them. We also have an extensive directory on our website that people can use. It's a mix of organizations that we contract with and don't, but that's available to them as well.
Thank you. Wanted to circle back to and talk about We Speak NYC. I know that's a program I used widely when I was teaching. Is that in partnership with D79?
No.
It's not.
This is a program that is run solely by Moya.
Solely by Moya. But in the executive plan, you only have 617,000 compared to the 1.1 million that was added last year. So why was the budget reduced by 615 in the fiscal 2026 compared to 2025 in the adopted budget? Is it due to the closures of the HERC centers as well? Does that play a role in that?
No, that's an independent program. We still are in close conversations with OMB about the opportunity and potential to add additional funding to this program in next fiscal year. The $617,000 that you see reflected in FY26, that's the baseline funding, and we'll continue to work with OMB to.
But if you need to expand, you will, Chair. Can I?
And if I may add, Councilmember, to the question regarding D79, we do work with them to encourage them to send students to one of our many sites within the library system.
Was that funding, the 630, was that repurposed to Immigrant Rights Collaborative in FY25 since the program was not continued in fiscal 2026? How were those funds reallocated or absorbed?
So that funding for that was in FY25, due to the high need that we saw at the end of 2024, leading up to to inauguration, there was a high demand with regards to Know Your Rights, right? So given the limited funding that we had, we made a decision to pivot that funding and fund additional Know Your Rights workshops with current providers, as well as do a large print of materials that have been developed by our office and our public in our website to be able to print those out for contracted Moya vendors and also for council offices as well.
Do you have a number of how many folks attended this We Speak NYC classes last year?
Yes, in calendar year 2024, the exact number is 5,152. And currently from January 1st, 2025 through March 31st, 2025, 1,434.
Why the drop in numbers?
It's mostly because we haven't completed the calendar year, so it's only up to March.
Okay. Do you have a breakdown of locations, borough, sites, and why is the Bronx the most underserved in the 6 locations that you have?
I do have a breakdown. So currently, for FY25, there was a total of 179 classes. 72 were in Brooklyn, 69 in Queens, 10 in the Bronx, 26 in Manhattan, and 2 in Staten Island. The makeup is really determined in collaboration with the library systems. So that's sort of the reason, but we'll be more than happy to sort of look into that as well.
That would be great. And We Speaks NYC is still successful in terms of attracting new participants. What are the criteria you use to measure success? And that would be all chairs. What do you use to measure success?
Well, I think for us, as you know, with this is really the entry point to just to English services, period. So for example, like my mom, who might be shy to speak English in front of people, this is sort of the place where you get the very beginning fundamentals. So for us, metrics-wise is the number of classes that you're attending, but also the ways that we are capturing some of the information. So that's part of it. But again, for us, it's really encouraging learners to continue their journey with intermediate level classes and so forth.
Is there an exit survey that folks take in order to say how well this is working or it's not?
Yes, I'm going to say yes. I just don't have the number handy. But overall, anecdotally, folks have said that it's been helpful in encouraging them to continue their adult learning classes.
Thank you, chairs.
And can I, if I can, Councilmember, just to clarify. So we have baseline funding for this program. And then throughout the year, we often get additional funds added to Moya's budget, which we then invest in these various programs. Not ideal for our providers, and we hear them, but we are very committed to working closely with them so that they know, right, that this may come.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, chairs.
Questions from Councilmember Salam.
Thank you and good afternoon. I have a question about the immigration legal services and the federal funding cuts. Fiscal year 26 executive budget includes only $4.4 million for immigration and legal services, which falls far short of the $190 million requested by the City Council. How does Moya plan to sustain critical legal programs given this shortfall, especially in light of the recent $200 million in federal cuts that have already disrupted services for over 1,000 open cases in New York City?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. The funds available to Moya for immigration legal services are not the only funds available for this work. Other agencies also have available funds for these needs. Do you have the total number, Jess?
Yes, I can also add that on top of the $4.4 million that you see in the executive budget, there were a couple of other items added. $1.65 million for the Haitian Response Initiative, $5 million for the program formerly known as ASLAN, and $2.8 million for the program formerly known as Navigation Centers in the executive plan. And for the entire city budget, we have, I believe, hold on, give me one sec to pull up the number. For the city budget, the total immigration legal services investment citywide is $42.6 million.
And what is Moya's contingency plan for the 200+ impacted legal service staff and pending minor asylum cases if additional city support is not secured?
I'm sorry, Councilmember, could you repeat the question?
Sure. What is Moya's contingency plan for the 200+ impacted legal service staff and pending minor asylum cases if city support is not secured? Additional city support.
Oh, I see. The Application Help Center, again, we've expressed our disappointment that the state funding is not available to continue those services, and the Application Help Center will be closed by the end of the fiscal year. As I stated before, clients will be connected, or potential clients will be connected to our existing programs, including Moya's, and staff are finding new employment at other agencies and within our nonprofit sector.
And Chair, I just have one last follow-up. Dealing with mental health services for immigrants and asylum seekers, immigrant communities, particularly asylum seekers, face unique mental health challenges, yet the executive budget lacks dedicated trauma-informed mental health funding. What steps will Moya take to address this gap and expand culturally competent mental health support? And has Moya coordinated with DOHMH and/or H&H to develop a joint strategy to deliver mental health services tailored to undocumented and recently arrived populations?
As I've been working closely with the Commissioner of the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. In recent months, we're planning to launch an outreach campaign for this summer, specifically for these reasons. Both the Commissioner and I will be deploying staff and ourselves going into immigrant communities to ensure that immigrant New Yorkers know of our existing resources. We're also working closely with the Mayor's Office of Community Mental Health to continue to inform our residents. It's a priority for us, which is why the Commissioner and I will be working on this joint project this summer. Thank you.
Thanks.
Chair.
So in the vein of mental health and just healthcare services in general, are there any new specific investments that are being made in fiscal '26?
I'd have to defer to DOHMH and the Mayor's Office of Community Mental Health on questions related to the budget. I don't know, honestly, of any new investments, but we do play a role in ensuring immigrants know about existing resources, including their hotlines. And again, this is going to be a priority of ours this summer as we launch this outreach campaign.
In terms of the federal government right now, in this reconciliation bill, we see provisions to penalize states that use state-only funds to provide health care to undocumented immigrants by cutting their federal Medicaid funding. How do you see this potentially affecting New York City and New York State's health care initiatives to undocumented communities?
Yes, it's something that I know that is of concern to our health and hospitals and DOHMH leadership. We're looking at potential impacts on our communities, and again, we can't speculate about what may or may not happen, but we'll be ready to respond when the time comes.
In terms of, given that New York State has historically taken steps to expand access to health care for all residents regardless of immigration status, do you foresee the proposed federal penalties forcing the state and city to roll back any of these programs?
We frankly don't know, though the city has been strong advocates of expanding health care to all its residents, in that, we have the adequate resources to be able to meet those needs.
And in terms of how does Moya's plan to advocate at the state or federal level against these policies could harm immigrant access to health care, such as provision in the budget reconciliation bill? I'm sorry if that did make any sense, but how do you plan to advocate at the state or federal level against these policies?
Yes, we're in close contact with our colleagues at the OHMH. Again, working very closely with the interim commissioner there to bring our teams together and think about these things. As we hear of any changes or any impacts, we'll be able to respond together.
Have you made any public statements about how harmful this reconciliation bill will be to immigrant communities?
We have not, but both our three offices, Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, Health and Hospitals, and Moya put out a letter directly communicating to our immigrant communities about our ongoing commitment to our communities, regardless of their status.
I'm sorry, did you say you wrote a letter to immigrant community members about the harms they're experiencing?
No, we wrote a letter emphasizing our commitment to their care and emphasizing that they can continue to access city services regardless of their status.
Got it. And then, in terms of, if you haven't made any public statements, have you made private statements to our state partners about the harm of this? Have you made any statements to our federal part, who's left as federal partners, about the harm of this?
We have not. That is up to our Intergovernmental Affairs Office, although we did put out with the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene an op-ed emphasizing the importance of healthcare programs to our immigrant communities.
Has Moya explored partnerships with ethnic media to ensure that critical messages are reaching immigrant New Yorkers in their native language, particularly about the harms that are being proposed in this bill?
Specifically about this bill, no. Although, as I said earlier, our partnership with immigrant and ethnic media is very important, which is why we hold these ongoing roundtables. about a month and a half ago, we held one dedicated to healthcare, and we'll continue to hold these moving forward.
In fiscal 20, how does the fiscal 26 executive budget ensure continued or expanded access to health care for undocumented and uninsured immigrants in New York City?
I don't have specific details on the budget question. I'll have to defer to my colleagues at the OHMH and H&H for that.
Have you recommended any specific funding levels to ensure healthcare for undocumented and/or uninsured immigrants in New York City to your colleagues?
Again, we have ongoing conversations with our colleagues. We defer any funding requests to them as they oversee the.
But have you made any recommendations, is my question.
Specifically, Moya, no.
Okay, so does the executive fiscal 2026 executive plan include any resources for improving language access in health-related services for immigrants who speak limited English or indigenous languages?
For health-specific language access, I'm not sure if we have that information in front of us, although we do coordinate language access across the city, and we have ongoing conversations with all of agencies, including the OHMH and H&H, on this matter.
Has Moya engaged with the NYPD on their recent policy change given bicycle riders criminal citations?
No.
Is Moya aware of the policy of NYPD giving bicycle riders and e-bike folks who violate traffic violations criminal summonses?
We're aware, but have not engaged, no.
Do you think it would be helpful for Moya to provide recommendations to the NYPD around the immigrant implications of providing criminal summonses for traffic violations rather than civil summonses, which is what they did before?
Much of these conversations will occur as we hold conversations through our Immigrant Interagency Task Force.
So when did Moya become aware of this policy change?
I don't have the exact date, Chair.
Perhaps when it was in the newspaper, when we all became aware of it, is quite possibly. But I guess now that you know that it is happening, has Moya affirmatively reached out to the NYPD to say this is bad for immigrant community members who rely on this mode of transportation, to single them out and unfairly provide a criminal summons which could trigger federal immigration detention and deportation? Knowing that this policy passed, has Moya affirmatively reached out to say this is wrong thing to do?
This is not a specific conversation we've had with the NYPD.
Does Moya think it should have this conversation with the NYPD?
These topics are often issues that come up during our interagency task force meetings.
Also, has Moya been keeping track of, I think to an earlier point, in the courts? Has Moya been keeping track of ICE engagement in the courts at all?
As much as others, as much as we hear of reports. Again, there's little ways we can know about these instances ourselves because we're not in any way coordinating with non-local law enforcement.
Right, but is Moya keeping track of any ICE engagement across the city at all?
Yes, but again, it's hard for us to keep track because we don't know of this information and we can't verify this information, just like most people who are tracking this.
Has Moya ever considered the potential of being a place where you should track that kind of activity that could help with both providers and residents engage?
it would be very difficult for us to do that.
Okay. Okay, I think we've certainly belabored the point, but as you are aware, the council requested a $109 million increase for the immigration legal services enhancement, and was only granted $4.4 million. Do you think $4.4 million addition is sufficient to address the current need?
Like I shared earlier, the demand exceeds the need. And DC Sanchez described the total amount that the city allocated for this. Again, it's not just to Moya, but other agencies as well. If DC, you want to add to that?
No, the only thing that I will add that in the executive plan, there was a total of $42.6 million added to the city's executive plan for immigration legal services.
And give me the breakdown of where that's going to, the 42.6.
That I will have to get back to you. I don't have that specific breakdown other than just Moya's portion, which is the $12.2 million that we discussed earlier.
Great, okay, we're almost wrapping up here. In terms of budget and staffing, you mentioned earlier that you currently have 13 vacancies. When we last met, you mentioned you had 11 vacancies, so you have increased. Are you having challenges getting lines hired?
Well, currently, unfortunately, since the last time that we were here, we had a couple of attritions added, so that's why we have now more vacancies. Now we also have now 5 candidates that are in the pipeline that are still that are moving through the approval and onboarding process. Last time it was 4. So that's sort of what we're currently are at, and we'll continue to work with, OMB for to get those approvals, and we're also posting some of these vacancies. Currently, 2 positions are posted, and a few more will come online in the next couple of weeks.
So the 5 candidates you have are for the 2 posted positions, or they're for other positions?
For other positions.
Okay. And how long is it taking, how long have those candidates been in the pipeline for?
It varies. Some of them have been there for almost a little over a month. Recently, others have been there, between 6 or more, or 6 to 8 months at the very least.
Wow, that is a lot. So have you experienced, to your awareness, candidates that have withdrawn because of that lengthy hire? 6 to 8 months to get hired is enormously long time.
Currently, we're very thankful and lucky that all of the candidates are still very interested.
Holding on.
Holding on. Again, this is on a case-by-case basis. And, in terms of the onboarding process, and again, we continue to work very closely with our partners at OMB and to be able to get those approvals.
Do you know
possible.
why it's taking so long, 6 to 8 months?
I do.
Or waiting, they're still waiting. It could take effectively longer than that. You have any awareness what's contributing to that length?
I do not have specifics, unfortunately.
Is this typical? Have you seen this before? Is this kind of what it is?
It depends, right? I mean, to be onboarded to the city on average, it takes a few months. Yeah, we continue to work with OMB and other folks to get these folks on board as soon as possible.
Right, so currently Moya staffing structure is you have 5 in your agency, and then everybody else is in different agencies.
Correct. We have, yes, 5 lines under the mayor's office, and then the remainder are split between the Department of Social Services as well as DCAS.
And are the vacancies, are they concentrated on one or the other? Or are they across both DCAS and DSS?
Both, DCAS and DSS. It's a bit of a mix.
Got it. And you don't know to this point whether or not you're going to absorb any of OWASO's staff?
Not yet.
Okay. Yeah, I think so. All right. Chair, I think we're good.
Okay, thank you all very much.
Thank you, chairs.
Thank you.
Just lastly, want to express my gratitude to both of you for convening this hearing and to all our council members for their work with immigrant communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to have public testimony, so hang in there. Come on, Alexa.
I have no energy.
I never heard of a market.
All right, we're going to get started with the public testimony portion. I will now open the hearing to public testimony. Just have to read this disclaimer. I remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding and that decorum must be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent unless you're testifying, of course. The witness table is reserved for people testifying. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Furthermore, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony. However, they may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in our final official hearing record. If you'd like to speak at today's hearing, you got to make sure you fill out one of those slips in the back and then wait to be recognized. Once you are recognized, you'll have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topics, either the Corrections Department budget or the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs. And if you have a written statement or any additional written testimony that you'd like to submit for the record, just provide a copy of your testimony to the Sergeant at Arms and they'll bring it up to us here. If you don't have it with you, you may email written testimony to this email address, testimony@council.nyc.gov. You got to do it within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings, again, are not accepted. Okay. First panel. We have Monique Francis and Carmen De Leon. Could you pass me the water? No, right on. Thank you, Boo. Thank you. Okay, whoever'd like to start?
I will start.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Greetings, Councilmember Brennan and Councilmember Avelis and the members of the Finance and Immigration Committees. My name is Monique Francis, and I'm here as the Interim Executive Director of CUNY Citizenship Now. I'm here before you today on behalf of the 55 City Council-funded employees advocating for continued funding for an organization that is making the difference and empowering immigrants at a time in our history when the people who built this nation are being treated in a cruel and inhumane way. This moment calls out for bold leadership, fearless advocacy, and the resources to ensure that every immigrant in New York City has access to free, high-quality legal assistance. After the 2024 presidential elections, we saw the need to marshal a quick response and took proactive steps to alert all of our networks. Our first call to action was to submit applications for benefits under the outgoing administration existing policies before the new changes were enacted. We urged green card holders to apply for citizenship or to apply to renew their status. We encouraged those with work authorization and other documents that were expiring to renew well in advance of the expiration date. We prepared informational materials and addressed the anticipated changes to immigration policies and advised non-citizens on proactive steps that they needed to take in advance of January 20th. Following the January 21st onslaught of executive orders targeting asylum seekers, parolees, and undocumented migrants, our next call to action was to offer Know Your Rights and family preparedness educational sessions to community. We quickly saw the need to conduct these sessions via closed Zoom webinars to protect those seeking information and to ensure that everyone could listen in the privacy of their homes. To date, we have completed more than 30 Know Your Rights sessions, educated thousands of immigrants, and provided information that is crucial during this period. To combat misinformation that is often circulated on social media, we found a variety of channels to share accurate immigration updates. We created a web page to highlight and explain the policy changes from DHS and USCIS. We sent emails to you and members of your staff and alerted all of our listservs. We also have a weekly recurring announcement in the CUNY newsletter, which is distributed to more than 550,000 subscribers. Individuals affected by these policy changes desperately seek our help. Between January and April, Our contact center system received more than 21,000 unique phone calls, text messages, and callback requests. This was a 30% increase in volume since November 2024. We made every effort to prioritize those who are calling to verify what they were seeing and hearing in the news. For urgent inquiries, we assigned an on-call attorney to respond. Our team has been working tirelessly with every group that has been targeted and closely monitoring every lawsuit filed to counter unlawful termination or revocation of status. We're offering virtual appointments to those who request them. Our legal staff holds case discussion and case updates twice per week to ensure that everyone on the team has accurate and updated information to share with constituents. The demand for our services has never been greater, which is something which we anticipated. What we did not foresee was the targeting of lawful permanent residents such as green card holders and international students. Under the new administration, there's been an increase in deportations carried out by ICE, creating fear and uncertainty within the community. Because ICE officials have been largely targeting undocumented immigrants, have been unable to locate undocumented migrants with violent criminal records, they've shifted their enforcement efforts to those who are lawfully in the United States, using pressure tactics to encourage self-deportations to meet their deportation quota. Many immigrants are finding themselves in harrowing situations. Unsure of their options, CUNY Citizenship Now is providing support they need to make informed decisions about their immigration posture. The reality is that for many of us, United States is our home. We came here for a better life and will remain regardless of who is president. While the demand for our services continue to grow exponentially, our funding will not allow us to meet these increased needs. We're seeking $5 million in funding for fiscal year 2026, which is a restoration of the 3.1 that we currently get, and an enhancement to 1.9 million. Council members have asked us to increase our citizenship days throughout the cities, and we are prepared to do so. But we need those resources. Funding will allow our program to expand by providing extra days of service at the council member offices and creating a more robust attorney triage hotline. Since our funding in 1997, Citizenship Now has become a beacon of hope to New York City, and we're committed to continuing to serve as frontline providers over the next 4 years and beyond. We urge you to maintain and increase support funding for our services and for our program. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Justin Brannon and Chair Avelis for Immigration. I am Carmen De Leon. I am the president of Local 768. I represent the New York City healthcare employees. I am also a vice president to the executive board of DC 37. I am here today on behalf of my members who work at Correctional Health. They are licensed creative arts therapists who provide therapy in group settings, as well as the social workers who work at Rikers Island on behalf of those that are incarcerated, providing anything from mental health therapy to advocacy and negotiations from within the jailhouse itself to the lawyers making connections when they need them. I am here today because my concern of myself and my members is in regard to the safety while working at Rikers, specifically for correctional health. Recently, there was a workplace violence committee meeting from H&H with regard to correctional health. They reported that there were, in fiscal year 2024, there were 249 assaults, varying from a member being spat on to actual physical assaults. I am here to say that those are numbers are very much underrepresented. They don't report, and my members in particular, I can speak to, are encouraged not to report the violence or any physical assaults. They have been told, well, you just got punched in the eye, but you don't have a black eye, and you'll be able to recover and come back. That is an actual story from some of my members, as well as bodily fluids being thrown at those that are employed in correctional health. That is usually one of the most prevalent ways of assaulting someone. So as we move forward, I am asking the City Council to keep up their diligence in regard to correctional Department of Correctional, as we go to move towards community-based jails. There is adequate understaffing as it stands right now, and I can't imagine that 3,300 beds is going to be enough to service the incarcerated population, as well as provide them adequate services. Thank you for your time today, and I look forward to next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I want to ask you a question, Monique. First, thank you, obviously, for both of you for your different services of your constituencies. I know the city relies heavily, and certainly my office does, on CUNY Citizenship Now's work across the city. Can you tell me, I mean, you, in your testimony, you clearly noted the increase. And in one place, you actually said 30% increase in cases. From your perspective, has what you just heard the city testify, have you heard, do the changes that are being proposed and or the modest increases of funding, how do you think this is going to impact the work that you're doing right now?
So we just lost funding from Moya. We received our notice last week that they're cutting the ASLAN funding that they give to us. So I'm not sure how to respond to your question on what the changes will be,
But even in terms of, how about in terms of the question of the complexity of cases? I think one thing you noted was, I think many people didn't realize, was that this administration would certainly even target green card holders, among others. We knew they were just going to target everyone. How has that impacted the level of service that you are able to provide?
Well, the work that we do is primarily pro se, but while we say it's pro se, folks still keep on coming back to us because we're there. We've been here for 28 years. So even though they get we're not your attorneys, we can only help you up to a certain point, they still come back asking us questions. We still have to be the support they need. And that's one of the differences between what we do and what other programs in the city does.
Thank you. I think what I'm hearing is, and what I saw just a few minutes ago, is they're still cutting programs and patting themselves on the back for adding money somewhere else. Thank you for the work that you do.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Brewer has a question.
I just want to say the same thing. Thank you both. I have to say my office, Citizenship Now at CUNY, is our go-to place. You are streamlined, you are responsive, everybody gets service, and I just want to say thank you.
You're welcome.
Please add my name to that pile as well. Okay, thank you.
I'll see you on June 7th.
Yeah, right on. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Okay, our next panel, we have Deborah Lee, Catherine Gonzalez, Carla Ostalaza, Jody Zeismer, Luis Mancheno, Ernie Collette, and Sophie Dalzheimer. Okay, you want to start from my right, your left? Just hit the button on, there you go.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Carla Salasa. I'm the Managing Director of the Immigration Practice at the Bronx Defenders, and thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. This council's leadership and vision made possible the launching of the New York Immigrant Family Unity Project 12 years ago, ensuring universal access to representation for detained immigrant New Yorkers. Together with Brooklyn Defender Services and the Legal Aid Society, we're requesting $11.06 million for each organization, double our current budget, to ensure we have resources proportional to the mass detention and deportation campaign we're fighting against. Since January, we have witnessed a staggering increase in detentions, a trend that will continue to escalate given the recent opening of the Delaney Hall Detention Facility in Newark with 1,000 bed capacity, as well as the new detention space in Nassau County. Our recent clients include long-term green card holders detained at JFK, undocumented parents and spouses of U.S. citizens swept up in home raids, and asylum seekers detained at ICE check-ins in front of their children while doing exactly what our government asked them to do. Our NIFOP staff has also stepped up to defend New Yorkers against new and expanded uses of federal law. We're litigating against implementation of the Alien Enemies Act, which targeted hundreds of Venezuelans for rendition into notorious prisons in El Salvador. We're challenging attempts to use expedited removal to deport New Yorkers without due process. And we're fighting back against active attempts by ICE to bring back deportation cases of NIFOP clients, which have been closed for nearly a decade. We urge this council to act now to ensure we have the resources to continue fighting back. Access to NIFOP representation increases detained immigrants' chances of success by more than 1,000%. We also lower the social and economic cost of homelessness, foster care, and unemployment created by immigration detentions and avoidable deportations. We have represented thousands of detained New Yorkers and have the expertise and to train new advocates and build capacity to meet this moment with the council's support. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Gonzalez. I'm a supervising attorney and policy counsel at Brooklyn Defender Services, one of the NIFOP providers here in New York City. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Now more than ever, New York City's NIFOP program is needed to meet this unprecedented moment. I want to highlight the ways in which the recent federal policies and practices have affected clients represented by the NIFOP program and why our advocacy is needed today. NIFOP serves New York immigrant communities in complex immigration matters in a rapidly changing legal immigration landscape. This complex nature of clients' cases requires extensive preparation and resources. The current federal immigration and enforcement policies have a range of serious consequences for New Yorkers. Our offices have continued to represent people, whether detained locally or transferred across the country, which we're seeing more and more. With the Supreme Court allowing the administration to end TPS, for example, more of our previously protected clients with families and lives here in New York will be detained and are being detained by ICE. With the weaponizing of war powers against immigrants through the Alien Enemies Act, people who we represent are being threatened with removal to CICA in El Salvador and other third countries with no due process. And this change has necessitated the filing of emergency federal litigation to prevent the unlawful rendition and disappearance of immigrant New Yorkers and removal proceedings. After the Supreme Court case, we expect to litigate on an expedited basis more individuals' habeas petitions to challenge the use of the Alien Enemies Act against our clients, and not just clients from Venezuela, but other nationalities targeted by recent State Department designations, including people from Central America and Haiti. When ICE arrests immigrants prior to the resolution of their pending local cases here in New York, it is infringing upon their ability to participate in their local non-immigration court proceedings pending here in New York. Funding NIFOP supports New Yorkers' ability to exercise due process in local proceedings here in New York, including housing, family, and criminal court. Thank you so much.
My name is Deborah Lee, and I'm the attorney in charge of the Immigration Law Unit at the Legal Aid Society. Thank you to the Committees on Immigration and Finance for this opportunity and your ongoing support. I'm testifying in coalition with the New York Immigrant Family Unity Project partners, but as well also the Immigrant Opportunities Initiative contractors. We are now 127 days into this presidential administration, and its priority is to detain and deport as many people as it can. This federal government is trying to funnel more non-citizens towards removal orders or otherwise ready them for immediate deportation. In the past month, the Department of Homeland Security began requesting that the Immigration Court recalendar thousands of previously administratively closed cases nationwide. Additionally, ICE is now detaining non-citizens at Immigration Court, targeting those who are complying with our immigration laws and trying to have their day in court. How can we fight against this onslaught? We must take bold stands, like this council's fight to keep ICE out of Rikers. We stand with you and will not be complicit in sending more into this federal government's deportation machine. Overall, in addition to continued and additional support, we need flexibility in our contracts. We are eager to do all we can to defend non-citizen New Yorkers, but also want our contracts to appreciate that immigration detention may continue to expand and immigration court cases require constant but prolonged dedication. Critically, we need more NIFOP funding. We are the city's and state's experts in defending against imminent removal, but must have resources to meet the complex reality of detained deportation defense. Our NIFOP clients are now fighting in immigration court, but also in federal courts against unlawful removals under the Alien Enemies Act and to third countries. Legal Aid is asking for $11.06 million for each NIFOP provider. For IOI funding, We must prioritize legal representation in immigration court. This is the most pressing need of non-citizen New Yorkers face, and our funding must reflect that. I do also want to clarify Moya's testimony regarding a continuum of services. That is not accurate. We do not have a continuum of services for somebody who is not detained and suddenly becomes detained. Legal Aid is also asking for $1.75 million for our UMF5 funding and continued funding for our low-wage worker initiative. Finally, we ask that all funding reflects our full staffing needs and costs, as our staff are our frontline responders in these tumultuous times, and we must be able to provide for them. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. My name is Jody Ziesmer. I'm testifying on behalf of the New York Legal Assistance Group, or NYLAG. Our city has repeatedly noted its commitment to our immigrant communities. Legal service funding is essential to preserve the rights of immigrants and keep families from the harm of detainment, deportation, and more. We call for additional dollars to be allocated to the city budget for these services. Increased investment that supports innovative and flexible legal service programming to respond to the ongoing and emergent needs of our communities will give immigrant New Yorkers a chance to live, work, and thrive in our city. As noted by this committee, response to emergency enforcement action, as we've seen when ICE comes into our immigration courts and detains respondents, when ICE arrests students at our city colleges, and the need to challenge deportation to third countries and to preserve due process in the deportation process, requires flexible and robust funding, including programming such as the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative and the Immigrant Opportunities Initiative, the IOI Collaborative. I will note that this budget of fiscal year 26 does not restore the $600,000 in cuts from fiscal year 25 to the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative. We are the organizations that have responded to taking cases for immigrant New Yorkers who are being detained and deported rapidly. We are collaborating on both a local and national level to supplement some of the NYFA funding and programming, as well as provide emergency flexible legal response to the enforcement actions that are coming at a very rapid pace. We also do track and report back to Moya about enforcement actions. So that is something that, again, we ask for restoration of that funding in order to continue those essential services.
My name is Luis Mancheno, and I am the Citywide Director of Legal Services New York City. I am speaking today on behalf of my organization, which is one of the organizations that is constructed to provide legal services under the IOI contract. As I was walking here today, I was thinking about exactly how I wanted to make sure that we understand how bad things are for the immigrant community today. And all I could think about was walking by 26 Federal Plaza, where a bunch of New Yorkers and our siblings, New Yorkers, are facing immigration proceedings. And I was thinking about how just last week, people who were coming for their immigration removal proceedings were being picked up and detained when all that they were doing was trying to comply with exactly what they were supposed to do. The reality is that things are much worse than they have ever been. The work that our attorneys are doing and our legal services providers are doing is much harder than it has ever been. Chairwoman Aviles was talking and asking about how bad things are for our staff members, and the reality is that we do need more funding. We are not able to do the work that we have to carry out, especially today, because we do not have enough funding. In fact, IOI is funded by about $12.5 million, meaning that we fund about 50% of the work that we do from other sources that we have been able to find throughout these years. The reality is that not only things are much worse when we are litigating cases in front of immigration court, but we also do not have those sources of funding anymore. So we're going to be facing a situation where we are not going to be able to provide the services that our New Yorker citizens need so much when things are at the worst level possible. So I ask here today on behalf of the organization that I represent and the coalition that we represent to please, help us advocating to get those fundings, the funding that we need in order to be able to provide legal representation that is so vital for New Yorkers today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the committee for allowing me to testify. My name is Ernie Collette. I'm the supervising attorney of the Immigration Law Project at Mobilization for Justice. I appreciate, obviously, all the City Council's efforts for holding Moya and making sure that we have truth to power with regards to the finances and the numbers. And as many of my colleagues have already discussed, quite frankly, the funding is just not enough for us to be able to maintain and continue representing a lot of immigrant New Yorkers. Thank you very much, Chairwoman Aviles, for being able to suss out the numbers during the testimony, but these are the numbers that I also feel are very important for the committee to understand as well. Currently, and this is just talking about Immigration Court in New York State, as of March 2025, we have a little under 1 million people in Immigration Court. And approximately of that million, we have about 62% that are currently being represented. It's that 38% that are pro se that really keep me up at night. I know that anyone here on this panel and all the people that work for our legal services organizations are going to give them the best possibility of being able to stay here in the United States. But that 38% is incredibly under attack when we have an administration that's trying to effectively prioritize speed over due process, fast-tracking removal proceedings, pre-termitting or terminating asylum applications that maybe were considered to be adequate enough to get to the next step, but judges are making the decisions that they're not. Of course, as we discussed earlier, individuals having their hearing terminated and then being detained from ICE after leaving their hearing. Cases being recalendared erroneously, and then just policy changes in general with the OIR to make cases more difficult. And that's only in Immigration Court. The communication and the advice aspect is fantastic. It's excellent for us to be able to talk to clients, but as Monique mentioned, people are coming back to the same organizations over and over, trying to get more help, and we're unable to do so. We have a financial imperative here for the city, but I also feel like we have a moral imperative as well, and it's our obligation as a city of immigrants to maintain that. I know you'll keep up the fight, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sophie Dalsimer. I'm co-director of the Health Justice Program at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. Thank you, Council Member and Chair Aviles and members of the Council for the opportunity to testify today. I'm also very privileged to testify with my colleagues here. I'm in complete agreement with all of them. I want to speak to you this afternoon about the City Council's Immigrant Health Initiative, which we are privileged to be a part of, and ask that you continue enhanced support for this program with a $650,000 allocation to our organization for this upcoming fiscal year. This work could not be more critical in the face of unprecedented federal assaults on immigrant communities and healthcare. I was concerned today about the lack of specificity and urgency from Moya when it comes to healthcare access and mental health needs of immigrant New Yorkers and their families. At our organization, we are receiving and responding to increased demand across 4 main areas. First, more and more people are being arrested and detained by ICE, as we know, and we field many requests from Knife Up and other partners for medical advocacy on behalf of immigrant New Yorkers in ICE detention, including forensic psychological evaluations that are critical to their immigration cases. Many of the individuals who the city supported with pro se asylum assistance are now coming up on their final hearings, and they are unrepresented. And we are hearing from many of those folks who are chronically ill or people with disabilities who would have to face these proceedings unrepresented. We also continue to provide comprehensive health advocacy and insurance navigation to support non-citizen New Yorkers who face barriers to accessing health care, including advocacy with New York City Health and Hospitals and connecting individuals to NYC Care. This is even more critical now as many individuals are foregoing vital medical services in fear of ICE enforcement. It has been critical to provide timely, accurate, and trusted advice for these communities. And finally, NILPI is responding to unprecedented demand from healthcare workers themselves who are unsure about how they can create safe medical spaces for their patients and also protect their own safety. With your continued and enhanced support, we look forward to meeting these urgent needs and representing and advocating for our immigrant communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I just want to say really quickly, we hear you in terms of the overdue restoration of the legal services, and even that wasn't enough. And I just want to expressly thank you, and obviously the panel before, for the services that you have provided in this ongoing deteriorating conditions. We know y'all are the front lines and people working really, really hard with not a lot of support. So I just want to thank you and all your teams. And then I guess, and also for bringing in actual facts and urgency into the room that we did not see and hear several hours ago. So I just have to acknowledge that. Thank you. And we'll continue to fight for all New Yorkers together, but deeply appreciate your services and your testimony today.
We have a question from Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you. Be very quick. First of all, thank you, NILAG, for stepping up for Dylan. Thank you. And then continuum of care. Can you just describe, I think I know what it means, but when you say Moya said something that wasn't correct, can you correct it for us?
Sure, and I invite others on this panel again, and I also echo, I'm really so honored to be on the panel with all these superstars. So with the NYFA funding, we can represent individuals who are otherwise unrepresented, who are venued here in New York City immigration courts or in New Jersey, New York City residents. But those are people who are unrepresented when they are detained and we're intaking them. So, and then the IOI funding, and although folks can jump in as well, the IOI funding, we're representing non-detained people. So there's this gap that exists. And I think especially in light of these dismissals in immigration court, where somebody's not in removal proceedings anymore, and then they're gonna be whisked away and likely not be anywhere in the New York City area anymore. Those individuals are gonna be disappeared, they're gonna be deported. And so I think there's just this real sense of concern and urgency that these people are going to be immediately sent away. We're not going to see these people. We're not going to see these New Yorkers anymore. They're going to leave behind all their other families, other loved ones here.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Just so the public understands.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much for all you do. Okay, our next panel, we have Kenny-Ann or Kenan Pauls, or Carrie-Ann Pauls, I'm sorry, Sarah Nolan, I don't know, how do you say that? Sierra Kraft, Grace Day, Margaret Martin, Lauren Migalaccio, and Michelle Sencion. From my right, your left.
Good afternoon, and thank you to Chairs Aviles and Brannon, and to the New York City Council for the long-standing support of the Legal Services for the Working Poor Coalition, aka LSWP. I'm Carrie-Ann Pauls, and I am the Interim Executive Director at Take Root Justice, one of the 5 members of this coalition, which also includes CAMBA Legal Services, Housing Conservation Coordinators, Mobilization for Justice, and NIMIC. The LSWP Coalition was created with support from the City Council 20 years ago to address the civil legal needs of working poor and other low-income New Yorkers whose income is just slightly higher than the poorest New Yorkers, thus rendering them ineligible for free legal services from many organizations. In fiscal year 2025, each of the 5 original members received $455,000 from this initiative, and in fiscal year 26, Take Root Justice and the other members of the LSWP Coalition are requesting a $600,000 allocation from the City Council. This enhancement would support critical legal services and allow providers to deepen their impact in the areas where we are seeing increased need, including immigration, workers' rights, public benefits, and economic justice. This is especially important in this moment as the federal government is making it even harder for the working poor to maintain financial stability and make ends meet. And it is an exceptionally challenging time for our immigrant communities. And just speaking on behalf of Take Root Justice, I'll say that this fiscal year, the majority of our LSWP clients are seeking immigration legal support. So when the city invests in legal services for the working poor, we see that it's investing in strategic preventative measures to keep New Yorkers on their paths towards financial stability, and proactive intervention through access to legal assistance helps protect wages, prevent homelessness, keep families in their communities, children in their schools, and New Yorkers out of poverty. So thank you again for your ongoing support and consideration of our request for the allocation of $600,000 for each of our LSWP coalition members. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Aviles, Chair Brannon, and members of the committees. My name is Sierra Kraft, and I'm the Executive Director of the iCare Coalition, a citywide network of legal service providers that for over a decade have ensured that unaccompanied immigrant children in New York City have access to free legal representation. Thank you for uplifting the needs of unaccompanied children throughout the hearing this morning. We're in a moment of urgent crisis, one that is unfolding in real time and in plain sight. Unaccompanied children are being targeted through harmful policies and systemic failures, and the consequences are playing out in our neighborhoods and courtrooms every day. Children's dockets are being fast-tracked, kids are receiving court dates before they've had a chance to find a lawyer. ICE agents are conducting so-called wellness checks, showing up at 6 a.m. at children's homes, asking probing questions, even when their cases are already closed. These visits are sowing fear and mistrust in communities that are already on edge. New sponsor requirements like fingerprinting, background checks, and strict ID policies are keeping families apart. We're watching family separation play out again here in New York City. And recently, we had a young teen, a child just herself, who missed the hearing because she was giving birth during her court hearing, but the judge ordered her removed anyway. She didn't have a lawyer, and she turned to us, but our providers are at capacity. This is what it looks like when due process is denied. When children are forced to navigate one of the most complex legal systems in the country alone with everything at stake. We should all be outraged. At a moment when the need for legal services is exploding, the safety net is collapsing. Federal dollars are unstable and unpredictable, and the government is currently buying themselves some time to dismantle protections that would further endanger children and making it impossible for them to plan for an attorney. Nonprofits can't plan like this. Providers are having to lay off staff, freezing intakes, and turning children away. City Council has long been a champion through the Unaccompanied Minors and Family Initiative, but funding hasn't increased in over 6 years despite the skyrocketing caseloads and rising costs, and the landscape is shifting by the day. Today, we're asking the city to meet the urgent need of this moment, and that's why we're respectfully requesting $6.3 million through UMFI to stabilize and sustain legal services across 7 providers for 2,013 children and families, and also $5.4 million in emergency funding to support the loss of federal funding. New York State turned its back on these kids in this year's budget, making the city's role even more critical. We can't allow children, toddlers, and teenagers to be railroaded through a system they can't possibly navigate alone. Thank you for your ongoing leadership, advocacy, and standing for young immigrant New Yorkers.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, Chairs Brennan and Aviles. My name is Sarah Nolan. I'm the Managing Director of Kids in Need of Defense, known as KINDS, New York office. We are also here as a member of the iCare Coalition. KIND thanks City Council again for your support in providing free legal representation for unaccompanied children. To add a little color to Sierra's testimony, we are also here to ask for incredibly important increased support for our work to counter the relentless efforts to strip away legal protections for unaccompanied children, who are now on the front lines of the mass deportation agenda. ICE is conducting what they call wellness checks at homes with the intent to intimidate and further traumatize children and their sponsors. The reconciliation bill that just passed the House eviscerates protections for unaccompanied children and could charge them up to $15,000 for many of them to be released from custody and to apply for legal status, which would bar them from accessing any kind of protection. The administration is also seeking to end the Flores settlement that limits the amount of time children can be detained and requires they be held in safe and sanitary conditions. We've seen children who would have been out of detention within weeks be held for now months because their parents and caregivers cannot provide the ID or proof of finances for them to be released. At this moment, unaccompanied children are in dire need of secure, robust local funding for legal services, as the future of the federal support for this work remains very uncertain. In March, the federal contract that funded over half of our work was abruptly canceled. In the weeks that followed, the children who would have received KIND's advice and assistance under this contract no longer had access to counsel. This included 4 children who decided to return to their home countries without their parents or legal guardians even there to receive them. It includes a teen from West Africa who has already been in foster care for 18 months, who confessed to us later how scared and confused he was to suddenly have to go to court alone. It includes a 4-year-old girl from Central America who was separated from her grandmother at the border. After litigation was filed and an injunction was entered, federal funding for these services has been temporarily restored, but the administration continues to fight this case in court and signal its intent to take away all protections from unaccompanied children. We cannot rely so heavily on federal funding in this climate to provide the foundation for legal assistance that these children so desperately need. Data shows immigration judges are almost 100 times more likely to grant legal relief when an unaccompanied child is represented by counsel. This legal representation provided by KIND and iCare members is the key to increased stability for unaccompanied children and safeguards them from human trafficking and exploitation. We respectfully ask City Council at a minimum to support the $6.3 million in renewed funding requested by iCare and to allocate an additional $5.4 million in funding given the increased needs and uncertain future of funding. Additionally, we ask for the renewed funding for the IOI initiative. Thank you so much for your commitment to ensuring that all unaccompanied children in the city remain safe and achieve their full potential.
Good afternoon, council members, Chair Aviles, Chair Brennan. My name is Grace Day. I'm a staff attorney at The Door, a comprehensive youth development organization that has been supporting young people in New York City since 1972. We offer free access to healthcare, mental health services, housing support, education, meals, and legal assistance. And in 2024 alone, our Legal Services Center handled more than 3,300 immigration matters. Many of the young people that we represent are unaccompanied children, and we are part of the iCare Coalition and receive funding from the city. As we've been speaking about, you are aware that unaccompanied children enter the U.S. without a parent or legal guardian. These children often qualify for asylum or special visas for abused or abandoned children, but without legal support, they may never access the protection they deserve. Shockingly, as I think you know, children have no right to an attorney in immigration court to help them plead their case. Of course, young children are unable to understand the complexities of ever-changing immigration law and effectively argue the merits of their cases. Children with representation in immigration court are 7 times more likely to access immigration relief. And therefore, as we fight the uphill battle that the next 4 years will bring and are currently bringing, as we're discussing, we ask for the support of City Council. In the face of a federal administration that is committed to targeting and terrorizing immigrant communities, our city can use our resources to defend these communities and to protect children. iCare funding for NYC youth is critically important because it provides essential legal representation for unaccompanied children in New York City who are now sometimes over 18, who are unable to be represented on other federal contracts. Increased funding for iCare at The Door ensures that we can connect these youth to legal representation, but also to our suite of other vital services, increasing the reach of this funding as we support these youth transitioning to adulthood. By investing into the iCare Coalition and expanding the support for The Door, City Council can help us protect immigrant youth, promote safety and stability for immigrant communities. Today, I urge City Council to support immigrant youth in the city. Specifically, I echo Sarah and Sierra's request to fully fund the iCare Coalition for $6.3 million and increase this funding as we face the terrors that are in our city. Also, I ask for the emergency funding for immigration legal service providers and expanding the support through Welcome NYC and IOI funding. With these supports, we can continue defending immigrant youth and offering them the protection and dignity they deserve. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Asuncion. I am with Safe Passage Project. I'm a government grants manager. Thank you so much for the Committee on Immigration and on Finance for having us testifying today. Safe Passage Project is a nonprofit legal services organization that provides free representation to immigrant children facing deportation. Right now, we represent over 1,400 unaccompanied minors across New York City and Long Island. We're a proud member of the iCare Coalition, and our goal is simple. We just want to ensure every unaccompanied immigrant child in New York has access to high-quality legal representation. Most cases take 3 to 6 years due to serious backlogs in immigration court, USCIS, and family court. They're legally complex, emotionally intensive, and increasingly unpredictable, with shifting federal policies and increased ICE enforcement. Our work is made possible through the City Council support, particularly through the Unaccompanied Minors and Families Initiative, but we are at a breaking point, and I want to highlight some urgent issues. We are very grateful for the Council's ongoing commitment to the iCare Coalition, but the funding has not changed in over 6 years, despite inflation, rising caseloads, and increased complexity. Safe Passage Project has requested an increase to our iCare funding without success. And for FY26, we are again respectfully requesting the support of iCare through funding for $6.3 million, which includes an increase to Safe Passage Project of $200,000. We are also requesting $100,000 in discretionary funding for this fiscal year to ensure we can support the increasing number of children impacted by immigration policy changes and enforcement. Our team, including a pipeline of trained attorneys and social workers, is ready. We can act immediately to expand services. We would also like to emphasize that while pro se models of immigration services are useful for limited types of relief, they cannot be the beginning and end of wide-scale legal services for immigrants in the city. We commend the city's asylum application help centers for assisting thousands in meeting their asylum deadlines, but these centers are not useful to unaccompanied minors. Unaccompanied children are placed through the Office of Refugee Resettlement, and they face challenges in USCIS, EOIR, and family court. These cases cannot be handled with limited scope. They need dedicated attorneys who can see their cases through to resolution. As mentioned, we were impacted by the termination of the Unaccompanied Children's Program. Our clients have been visited by HSI for wellness checks. These visits are deeply stressful and traumatizing experiences. There are now reports from national partners in Connecticut and neighboring states of caregivers who are immigrants and sponsors of these children being detained and placed in their own removal proceedings following these visits. This destabilizes the child's case, and it can shatter their support system that they rely on in the U.S. We are investing more time as an organization and more resources just to keep our clients safe. Additionally, our legal department receives at least one referral per week directly from foster care agencies serving youth in ACS custody for long-term immigration representation. While some of these cases do qualify under iCare, many don't because they're not in removal proceedings. The cases that fall outside of existing grant scopes are difficult for us to place, and there's no dedicated city funding stream for them. Without one, many children are left unrepresented, not because their case is less urgent, but because the system is not accounting for them. We are here today because we are deeply concerned about the lack of funding for youth who fall outside existing grant scopes. We want to highlight the increased absence of the absence of an increase to our iCare contract despite years of advocacy, and the escalating complexity of our clients' legal and personal needs. Without minimal investment this year, we risk abandoning vulnerable children to navigate an increasingly complex immigration system alone. Thank you for your time and dedication to supporting our work with New York City's immigrant youth.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairs Brennan and Aviles. My name is Lauren Miliacho. I am the Training and Legal Technical Assistance Director of the Immigrant Justice Corps, which is the first in the nation to place legal fellows and legal non-service immigration providers. Since my most esteemed co-panelists today have covered a lot of what I was going to speak about for New York's most vulnerable populations, I would like to first address your opening remarks, Chair Aviles, and put some numbers here that I think could shed a little light on why this is so important. IJC currently has 19 fellows serving this community, but that is funding that is dependent on the federal government. And on March 21st, 2025, the federal government did terminate that contract, leaving many children, 26,000 exactly, without funding for legal service. There has been a deep impact on the legal service providers here in New York City. Many organizations have looked to layoffs, have paused intakes, and have turned children away for representation. Eliminating federal funding will leave thousands of children without counsel. And specifically here in New York City in fiscal year 24, 3,475 children were released from the Office of Refugee Resettlement to New York City. That is a number of children that will be facing gaps and instability in legal service representation. The looming federal cuts just leave a gaping hole for no safety net left in these children, and we do urge City Council to take action and ensure that no child-centered representation is left and that every unaccompanied minor will be represented in New York.
Good afternoon, Chair Aviles, Chair Brannan, committee members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Margaret Martin. I'm the co-director of Immigrant and Refugee Services at Catholic Charities Community Services in New York. I'm here today to ask you to continue to advocate for a city funding and awards process that meets the need of nonprofits to operate sustainably and recognizes this moment that we're in. Of increased and shockingly aggressive enforcement, including at our New York City immigration courts, and at the same time as the federal administration is ending multiple pathways for immigration status. And Chair Aviles, as you recognized earlier, that has made many of the cases that we do in legal services more complex and more urgent than was true 6 months ago. Catholic Charities is a member of 2 IOI coalitions, including IOI CILIC and with the Legal Aid Society, as well as the iCare Coalition. We are also one of the organizations that, along with others up here, had our funding terminated abruptly by the federal government to represent unaccompanied children in March. And I support and agree with the positions that my fellow panelists have stated with respect to those programs. Catholic Charities is grateful for recent contract notifications from MOIA for renewal and a new award of some contracts. So first of all, we received notification that the HRI, Haitian Response Initiative Legal Services, was renewed, as well as our hotline. Unfortunately, those renewal amounts were not increased to keep pace with our increased expenses. In fact, for both HRI and Hotline, we lost Aslan funding that we were awarded last year to supplement the baseline funding. For both HRI and the Hotline, that means that we will either need to supplement those programs with other funding or reduce services. For HRI, many of the individuals that we serve through HRI are facing increasingly complex and more urgent cases. And for them to lose our assistance now, for us not to be able to respond to the community need, would be extremely unfortunate. So we ask that you advocate for more funding for that program, as well as the hotline, where we continue to see more urgent callers. Particularly, as you noted, with the closing of OASU and the Asylum Application Help Center, we may see more of that in coming months. And then finally, Catholic Charities is a member of the Day Labor Worker Initiative, along with 5 other providers, and we request an increase to $4.97 million for fiscal year 26 to fund the Day Labor Workforce Initiative. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for all of your testimony and work. I think I'd like to start with a question for you that you noted, losing Aslan funding. I'm deeply apologetic of not honing in and asking them exactly where that money was going. I don't think I was going to get an answer anyway, because they don't seem to answer much of anything. But in terms of, I guess, the reconstructed contracts, like I feel like all we're doing is moving chairs around the deck and calling it something different and wasting a lot of time and resources and aggravation for providers that have to reapply to these new programs and constructs. I guess you noted renewals of some contracts that have remained flat, but then losing others from the same entities that are going to be deciding and saying there is seemingly more money. I don't know where the more money is.
I don't think I have an answer to your question.
I don't
but-
know if I even have a question for you at this point.
I did want to note, we did get a Legal Support Center award as well. Although, as we've testified and many others have as well, those awards do not cover the required staffing or deliverables. And we are also, and this may in part answer what you were getting at, we are one of the Action NYC providers that was notified that we got a one-year contract extension. I think that's separate from the Asan funding, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah. I guess maybe by a show of hands, how many of you have had conversations with Moya around the disappearance of the federal contract and gotten any indication that there is resources for unaccompanied minors in particular? No one. So the same conversation that Moya is having with OMB seems to be the same conversation they're having with y'all, which is not a whole lot of anything. Because it's clear there's a huge gap here that the city should be feeling really super urgent to begin to address. Maybe it can't do the whole thing, but there should be a plan. And we received no indication there is no plan, but people are in a lot of conversations with each other apparently. Thank you for your work and advocacy.
Thank you all very much. Okay, our next panel, Irie Omargaban, Harold Dusk, Robert Ajnikad, Robert Agmang, Arcelis Lucero, Riva Shang, and Madeline Bravo. How's your back? You should get like a stand-up desk. Okay, you want to start from my right, your left? Just turn your mic on. Just hit the little button on the bottom.
All right. Good afternoon, all. My name is Harold Dusk, and I'm here on behalf of Haitian American United for Progress, HAUP, a nonprofit organization that has proudly served New York City immigrants and refugees community since 1975. HAUP's mission is to empower immigrants and refugees by providing the tools and support they need to thrive. We offer a range of essential services, including immigration assistance, English as second language instruction, maternal and infant health program. Our work is guided by the principle of equity, access, dignity, helping community members navigate complex systems with confidence and respect. One of the greatest challenges facing immigrant New Yorkers today is language access. Without access to skilled interpreters and culturally competent language services, individuals are often unable to obtain vital resources such as legal aid, healthcare, housing, and education. As our city's immigrant population continues to grow, the need for comprehensive language access services becomes more urgent. The Language Access Coalition, representing immigrants from Africa, Asia, Central America, and the Caribbean, has proposed the development of language banks and interpreters cooperative. These initiatives are essential to ensuring that all New Yorkers, regardless of language, can fully access the services they need and deserve. This year marks HAUP's first as a member of the Language Justice Collaborative. With support from this initiative, we've invested in the language proficiency testing, interpreter and staff training and program development to strengthen our language access services. These investments have been vital to expanding our capacity and improving service quality. At the same time, HAUP has experienced significant cut in federal, state, and city funding due to recent policy changes. These reductions have placed enormous strain on our program, just as demand for services continue to rise. Today, we respectfully urge the City Council to restore and expand funding for language access services. Without sustained investment, community-based organizations like HOPE will struggle to meet the needs of the people we serve. Language access is not a privilege. It is a fundamental right and a vital public good. I thank you for your time, your leadership, and your continued commitment to building a more equitable and inclusive New York City. Thank you.
Good day, Chairman Brannon, Chairperson Aviles. My name is Robert Adjemang. I'm the Vice President of Advocacy for the New York Immigration Coalition, a statewide umbrella policy and advocacy organization with over 200 members who are immigrants serving. I wanted to take the time to just thank you for creating a space for immigrant-facing organizations to be able to speak about the executive budget. My testimony in total uplifts a ton and a host of different immigrant-related programs and fundings that varies the spectrum that impacts all immigrant New Yorkers. But I wanted to specifically talk about the Language Access Workforce Initiative today, specifically that it still remains a critical need. While working with our dedicated colleagues from HOPE and MASA and African Communities Together, Asian American Federation, we continue to make strides with regards to the cooperatives, the language services worker-owned cooperatives, and we want to continue to develop and grow these programs. With respect to the Community Interpreter Bank, we're continuing to forge ahead with its first cohort of interpreters finalizing their training in mid-June and moving on to potentially medical and legal interpretation certification, depending on if they're able to finish the course, and wanting to acknowledge the work that we have done, as well as with our partners, NICE, La Comena, Mixteca, IARC, in continuing to broaden the pool of interpreters. And finally, just wanting to put into the record, we are requesting the intentional baselining of funding for $7.8 million for the whole initiative, the cooperatives and the Community Interpreter Bank, for the continued development, the consistency that's needed for this program to begin to scale for the cooperatives and the bank, and just continuing to uplift the need for this executive budget to reflect the urgency to deal with the affordability crisis, the looming budget cuts, and the over-criminalization of Black and brown communities. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Araceli Zucero from MASA. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm also going to focus on language justice, but also have other nuggets in there that we wanted to plug in. We are an organization that is based in the South Bronx. We partner with immigrant communities from Latin America and indigenous communities living in New York City to strengthen literacy, leadership, and power. Our immigrant community and advocates continue to navigate a cruel anti-immigrant political climate that seeks to instill fear and rip families apart. I think we understand the urgency we're facing and the need for continued support. I'm going to start off with just echoing the ask from the New York Immigration Coalition, the $7.8 million that we're requesting for the continuation of the Community Interpreter Bank, and the funding for the language worker-owned cooperatives being led by MASA, ACT, and Asian American Federation. We started this project in 2017, and before that with Local Law 30 to focus on ensuring that languages of limited diffusion were also equally able to access interpretation services that were of quality. And this would include community legal, health, and education interpreting. As part of this initiative, we currently, do you guys hear that? Maybe it's my computer. Give me 1 second. Okay. So as part of the initiative, we currently have 127 interpreters in the pipeline, 52 of which are currently taking workforce development classes to support their journey towards becoming interpreters. We have approximately 40 interpreters who are going to be trained by the end of June. 27 of those interpreters are English and Spanish. They hail from Mexico, Peru, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Colombia, Ecuador, and El Salvador. And we have 13 indigenous interpreters who are currently being trained in Ma, Mepa, Tunsavi, Nahuatl, Garifuna, and Quechua. And we have students that speak Purepecha, Quichua, Quiche, and Haitian Creole also in the pipeline. 23 of our districts have been outreached and we're part of the process. And this summer, we intend to continue to train interpreters to do their practice and to pick where they want to specialize. And I talk about all of this because it is really, really, like, we've gotten this far, and it's really important to continue to support this initiative. There's a lot of interest and a lot of people that have the assets of our languages to offer and to provide better services, especially in this need where due process is being violated and immigrants don't really know what to do. Increase to access and education in the languages that they speak is really important. I also wanted to briefly talk about the Pro Se Plus project and really focus on the plus part. This is part of the Aslan network, as we're finding out today that most of those providers as part of that project aren't being funded. We have not yet heard, but we did want to share that we have part of our funding is funded by Moya and the other part is privately funded by foundations. The importance of that project is that, just like everybody else has spoken about the OASO closing, people need to go somewhere. A lot of those people are coming to all of these organizations. Some of the work that we're focusing on is how to do trial preparation for them, what to expect, how to be able to fight their case. We heard how overwhelmed lawyers are, and so part of this work is to continue to support the people who are or who have to navigate the process pro se, give them a little bit more of an opportunity. We continue to develop educational resources so that they're accessible to a larger community. And part of that project also includes ensuring that there's translation and interpretation services. How this all fits is that AfriLingual and our nonprofits are also being tapped into to do that work. And we've provided interpretation services for people going to their asylum interviews, trying to go to the court, and we're getting increased requests. And so there's an urgency to continue to move the interpreters that we currently have through the pipeline and to specialize them. And we can't do that without the continued funding. So it'd be really sad to see that just be cut abruptly. We're also here to advocate for the Rapid Response Network and NIFUP. And last, I'll just plug in 2 more initiatives, the Adult Literacy Initiative. We need to continue to provide opportunities for our community to be able to progress and to move into workforce development, regardless of where there's a lot of fear, but they still deserve an opportunity to go learn and to live their lives, and to better themselves. And last but not least, I do want to call for increased funding for the communication initiative with the New York public school system. Right now it's at $3 million. We're asking it to be increased for $7 million. And again, that additional $3 million is to go towards meeting the growing need for translation and interpretation services in the school system, which, as we see, is being impacted and prime place for community members to get information. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chair Brennan and Chair Aviles and the Committees on Finance and Immigration. My name is Riva Shang. I'm the Economic Empowerment Community Organizer at the Asian American Federation, where we represent a collective of 70-plus member nonprofit organizations serving 1.5 million Asian New Yorkers. At AAF, we believe that we should welcome all immigrants with fairness and dignity. Asian New Yorkers are the fastest growing demographic in the city, making up over 17%, or 1 in 6 of the population. AAF's Rapid Immigrant Support and Empowerment, or RISE initiative, is facilitating new immigrants' access to critical services and supporting the nonprofits that deliver them. But today I'm going to focus on one important prong of our immigrant support programs, improving language access. Asian Americans have the highest rates of limited English language proficiency in the city at 44%, meaning nearly 1 in 2 Asian New Yorkers face language barriers that limit their access to government services, employment, education, and civic participation. As part of this work, AAF is a proud member of the Language Justice Collaborative, along with African Communities Together, MASA, NYIC, HOPE, and IARC, which in 2017 helped pass Local Law 30, requiring New York City agencies to implement language access plans. The implementation of that law has seen agencies rely on poor quality machine translations that at times turn out nonsense translations and on unreliable third-party teleservices like LanguageLine. In fiscal year 25, City Council allocated $3.8 million that allowed us as a coalition to develop worker cooperatives of translators and interpreters, as well as a community interpreter bank. Using this year's funding, AAF worked with our member organizations to recruit community members to serve as Asian language interpreters. We received over 160 applications, and through rounds of screening, we are now working with a group of 16 immigrants who are fluent in the top Asian languages in New York City: Arabic, Bengali, Chinese, both Cantonese and Mandarin, Korean, and Urdu, who are training as community interpreters and will go on to build a worker-owned cooperative. These interpreters, alongside translators from other immigrant communities served by LJC, will be poised to fill the critical need for high-quality interpretation for NYC area government, nonprofits, schools, hospitals, and the private sector, while also providing opportunities for income and business ownership for the same immigrant communities that need them. The funding that we are requesting from Council would allow us to continue building the cooperative with our trainees, who will begin providing services within FY26 and launch fully by the start of FY27. We applaud the Council's support this year and urge you to again support funding for this initiative in FY26 budget to ensure continuity for these programs that are already in progress. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and more information on our Immigrant Rapid Response Programming can be found in our written testimony. Thank you.
Good afternoon, chairs and council members. My name is Madeline Bravo, and I am the Legal Services Coordinator at La Colmena. We are an immigrant rights organization based in Staten Island, and our mission is to empower the immigrant community through education, culture, organizing, and economic development. For years, La Colmena has stood unapologetically with our immigrant community, often facing hostility and resistance. However, we always remain dedicated because we know how critical this work is. We've built a sanctuary of support, resilience, and empowerment, but we cannot do it alone. Today, I am here to remind you of the vital importance of ensuring that La Colmena continues to receive the unwavering support it needs from this council, now more than ever. As we navigate a fast-changing policy environment, we have been equipping our community members with tools to navigate ICE interactions and preparing them with the power of attorney in case of deportation proceedings. But this is just the beginning. Our immigrant neighbors face not only the threat of deportation, but also wage theft, discrimination, and harassment. This is why we ask to please include us along with our partners in the Day Laborer Coalition and the New York City Coalition for Domestic Workers, so we can continue doing this important work. We've also had to ramp up security at our own facility as we face opposition from those who disagree with the work we do on Staten Island. It is not easy to operate under these conditions, but we refuse to back down. This is why La Colmena exists, to remind every immigrant on Staten Island that they are not alone. We are here to fight for them, stand with them, and uplift them. However, to continue this critical mission, we need your partnership and your commitment in supporting La Colmena. Thank you for your time, your support, and for standing with us as we continue this fight for justice and dignity for all. Together we can build a strong and more inclusive Staten Island. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for all you do. Okay, our next panel, we have Luis Cortez, Amari Perez, Jose Quebrado, Julissa Morocco, Alejandro Garales, Mamadou Balde, and Jose Yos. How'd I do?
That's a giant panel.
Yeah. We have testimony, okay. Okay, so you want to begin from the right, from the left?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es José Ángel Quebrado. Soy mexicano y he vivido en Estados Unidos por más de 34 años. Toda mi vida he trabajado en esta ciudad, en restaurantes, en bakeries. Por más de 20 años trabajé en una panadería. Jornada de trabajo de 12 horas sin descanso, haciendo de todo. Hasta preparar ingredientes, limpiar hornos y manejar máquinas. Trabajé horas extras y no respetaron mis derechos, no me pagaron el salario mínimo.
Good morning, all the members of the committee. My name is Jose Quebrado. I am Mexican and I've lived in the United States for more than 34 years. I've worked in all my life in the city at restaurants and also doing deliveries. For more than 20 years, I worked at a bakery in Manhattan. It shifts more than 12 hours a day without any rest, doing everything, cleaning bathrooms, cleaning basements, even preparing the ingredients, operating stoves, and more. They never paid me extra hours, and they didn't respect my rights. They didn't even pay me the minimum salary.
Hace más de 5 años presenté una denuncia al Departamento de Labor. Aún sigo esperando respuesta, pero gracias al proyecto de justicia laboral pude aplicar al programa de acción diferida para los trabajadores. Y hoy tengo protección temporal y un número de seguro social. Es algún alivio para la lucha, pero la lucha no ha terminado.
More than 5 years ago, I made the complaint with the Labor Department, and I'm still waiting for an answer. But thanks to Labor Justice Project, I was able to apply to the program Deferred Action for Workers, and today I have a temporary protection and a Social Security number. It is a relief, but the fight hasn't ended.
Además, soy una de las muchas personas afectadas por los ataques del 11 de septiembre. Desde entonces sufro de problemas respiratorios graves y de salud mental. He estado internado en varios hospitales y uso aparato para poder respirar. A pesar de todo esto, me dijeron que no califico para una compensación, que no tengo cáncer, aunque mi salud se deterioró desde aquel día.
Besides that, I am one of the many people affected by the 9/11 attacks. Since then, I suffer from respiratory problems that are very severe and also mental health problems. I have been admitted in several hospitals in order to use a device to be able to breathe. And in spite of all of this, they told me that I don't qualify for compensation because I don't have cancer, even if my health deteriorated after that day.
Hoy estoy aquí para decirles que los trabajadores como yo también merecemos justicia y acceso a recursos reales, que organizaciones como el Proyecto de Justicia Laboral son esenciales porque nos acompañan cuando nadie más nos ayudan a levantar la voz, a defender nuestros derechos y a no sentirnos solos.
I am here today to tell you that workers like me, we all deserve justice and access to real resources. That organizations like Labor Justice Project are essential because they accompany us when nobody else does. They help us raise our voice and defend our rights and not to feel alone.
Les pido que garanticen el apoyo económico necesario para que esta organización siga acompañando a miles de trabajadores inmigrantes como yo. No pedimos caridad, pedimos justicia.
I ask you to please guarantee the financial support that's necessary for this organization to continue accompanying thousands of immigrant workers like me. We're not asking for charity, we're asking for justice.
Gracias por escucharme y gracias por creer en un futuro donde todos podemos vivir y trabajar con dignidad. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for listening to me and thank you for believing in a future where we all can live and work with dignity. Thank you. Sí, cambien, por favor.
Buenas tardes, concejala Alexa Áviles y a todos los miembros de este comité. Mi nombre es Natalie, soy organizadora de WJP y voy a leer el testimonio de Rodolfo Parada. Gracias por la oportunidad de testificar.
Good afternoon. My name is, good afternoon, Councilmember Alex Aviles and everyone in this committee. My name is Natalie and I'm going to read the testimony of Rodolfo Parada, and thanks for the opportunity to testify.
Mi nombre es Rodolfo Parada, vengo de Colombia y soy miembro orgulloso del Proyecto Justicia Laboral. Llegué a este país hace 2 años con la esperanza de encontrar estabilidad, oportunidades y una vida digna para mi familia. Pero en vez de eso me encontré con una realidad de explotación y abuso.
My name is Rodolfo Parada. I come from Colombia and I'm a proud member of Labor Justice Project. I came to this country 2 years ago with the hope of finding stability, opportunities, and a dignified life for my family. But instead, I found a reality of exploitation and abuse.
Trabajé en una empresa llamada Dynamo Construction, donde sufrí discriminación, insultos y humillaciones por ser latino. Nos llamaban perros y flojos y hasta dijeron que ojalá deportaran a todos los latinos. Nos negaban agua, no teníamos tiempo para comer y trabajábamos jornadas largas sin pago de horas extras. Y lo más grave, nunca me pagaron lo que me correspondía.
I worked at a construction company called Dynamo Construction, where I suffered discrimination, insults, and humiliations for being Latin American. They would call us dogs, lazy, and they even told us that they wish they deported us all Latins. They denied us water, we didn't have time to eat, and we worked long journeys without payment or extra hours, and the worst, that they never paid me what was corresponded to me.
Cuando denuncié el robo de salario ante el Departamento de Trabajo del Estado, el patrón comenzó a acosarme. Me llamó insistentemente para presionarme de quitar la queja. Me amenazó a través de mi hijo y hasta mandó mis datos a ICE, pidiendo que me deportaran. Hice una denuncia ante la policía y tengo pruebas de todo esto.
Thanks to the project, when I denounced the wage theft with the State Labor Department, my boss started harassing me. He called me continually to pressure me to remove the complaint, and he threatened me through my son, and he sent my data to ICE asking me to be deported. Yeah. I made the complaint with the police, and I have proof of everything.
Gracias al proyecto de justicia laboral, no enfrenté esto solo. Me ayudaron a organizarme, denunciar y recuperar mi voz. Hoy, gracias a su apoyo, el Departamento de Trabajo está considerando certificar mi caso para la visa U. Esto no es un favor, es un derecho ganado con lucha y organización.
And thanks to the Labor Project, Labor Justice Project, no te preocupes. I didn't face this alone. They helped me get organized, denounce, and recover my voice. And thanks to your support, the Department of Labor is considering certifying my case for a U visa. But that was not a favor. It's a right that I earned with fight and organization.
Por eso estoy aquí hoy, para pedirles que aseguren fondos en el presupuesto para que el proyecto de justicia laboral pueda seguir exigiendo y ayudando a más personas como yo. Cada vez que un trabajador es amenazado con migración, esa organización está ahí, firme y acompañando y defendiendo.
And that's why I'm here today, to ask you to please allocate the funds for the budget so that Labor Justice Project can continue existing and helping thousands of people like me. Every time that a worker is threatened by migration, that organization is there, firm, accompanying us and defending us.
Sin ellos estamos solos, con ellos tenemos poder.
Without them, we're alone, but with them we have power.
Gracias por escuchar nuestras historias y por considerar nuestro llamado a la justicia y al financiamiento.
Thank you
Gracias.
for listening to our stories and for considering our call and for justice and funding. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of City Council. My name is Mamadou Balde, and I am a proud delivery worker here in New York. I have been riding since last year, rain and shine, to make sure people get their meal and medicine, often putting my own safety at risk. But now, instead of being recognized and protected, I feel targeted. In the past few weeks, I've been seeing dozens of fellow delivery workers, many of them immigrants like me, receive a criminal summonses just for doing their job. They are not violent crime. They are a ticket for riding e-bikes, often because we don't know the exact rule or because we simply can afford to say no to the short time of the app company give us to deliver the food. These tickets cost us time, money. In some cases, they threaten our ability to stay in this country. We're not criminal, we're workers. We don't need more policy. What we really need is education, safe infrastructure, and access to the tools that allow us to do our job safely and legally. Right now, it's extremely difficult for many of us to even find certified e-bike that meet the city standards, and the cost is out of reach. We ride 6 to 10 hours a day, but we don't have places to rest, to charge our batteries, or even to use bathroom. That's why the delivery hub is so important. It's a space designed with our safety and dignity in mind. The Worker Justice Project has proposed a fruitful plan to invest 100,000 street safety education, case management, and support for the implementation of the delivery hub. Please, don't use the city budget to criminalize us. Use it to educate us, use it to support us, use it to make the city safer for everyone, riders and pedestrians alike. We are not asking for much. We are just asking to be treated with fairness, dignity, and with respect that every essential worker deserves. Thank you for your time and for listening to those of us who keep this city moving. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Alejandro Grajales, soy deliberista y organizador del proyecto de justicia laboral y responsable del área de robo de salario y abusos laborales. Hoy hemos escuchado los testimonios de 3 trabajadores inmigrantes que compartieron con valentía lo que han vivido. Jornadas extremas, amenazas, robos de salarios, enfermedades y miedo. Pero también escuchamos algo más, que gracias al proyecto de justicia laboral hoy están de pies, organizándose y luchando por la justicia.
Good afternoon. My name is Alejandro Grajales. I'm a delivery worker and an organizer with the Workers' Justice Project, where I lead the work on wage theft and labor abuse. Today we heard the testimonies of 3 immigrant workers who bravely shared their experiences, extreme work hours, threats, stolen wages, illness, and fear. But we also heard something else. Thanks to the support of the Workers' Justice Project, they are now standing tall, organized, and fighting for justice.
Rodolfo está colaborando con el Departamento de Labor por el tema de las represalias y a la espera de su certificación para la visa U o visa T. José, después de más de 3 décadas en este país y después de haber sido afectado por el 9/11, finalmente cuenta con protección migratoria. Yulisa, que es una persona que no pudo hablar hoy, pero tenía un emotivo mensaje, pudo denunciar a su empleador abusivo y obtuvo la acción diferida igual que otros 100 trabajadores. Nada de esto hubiera sido posible sin el acompañamiento y el trabajo incansable de nuestra organización.
Julissa, who couldn't speak today but has a message for us, reports an abusive employer and received deferred action, just like over 100 other workers. Rodolfo is working with the Department of Labor on a retaliation case and is waiting for certification for a U visa. And Jose, who after more than 3 decades in this country and being affected by 9/11, by 9/11, finally has immigration protections. None of these achievements would have been possible without the relentless support and work of our organization.
Yo no solo hablo como organizador, también soy un trabajador. Sé lo que es trabajar bajo la lluvia, bajo el frío, con el miedo a un robo, un accidente o una desconexión injusta o a no llegar a la casa. Por eso estoy aquí, porque sabemos que esta lucha es colectiva y va más allá de nosotros mismos.
I speak not only as an organizer, I also speak as a worker. I know what it's like to work in the rain and the cold or under fear of being robbed, getting into an accident, being unfairly deactivated, or not making it home. That's why I'm here, because we know this fight is collective and it goes beyond ourselves.
Por eso hoy les pido con urgencia aseguren el financiamiento necesario para que el proyecto de justicia laboral pueda seguir funcionando y creciendo. Necesitamos su respaldo para mantener estos 4 programas fundamentales. $100,000 para el programa de educación y entrenamiento en seguridad para deliveristas. $250,000 para el apoyo para trabajadores de bajos ingresos, $95,000 para la iniciativa para el desarrollo de cooperativas de trabajadores y $150,000 para la iniciativa de apoyo para trabajadores inmigrantes.
That's why I urgently ask you today, secure the necessary funding for the Workers' Justice Program to continue operating and growing. We need your support to sustain these 4 essential programs. $100,000 for safety education and training program for delivery workers. $250,000 for support for low-income workers. $95,000 for Worker Cooperative Development Initiative. $150,000 for support initiative for women and immigrant workers.
Sin estos recursos no podremos seguir acompañando a los trabajadores más vulnerables de nuestra ciudad. Hoy enfrentamos retos enormes, abuso laboral, racismo, violencia y desinformación. Y es precisamente en estos momentos que más necesitamos de su apoyo. Porque cuando un trabajador recupera su salario o un deliverista aprende que tiene derechos, no solo gana una persona, gana toda la ciudad. Muchas gracias.
Without these resources, we won't be able to continue supporting the most vulnerable workers of our city. Today, we face enormous challenges: labor abuse, racism, violence, and misinformation. It is precisely in times like these when we most need your support. Because when a worker recovers stolen wages or a delivery worker learns that they have rights, it's not just one person who wins, it's the whole city. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair Aviles and members of the committee. My name is Armari Perez, and I'm a Program Director of Workers' Justice Project. I'm honored to speak today on behalf of WJP members who are delivery workers, day laborers, and domestic workers, people whose work keeps this city alive every single day. I've seen firsthand the struggles our members face: a stolen wage, unsafe jobs, and now something even more frightening: They are being criminalized by the NYPD just for doing their jobs. These essential workers risk their health and safety to keep New Yorkers fit and cared for. But instead of protection, they live in daily fear of immigration raids at court, at work, even in their own neighborhoods. This fear is real, and it tears family apart. At Workers' Justice Project, we stand alongside our members. We help them secure fair wage, fair working conditions, and dignity. We work with city agencies to provide the services they desperately need. But now, under the NYPD and NYC Mayor's add-on policy, delivery workers are being targeted with criminal summonses, thrown into a confusing criminal system with little to no support. It's heartbreaking, no witness. For 5 years, we have received no new funding, even as demand grows. We've stretched every dollar to the limit, doing everything we can to support newly arrived immigrants and delivery workers, but the needs are overwhelming. And without new resources, we cannot protect this community. Today, I ask you to stand with us, support these vital programs that mean the world to our members. $200,000 for Protect NYC immigrant families, helping immigrant workers fight back against enforcement. $100,000 for citywide deliveries outreach and safety training.
Hang on. Need to get quiet in the chamber, please, while people are testifying. Thank you.
Thank you. $4,907,000 for the Day Labor Workforce Initiative, a coalition that supports every single worker in the day labor centers, connecting workers with living wage jobs and training. $115,000 for OSHA 30 construction safety trainings, ensuring immigrant workers can work safely, and $10,000 in discretionary funding, supporting every from job training to healthcare access. These dollars represent more than programs. They represent hope, dignity, and the chance for better life for thousands of workers who make this city run. Together we can build a new New York. And these values that protects all the city and all our workers. Thank you for listening and for your support.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Okay, next we have Nabilia Coyote.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Aviles, Chair Brannan, and members of the City Council, Immigration and Finance Committees, and fellow New Yorkers. My name is Nivea Coyote. I am the Executive Director of NICE, New Immigrant Community Empowerment, a community-based organization in Queens that is dedicated to nurturing the spirit of all immigrants and supporting the power and potential of immigrant workers, new New Yorkers, and long-standing members of our city who are too often left behind. I am here today to speak about the essential role of our pre-apprenticeship for life and work program, and to urge the city to continue and strengthen its commitment to organizations like NICE through stable and timely contract funding, particularly the workforce development initiatives such as the Day Labor Workforce Initiative, Immigrant Gender Equity, Construction Site Safety Initiative, Adult Literacy Pilot Project, Welcome NYC, and legal services such as low-wage worker support, among many others. Our pre-apprenticeship for life and work provides immigrant New Yorkers with what they need most, real access to opportunity. We prepare individuals, most of them low-wage workers and often excluded from traditional workforce systems, for union apprenticeship, skill certifications, and career pathways in growing industries like construction, green jobs, and building maintenance. We do this in a cultural, responsive, linguistically appropriate, and worker-centered way. But this program is not just about skills, it's about dignity, mobility, and survival. Every week, I meet with participants who are navigating multiple barriers: language, immigration status, lack of health, health services options, discrimination, and economic hardship. There are newly arrived immigrants, day laborers, domestic workers, and job seekers, people who keep the city running, but who are constantly fighting to stay afloat. Because beyond job training, we equip our participants with critical life skills that are essential for surviving and thriving in the city. These are the things that we don't talk about, yet that determine whether a person can fully participate in society, understanding how to navigate the transportation system, access health services and insurance, manage finances and open a bank account, etc. In addition to workforce and life skills development, NICE provides critical legal education and support services to help our community members navigate an increasingly hostile environment. Every day we offer Know Your Rights workshops to ensure immigrants understand the protection under labor, immigration, and criminal justice systems. These sessions are not theoretical, they are tools for survival. Whether it's a worker facing wage theft or someone targeted by immigration enforcement, our legal empowerment work helps them recognize abuse, assert their rights, and access support. In this moment when immigrant communities are under extreme harm, these legal services are essential to protect lives, prevent exploitation, and build collective power. For them, NICE is a lifeline, and the PREA Partnership for Life and Work is often their first step toward a more stable future. We are deeply proud of the impact of our program. However, I must be honest, our ability to continue delivering these results is under threat. We call on the City Council to ensure full and continued funding for immigrant service, workforce programs, language access, welcoming new immigrants, legal services, health services, etc. In total, over $1 million for NICE in different awards. Expedite reimbursements and budget approvals so that nonprofits are not forced to carry the cost of city services. And center immigrant and worker-led organizations in the design and funding of workforce development initiatives, particularly those that serve undocumented and low-income New Yorkers. On behalf of NICE and the immigrant workers we serve, I thank you for your time and your leadership. Gracias.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, now we have Paulina Cohen, Scarlett Thompson, Paula Inargu, Natalia from Make the Road, Timothy Sheehan, Julian Colon, and Jiming Wuli. Which group are you?
It's the New York City Lions against sexual assault, and they're Andrea and Jasmine.
Okay, so hang back and we'll call you up together.
Okay. Good afternoon to Chair Aviles and all the council members present. My name is Natalia Aristizabal, and I'm testifying, and I'm Deputy Director at Make the Road New York, and I'm testifying on behalf of our 28,000 plus members. My written testimony is longer, and I actually was going to start with some of the work that we're doing, but I want to start our verbal testimony talking specifically about the student Dylan who was picked up in the Bronx. And it's important to highlight this case because Dylan did not have any criminal record. He did the process for asylum at the border, and he was in a current process, and he decided with his lawyer that he should show up to his immigration case. What we saw in Dylan's case is two things: a practice that we're seeing now from immigration, where they're dismissing an immigration case so that ICE can pick up the person outside, and a lot of these people actually get represented by the Rapid Response Initiative, which currently this year we're asking for $25 million for legal representation, including a restoration of $600,000 that was taken away last year. And I'm highlighting this is because these cases, we're seeing them more and more, where ICE just only wants to pick up people who are brown, and it doesn't matter what immigration case people have. And it's really unfortunate to see a student get picked up. And both the DOE and the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs should be doing more to help in his case. We additionally also want to baseline the current funding of $1.6 million. We want to invest $55 million in immigration legal services to expand access to representation and increase and baseline $40 million for the Immigrant Opportunity Initiative and renew the Protect New York Families Initiative to support immigrant New Yorkers. Additionally, we're asking to fully fund the Department of Consumer Worker Protections at $2.5 million for workers' rights enforcement to ensure that the new minimum pay rule for delivery workers and more. We expand the low-wage worker support initiative to $3 million so we can help immigrant workers fight stolen wages and learn their rights and restore the Commission on Human Rights. I want to highlight just two quickly education programs. We want to make sure that there is double baseline funding for DYCD funding adult literacy programs from 12 to 24 million to maintain adult literacy discretionary funding at 16.5 million, including the adult literacy pilot. And we're grateful that 14 million was included in the executive budget for community schools. We still need 3.3 million for student success centers, 12 million for restorative justice, and last but not least, we can stop using some of the money to have safety agents or NYPD in schools since students don't feel safe anymore with NYPD in their schools. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to see some of you from the preliminary hearings, and I know it's been a long day of testimony, so I appreciate your commitment. I'm Paulina Cohen. I'm a staff attorney at the New York City Anti-Violence Project. You heard from a lot of great legal service providers that are doing a lot of great immigration work, but I'm here to talk about AVP, which has long been at the forefront of New York's fight against hate and oppression. Our crisis hotline is open 24 hours a day, and we offer critical support to LGBTQ and immigrant communities, including clients in all of your districts, so I want to thank you for your ongoing support. It's becoming harder for LGBTQ and immigrant New Yorkers to access justice and safety, and there's no guarantee of legal representation in the immigration system, which leaves thousands to face serious legal and human rights challenges all alone. We at AVP, however, are committed to serving the most vulnerable, and we recognize the Council's commitment to protecting immigrants. We recently filed an amicus brief supporting your lawsuit against the Mayor's Office for allowing ICE at Rikers, and I'm here to ask you to help complete this puzzle by ensuring sustained and increased funding for immigration legal services. AVP is the only LGBTQ-specific victim services agency in the city. We provide culturally competent legal services, including humanitarian immigration relief, alongside holistic support. We do outreach to ensure survivors know about and can access our services, and we advocate on a broader scale, like by filing the amicus in your case, to lift up the issues our clients face. I want to tell you quickly about one of my clients. I'm going to call her Daisy. Daisy came to us with a really complex immigration case. Her case had been bouncing between the immigration agencies and immigration courts, and she didn't have a clear grasp on the status of her application, with ambiguity leaving her vulnerable to wrongful apprehension by immigration authorities. We intervened, filed the right motions, got her asylum application properly filed, and she was also able to finally get her work permit, which was years overdue. Thanks to AVP's continued support, Daisy now has clear legal status and the ability to work, which allows her to continue the positive life she's building here in New York. Daisy is just one of many. In fiscal year 24, AVP's legal department handled over 280 cases, nearly 70% immigration related. This need is growing, especially among our transgender clients who have been specifically targeted by hateful federal policies. We fill critical service gaps where the city resources fall short, and our co-location model connects legal and social services, helping survivors holistically rebuild their lives. With your support, we can expand that work, especially in light of cuts to our federal funding. Funding from you all will allow us to provide direct services, outreach, and advocacy that are all really essential in this acute moment of crisis. Simply put, without your help, we cannot continue to keep our communities safe. AVP is committed to ensuring that our community members have access to justice and safety, and I'm asking this committee to show that same dedication. Thank you for your ongoing support and for the opportunity to testify.
Good afternoon, Chair Aviles and distinguished members of the New York City Council Committee. My name is Julian Colon, and I'm a literacy program coordinator and ESOL teacher at the Center for Family Life in Sunset Park, also known as CFL. I'm here today to call on City Council to maintain the full amount of $16.5 million of discretionary funding for Adult Literacy Initiative and Adult Literacy Pilot Project. Over the past 4 years, serving the immigrant community of New York City has been an honor and a privilege. I've been fortunate enough to have the hardest working, most dedicated students in my classroom. Whether to pursue new professional ventures, return to school and complete a degree, prepare for the citizenship exam, or simply develop better communication skills to connect with their children, the individuals who have gathered at CFL all arrive with a drive and sense of perseverance that is nothing short of inspiring. Eager to learn and share their culture and experiences, these students continue to inspire me on a daily basis and inform my teaching. They remind me every day why I do what I do, and that it is never too late to pursue your dreams regardless of who you are or where you come from. We are truly grateful that the New York City Council provided us with the necessary resources to rescue our ESOL program after a 24% reduction of DYCD's adult literacy program from their previous procurement. As Sunset Park has the third highest concentration of individuals with limited English language proficiency in New York City, your support has allowed me to continue classes in our high-need area. This need hasn't gone away. We estimate that our ESOL waiting list is in the thousands, and interest has remained steady even in the face of xenophobic federal policies. Thank you for partnering with us in this fight to protect adult education classes such as mine that take place across the city each day that enrich, educate, and nurture those seeking a better life in the United States. Those of us within the field of language education, particularly within the nonprofit sector, view language education not as a commodity, but as an essential service that should be available to all. With your efforts, we can continue to provide these services to those who need them the most, who would otherwise not have access to such resources, nor the opportunity to realize their full potential. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Aviles and Chair Brennan, and distinguished members of the Council committees. I'm Tim Sheehan, and I'm Chair of the Board of the Center for Family Life in Sunset Park, and I'm joining Julian here today and others to urge the City Council to protect our immigrant community by maintaining the full $16.5 million in discretionary funding for the Adult Literacy Initiative and the Adult Literacy Pilot Project. Through discretionary funding, our ESOL program, offered at no cost, enables New Yorkers with limited English proficiency to begin their journey toward dignified working conditions, improved pay, increased access to public benefits, and a greater sense of belonging in our neighborhood. A worthy investment, a recent report from the United Neighborhood Houses highlights the positive impact, economic and social impacts of investment in our community members through adult literacy programs. For example, the first randomized evaluation of a publicly funded ESOL course in Massachusetts, published in the journal Economic Policy, found that those who participated increased annual earnings by 56%. In Sunset Park, this is seen through the story of Raul, a student at CFL with an unwavering commitment to learning, who day after day took risks, learned skills, and gained confidence in his abilities to communicate in English. Through his own initiative, our classes propelled him to prepare for and enroll in community college, where he's now pursuing his passion for chemistry with the goal of becoming a pharmacist. With the support of the City Council in FY25, 75% of our program participants showed improvement in their English proficiency, leading to outcomes like Raul's that can support working families and strengthen our community. But I want to say that these benefits go beyond the individual. The economic and social benefits of ESOL programs redound to the city's economy and to the city's fiscal, to the city's fisc. I'm glad that Chairman Brennan is here to hear this. So in the Massachusetts study, they found that the increase in earnings over time, this 56% of the individual's increase in earnings, over time paid for the costs of the program and actually generated a 6% return to taxpayers. An earlier study called Eager for English, a report that was prepared by the firm Appleseed for the New York Immigration Coalition in 2004, showed that increasing the supply of ESOL classes in New York City would more than pay for itself by increasing the skill level of program participants, thereby their total economic impact. It would provide a net increase to New York City and New York state taxes. So these programs, beyond their social benefits, can be looked on as economic development programs and probably have a bigger bang for the buck than any other economic development program you might consider. So ideally, our ESOL program would be supported by a robust baseline budget managed by DYCD with stable year-over-year funding. However, until DYCD revises its policies, it is crucial that the New York City Council continues its support to ensure that adult learners continue to have access to the pathways they need to thrive. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Good afternoon. Thank you to Chair Aviles, Chair Brannon, and members of the Immigration and Finance Committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jimeng Wu Li, and I'm a student from the New Utrecht High School as part of the Youth Advocate team at the Chinese American Planning Council. When I first arrived in America, I was very afraid to admit that I was from Venezuela. There was a pervasive discrimination towards people like me, and I grew up being bullied. I was afraid that if anyone knew who or where I came from, they looked at me differently and reject me. When I came in touch with CBC, I slowly found my own values and was accepted into this community. I obtained opportunities and achieved things that I never thought I would be able to accomplish. I was able to get my first job as a supervisor, where I was able to oversee and manage more than 30 workers. In this community and through these experiences that CBC has offered me, I learned to truly appreciate who I am and I'm here to proudly tell you where I came from. In light of federal threats, our city must live up to its values and adopt a budget that meets the growing needs of working class and immigrant New Yorkers. We need to fully fund the social safety net, which includes the service and programming provided by organizations like CBC. We're also urging to expand access to support services such as housing vouchers to all New Yorkers regardless of immigration status, to increase investment in Promise NYC, and allocate additional funds for adult literacy to meet the needs of our newest New Yorkers. Investments such as these will enable all families to improve their economic prospect, more fully integrate into their communities and thrive. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify on issues that greatly impact our communities.
Thank you so much, obviously, to this entire panel, and I have to give a special shout out to my CFL and CPC colleagues, and all of y'all. I just wanted to underscore thank you for pointing out, obviously, the probably very minimum return on investment that we get from adult literacy. It is confounding to me that our city has not seen the multiplication benefit of this service for so long and has been like defunding it for so long. So we're going to continue to fight to expand literacy funding because it is absolutely critical to our organizations, to our communities, to our city. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your continued support.
Thank you all very much. Okay, next panel we have Zachary Katz-Nelson, Megan French Marcelin, Sarita Daftani, Jennifer Parrish, Roberto Ponce, what? There's Want to begin from your left?
Sure. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I'm Zachary Katz-Nelson. I'm the Executive Director of the Independent Rikers Commission. Thank you for the chance to testify today. I want to first thank the Council for its continued support and push for the investments that it discussed in its press release this morning, investments to address mental illness, to address recidivism and reentry, investments that are critical to public safety, to closing Rikers, and to ultimately saving this city money. There are pennies on the dollar compared to Rikers, but the return will be tremendous as opposed to Rikers itself, which it's hard to imagine a worse investment this city can make than continue to pour money into Rikers Island. I want to touch on two things based on the Department of Corrections testimony today. The Department of Corrections said that the State Commission on Correction has done a staffing analysis of one jail on Rikers. There are 8 open jails on Rikers. So what would happen if the State Commission or somebody else actually analyzed the staffing at all 8 jails on Rikers Island? What would that budget look like as compared to what we have today? You know, notably, when the DOC said the State Commission looked at the Bellevue outposted units, it found that many fewer officers were needed than the Department of Corrections said. So the Council could require the Department of Corrections to do a department-wide analysis, both civilian and uniformed staff, and then produce a budget that actually matches the true need, whatever that turns out to be. Secondly, reentry. You know, time and again, we hear about people who are released from Rikers, people who are getting treatment inside, mental health or addiction treatment, who are not properly connected with service providers on the outside. That is missed opportunity after missed opportunity. And it's no wonder that 1/3 of people who are released from Rikers every year are back there within a year. Why don't we set up a system when somebody is going to be released that the service providers on the outside who are meant to help them continue their drug treatment, for instance, they get notice that it's going to happen. We have a system right now to service providers when people are arrested. Why don't we tell them when people are due to be released so we don't miss yet another opportunity? Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannon, Chair Nurse, Chair Aviles. I am Sarita Daftry. I'm co-director of Freedom Agenda. We're one of the organizations leading the campaign to close Rikers. Our members have experienced Rikers and been impacted by crime, and they know what works to create public safety, things like housing, healthcare, work opportunities, and mentorship. While Mayor Adams has said he wants to close the pipelines that feed Rikers, his budget would leave gaping holes in our city's mental health infrastructure and social safety net, continuing to funnel vulnerable New Yorkers into Rikers Island, where they are subjected to violence, deadlocking, sexual assault, now also potential being picked off by ICE. We're calling on the City Council to ensure that the adopted budget paves the way for New York City to close Rikers Island, and we appreciate the emphasis that the Council has already put on those investments. One important tool we want to point out to you is the possibility to reallocate $150 million that the city is currently planning to spend to hire 1,100 more correction officers. Instead of spending money on those additional officers, we should be investing to help New Yorkers thrive. That includes $70.6 million more to meet critical mental health and housing needs, $2.4 million more is for alternatives to incarceration and reentry programs, $8.1 million more for the Board of Correction to adequately conduct their oversight, and $3 million to begin a master plan for renewable Rikers. DOC spending is such an epic scandal that it's sometimes hard to put into context, honestly. This is an agency that a federal judge has described as both overstaffed and underserved. While OMB has pushed for vacancy reductions at agencies that provide vital services to improve people's lives, DOC has escaped even the suggestion of such cuts, despite their vacancy rate growing for 3 years straight. Why is this special treatment being given to the one agency in the city that is actually required to shrink in the next few years under the plan to close Rikers? When the Independent Rikers Commission estimates that the borough jails will require only 3,240 uniformed officers at most, why is DOC budgeting for 7,060, which is 1,100 more than their current headcount? DOC has pitched hiring more staff as a way to curb excessive overtime. IBO published a report that shows that's not the case. Just to wrap up, we're grateful that the Council in your budget response is aligned with us and so many New Yorkers in calling for investments in mental health at a scale that finally reaches the need. And we know what OMB is going to tell you. They're going to say there's no money for that. So we need the Council to be prepared to say there's $150 million in this budget to hire 1,100 unnecessary correction officers, and we need this administration to get their priorities straight. I'll submit along with this a full analysis of the budget that outlines our investment priorities. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Jennifer Parrish. I'm the Director of Criminal Justice Advocacy at the Urban Justice Center Mental Health Project. Thank you for this opportunity to testify and for all that the council has done related to closing Rikers. I'm here today to express our opposition to the Department of Corrections' exorbitant budget and urge the council to reallocate a portion of that agency's $1.2 billion budget in a way that actually benefits our community and reduces incarceration. Those are investments that will improve public safety and advance the plan to close Rikers. The Department of Correction has demonstrated to you time and time again that it's incapable of fulfilling its fundamental obligation to keep people in its custody safe and healthy. Just 2 weeks ago in the class action Nunez versus Department of Correction, Chief U.S. District Judge Laura Swain issued a decision finding it necessary to appoint a remediation manager. This is an individual outside of the department, independent of City Hall, to protect the constitutional rights of incarcerated people and reduce jail violence. This decision came after years, actually 9 years of being monitored, 9 years of failing to comply with the consent judgment, and multiple remedial orders. And the judge identified 18 core provisions that the city was in contempt of. But what the court did not find was that the department was understaffed. She said that the department has enormous resources which are not being effectively deployed, and she specifically described it as overstaffed. So the city must stop pouring money into the dysfunctional Department of Correction, and that should be done in this year's budget. They have allocated far too much money for uniformed staff, 7,060 officers, and that's not going to happen. It's not going to be filled. There are 1,100 vacancies. And you heard this morning that they testified there's a small number of recruits joining the department and a significant number of staff that are going to retire. We support all of the budget allocations that are included in the Campaign to Close Rikers analysis of the budget, and we hope that you'll fund them instead of the Department of Correction.
Thank you to the City Council, Chair Aviles, and the Committee on Immigration for your attention and commitment to supporting New York City's immigrant community in the 2026 fiscal budget cycle. My name is Roberto Ponce, a Community Engagement Associate for Hot Bread Kitchen, and I'm testifying today on behalf of Hot Bread Kitchen, an organization that creates economic opportunity through job skills training, food entrepreneurship, and an ecosystem of support for individuals who face barriers to meaningful careers. This year, we will continue our efforts to provide workforce training for New York's asylum-seeking population. Over the past 17 years, Hot Bread Kitchen has enrolled over 2,000 program participants into our programs to help them launch careers in the food industry, start and grow their small business, and access the resources they need to succeed at work and in the world. Our community includes residents of 50 city council districts. 91% of our members identify as people of color, with 86% identifying as women. Just over half of our members across our programs were born outside of the U.S. and are non-native English speakers, with approximately 82% of our members unemployed before starting one of our programs. They reach starting wages post-graduation of about $18 to $22 an hour. Our members are dedicated, hardworking New Yorkers seeking opportunities for meaningful careers, sustainable income, and long-term wealth generation for their families. We offer our members several programs to reach economic mobility, including culinary career pathways for New Yorkers. We provide wraparound support, case management referrals to our 200+ community-based organizations to access child care vouchers, affordable housing, mental health services. We provide MetroCards, stipends, and job placement to our network of employer partners. We're very grateful to have received funding from the City Council, which has supported our growing number of enrolled members and our expansion of offerings into other boroughs, including Bronx, Brooklyn, and Queens. With the Council's investment, we have surpassed our 3-year strategic growth goal of 1,000 bread winners strong by 2000. We're renewing our efforts to seek the Council's support for culinary career pathways for New Yorkers in fiscal year 26, specifically for the continuation of this needed program, and ask for your support for our 100,000 Welcome New York City initiative funding, some support for women immigrant workers initiative requests. With the arrival of an unprecedented amount of migrants and asylum seekers in New York City for the past several years, Hot Bread Kitchen developed and launched this program by adapting our training to provide targeted services for this asylum-seeking population. In 2025, we graduated one cohort of 24 members, and we just began another one of 25. For both cohorts, we have over 500 applications. We continue to serve more New Yorkers each year in accessing economic mobility, and we respectfully urge the Committee on Immigration to support our applications for funding for this vital year. Thank you for your attention and investment in Hopper Kitchen's work.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan French-Marcelin. I'm the Senior Director of New York State Policy at the Legal Action Center. Today, I testify on behalf of the New York City Alternatives to Incarceration and Reentry Coalition. We are a network of 12 service organizations with decades of experience in providing holistic, community-based supports to justice-involved New Yorkers. Collectively, we serve more than 30,000 New Yorkers each year. Let me start by just saying Rikers has proven to be a terrible and very costly public safety strategy, but our programs are not. These programs are actually some of the most meaningful mechanisms we have available to envision and scale a more just justice system. These programs are not just about human potential, however, they're also evidence-based, effective interventions supported by decades of research. In fact, that research has shown us that our programs are more effective than incarceration at reducing recidivism, keeping people from committing new crimes, connecting people to services, and keeping people employed. And we actually do this at a cost much cheaper than the Department of Correction. Incarcerating just one person at Rikers for a year is over $500,000. ATIs create cost savings. Studies estimate that for every dollar spent on ATIs, between $3 and $5 of benefits are generated. This year, the coalition is asking for $2.4 million in additional discretionary funds. And to put that into some perspective, that whole ask is just 10% of what the DOC spends monthly on overtime. If you can read my full written testimony, it has examples of both how we have used discretionary funds in the past and how we plan to use the additional funding to bring these programs to scale and make sure that all New Yorkers have access to effective, holistic, community-driven supports. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Okay, our next panel, we have Scarlett Thompson, Andrea Rodriguez, and Jasmine Joseph. Okay, whoever wants to start.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Scarlett Thompson. I use she, her pronouns, and I am a senior prevention coordinator at the New York City Alliance Against Sexual Assault. I'm here today to speak with you about an often missed point when it comes to conversations about criminal justice, which is preventing harm before it can even happen. I'm asking you today to commit to investing $300,000 to support Outsmart NYC, a program that focuses specifically on sexual violence prevention within New York City nightlife. This program is a collaborative effort with the Crime Victims Treatment Center and a collective of people who work in nightlife, some of whom have joined me on this panel today. The rates of sexual violence in the US are staggering. 1 in 2 trans or gender nonconforming people, 1 in 4 women, and 1 in 6 men will experience sexual violence in their lifetimes. Last year, we conducted a survey of New York City nightlife workers in which 70% of the nightlife staff who responded said that they frequently witnessed sexual violence at work, and 60% had experienced sexual violence at work. Outsmart works to prevent sexual violence by training staff to recognize and intervene in harm. We work with managers and owners on policies and environmental changes that increase safety and providing support resources to the nightlife community. We have trained over 100 venues that range from small wine bars on the Lower East Side to clubs that host thousands of people a night in Bushwick. We also provide safety advocacy for massive events like Red Bull's Culture Clash event last year and Pride events throughout June. Our team here at Outsmart has been working tirelessly to support patrons and staff for over 10 years now, and we know how much further our reach could go if the City Council allotted the $300,000 we are requesting. Even without the staffing we need to conduct outreach, the demand for our programming far outstrips our current staff capacity to meet it. I implore you to invest in community-based safety efforts led by and for the people who make up the heart of New York City nightlife.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing us to speak today. My name is Jasmine Joseph, and I work for Outsmart as their administrative associate and social media manager. However, I've also been working as a professional DJ in New York City nightlife for over 10 years. I also currently work as a DJ in New York City nightlife in addition to my role at Outsmart. This allows me to do several things. For one, I can bring back experiences that I'm having in my work as a DJ back to the Outsmart team, which they use to help make their curriculum and trainings, their bystander intervention trainings, which we offer to New York City nightlife venues, as relevant as possible. I'm also tapped into the New York City nightlife community, specifically New York City nightlife workers and performers, as somebody who's been DJing in New York City nightlife for over 10 years. And I hear a lot of things through word of mouth. Scarlett shared with you stats, and stats are great. However, sexual violence is seriously underreported, especially in the New York City nightlife community, where a lot of things that we experience, our jobs and income depend on us being able to tolerate it, in so many words. And so I am able to bring back a lot of things that I'm hearing through word of mouth from my community to the Outsmart team. And they're able to apply the things that I'm bringing back to them to help tailor their trainings, and to help make New York City nightlife community comfortable with us when we come in, because there are nightlife workers on the staff who can speak their language with them. Additionally, I just want to say that prior to being a DJ, I was simply a patron. I am a native New Yorker, and I love this city. New York City nightlife is a huge part of the social fabric of this city, and I really, truly believe after the past 3 years of working with Outsmart that the work that they do is incredibly impactful, and I really think that the funding would help us to expand our reach outside of Brooklyn and Manhattan, where we're most active, to boroughs like Bronx and Queens, and also Upper Manhattan, Harlem, where we're really looking to target. So thanks again for allowing me to speak.
Hi everyone, my name is Andrea, and I started with Outsmart in May of 2023 as the Health, Equity, and Nightlife Liaison. I'm also a patron of nightlife, and I also perform harm reduction for nightlife. And as a child of immigrant, I understand the importance of spaces for joy, dance, and also the importance of immigrants in nightlife community. As a queer person, nightlife has been a lifeline. New York has always been a cultural epicenter for the world, and so much of that culture comes from nightlife. What I've come to understand is that nightlife is neutral, she has, and will always be there for all of us. To celebrate, to grieve, to create, work, inspire, and heal. These spaces where many of us can finally decompress and take off the mask we've been wearing all day, and sometimes all of our lives. I believe that everyone deserves to return home not safe, but well. Outsmart understands that the health of nightlife goes beyond safety. It's about the well-being of everyone and every stakeholder in the room. We meet businesses where they're at. We do not signal virtue. We tailor our workshops to reflect the culture of each venue, the people who work there, and the communities they serve without compromising our values and principles. We also take the history and context of nightlife seriously. Last year, we brought together a group of trans nightlife workers who designed a training specifically to center the well-being of trans and gender nonconforming people. This community is not only at higher risk and also has and will always shape so much of nightlife culture in New York and around the world. The training piloted at Elsewhere in Brooklyn included a framework from one facilitator's PhD research. It focused on a spectrum of safety for trans people, from the absence of harm to the presence of celebration and belonging. It helped staff understand how every part of a venue, including how security checks are done, can be made more affirming. We are asking for your support so we can continue to support New Yorkers. We're also working in language accessibility as immigrants and nightlife workers are facing unprecedented times and becoming more at risk. We offer workshops right now and information in English and Spanish at this time. We are asking for your support so we can continue supporting New Yorkers, and if you want to know how healthy a city is, look at its nightlife. And for many of us, a DJ really did save our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for all you guys do.
Thank you.
Okay, this is our final in-person panel before Sandy turns into a pumpkin. We have Kate Tiskus, Yankee Tishering, Natalie Ardilla, Richard Flores, and Raul Rivera. You want to begin? Go ahead.
Thank you so much for holding this hearing today. I wanted to talk a little bit about programs that the council is already supporting that really help make sure that folks who are justice impacted and people who are immigrants are able to get the services that they need, which is becoming even more important as demands on them are made worse and worse by the federal administration. First, there's a bunch of really great workforce development programs that the council supports. Pride at Work works with LGBT people who are justice impacted, LGBT people who are without homes, people all over the map, and it's actually the nation's first and only publicly funded partnership between union high road employment and queer organizations. It's working like a charm. One of the organizations in it has literally 100% employment placement, which in this economy is crazy. Also, the Domestic Workers Empowerment Initiative and the Workers Cooperative Business Development Initiative both focus on making sure people who might not have their documents totally in order are able to have safe, dignified access to workplaces, but also to understand and know the rights that City Council has worked really hard to pass for them. The City Council's human rights law work for domestic workers is first in the nation, and in order to be able to use that law, domestic workers got to know about it, which is what the Domestic Workers Empowerment Initiative does. Sort of breezing on to folks who are especially justice impacted. Support for persons in the sex trades is really kind of hitting all over the map in terms of providing support for people who are coming into the city who are sort of finding that as their first place where they're needing to seek employment. Making sure that they can get access to city services and go about their business safely is so important, and that initiative is asking for an increase to $7.4 million. And my wrap-up sentence is the Sexual Assault Initiative also keeps a close eye on folks who are justice impacted. It's the City Council, not the mayor, not the state, only the City Council funds the Sexual Assault Initiative. So thank you for your work with that as well.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Oh, good afternoon, and thank you for your patience. I was concerned that after a certain point we would be asked to leave. So anyway, thank you to all the members of the Committee on Immigration. My name is Yankee Tishering. I'm the Executive Director of Accompany Capital. We're a CDFI, a community development financial institution, and what we do is we focus on providing access to affordable credit, financial education, and training. The loans we provide range from $1,000 to $350,000, so very, very numerous micro entrepreneurs, and then going up to working with small businesses. Since our founding, we have expanded economic opportunities, primarily for immigrants, refugees, underserved entrepreneurs, and we've disbursed over $68 million in business loans, created 10,000 unique 3,000 new jobs, and worked with over 10,000 unique businesses and saved more than 11,000 jobs citywide. So while our mission is to create pathways to prosperity for micro and small businesses, their very presence in the city is being threatened by recent executive orders, as we're all aware, and obviously a lot of the federal funding that we had access to has been decreased or is under threat of being eliminated. Last year we served clients from over 57 countries. We want to thank City Council for the recent creation of the CDFI initiative, and through this funding, our team has already supported 25 businesses. We're on track to serve over 40 businesses, and these are businesses that would not qualify for services with the funding we currently have. So these are street vendors, cleaning services, and catering businesses. We are fully aware that there will be further decreases, restrictions. We have a proposal pending for the CDFI initiative to continue our existing partnership with Asian Americans for Equality and Business Outreach Center to create economic opportunity for over 250 entrepreneurs who currently do not qualify to get services. With the current funding we have a grant of request of $330,000 pending. We strongly encourage you to keep in mind all the risks facing immigrant, refugee in the small business communities. These businesses need support. Thank you for your time, and on behalf of everyone at Accompany Capital, we look forward to strengthening and partnering with the other organizations that are represented here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir.
Councilmember Brennan, thanks for giving me the opportunity to testify. I've listened to testimony protecting the rights of illegals and migrants at this hearing, including those who are living and working in New York City, those who haven't been deported, or those who haven't been imprisoned as a result of committing crime. The reason why I'm mentioning this is yesterday, Memorial Day, I was physically and sexually attacked for being a cisgender male, and I was sitting at a public area outside the offices of 17 State Street, which is in the financial district. I was formerly employed there for a company called Shareholders Communications, and I was a CSR there from 1994 to 1998 till 2001. In 2001, I witnessed the attacks on the World Trade Center on 9/11. I was employed there, and I saw, unfortunately, the events unfold. So I was sitting there for various reasons, and one of the reasons was thinking about my past and the fact that I was formerly employed there, and thinking about my present and what was actually occurring. And being that yesterday was Memorial Day, it's something that carries a lot of weight in most Americans' minds, including my own. Now, the reason why I'm mentioning this is because, and I apologize if it sounds a bit far-fetched, I heard an individual who works as an information agent and another individual who works as a security guard say various times that I would be attacked for being a cisgender male, and I didn't quite understand this. There's a lot of racial bias going on. There's a lot of hate crimes going on in New York. I've seen many things happen. Unfortunately, I've been attacked many times on the street for the last 10 years. I've gone to the police. I've spoken to the DOI. I've spoken to Jocelyn Strauber, inspectors at the DOI, etc., over and over again for the last almost 10 years now. And I have documented proof if you need it. And so I'm mentioning this at this testimonial to address the fact that what I still call the prison industrial complex, being funded by legislation, I believe is using collisional data and information that is being used to provide that funding. And what is not being said at this hearing are the other important factors that are affecting every American's rights, including illegals, including migrants who want to become American citizens.
Sir, could you please wrap up your testimony?
Sure. And live in this country. So I can't go into the rest. What is troubling me is this how the American economy is being run? Meaning, this is how we're funding the prison industrial complex. I believe that a lot of the violence that is occurring in this country is not being handled properly. A lot of what I heard today, the testimony that I heard today, and the people who are trying to protect the rights of illegals and migrants, I understand. But the climate of violence and fear that is currently plaguing our country is quite another thing.
Please wrap up your testimony. You're now over time, and just out of respect for other people waiting online as well. You can submit any written testimony to the gentleman in the back.
Okay. All I'd like to say in closing is that I truly believe that there needs to be re-legislation of the law in order for that funding to be used properly.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Raul Rivera. I just want to say before I read my statement that we don't trust the NGOs, the nonprofits. There's something that's going on with all this money being handed out to immigrants. The city has spent $6.9 billion, and you cannot help immigrants with $6.9 billion. That's very suspect. I think somebody should look into that. Also, the chair Aviles is in the back. I'm not sure why she doesn't want to sit down at the chair and take over her chair.
Raul, you have 2 minutes.
Look at what she's doing. You call that representation?
This is coming out of your 2 minutes.
Yeah, but you call that representation, right? Well, you could look up for that $1 billion that's missing on the Thrive NYC that we spoke about. I asked you to investigate that. That's $1 billion. So I'm going to read a quote from Dr. Wafa Sultan. The trouble with Islam is deeply rooted in its teachings. Islam is also a political ideology that is, I'll restart. The trouble with Islam is deeply rooted in its teachings. Islam is also a political ideology that preaches violence and applies its agenda by force. I remind Chair Aviles that it was Muslims who attacked and brought down the World Trade Centers on 9/11. I'll also remind the chair Palestinians were dancing in the streets of Palestine.
Sir, I'm going to need you to stay on topic, please. We're not here to disparage any religious. On topic.
This is
Keep
about
it on topic. We good.
Immigration.
Thank you.
I reclaim my time. Chair Aviles believes.
There's no reclamation. Thank you.
Chair Aviles believes that the struggle of Puerto Rico and Palestine are the same. I'll remind the chair Puerto Rico does not hate America like the Palestinians do, and Puerto Rico does not have a terrorist organization called Hamas. You support Zoran Mandani for NYC, who lied to me about publicly denouncing Hamas, Hezbollah, and Sharia law. His campaign team said on camera that Mr. Mandani put out a statement. We demand.
Sir, this is not on topic and your time is over.
We demand he produce the so-called.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
We'll submit our testimony.
Thank you. Zoom now? Yep. Okay, now we're moving to Zoom. Our first for Zoom is Ari. Our first on Zoom is Ari Omorgaban.
You may begin.
All right. Hi, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Alrighty, so my name is Ayanakwe Omaragbon. I'm the New York Policy Manager at African Communities Together. First and foremost, I'd like to say good evening, Chair Brannon, Chair Aviles, and members of the committees on finance and immigration. This is actually my first time doing a virtual testimony. I tend to be there every time, but thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. So I'm here today to ask City Council to renew $7.8 million in funding to the Language Access Grant to expand vital services ranging from legal and rapid response to critical community education to help New York's immigrants access resources and protect their rights. I make this request in hope and also in expectation that the council will grant a complete restoration of funding for Afrolingual, New York's first and premier African worker-owned language collaborative. Just to give you all some statistics, according to New York statistics, there are estimated 172,712 immigrants from sub-Saharan Africa living in New York State. In New York City alone, there are approximately 86,694 speakers of African languages and tens of thousands of speakers of French and Arabic. Many of these African language speakers are limited English proficient, and studies show that African immigrants are among New York's most language-isolated communities. I think my colleagues who spoke on the panel earlier from Language Justice Collaborative, they talked a lot about the work that we've been able to do over the last few years. We advocated for New York City's Local Law 30. We pushed for the passage of New York State legislation, New York State Language Access Law. And last year, we also worked together to lead a successful campaign that resulted in the New York City Council making an unprecedented investment of $3.8 million in building the language access workforce. Since receiving that funding, Afrolingual has been able to provide New Yorkers
Thank you.
with,
Time has expired.
Okay, could I just finish this sentence and then?
Sure, go ahead.
Sorry about that. So Afrolingual, we've been able to provide New Yorkers with worker-owned language access services, interpretation, translation, and English as a second language instruction. The development of this cooperative has also empowered the economic uplift of African immigrants living in the city. So as everyone knows, this is a very scary time, and there's no moment like now to continue to provide that funding for language access work. So thank you again for your time, and have a good evening, everyone. And I'll provide the rest in a written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Danielle Gerard.
You may begin.
Thank you, Chair Nurse, Chair Brannon, and Chair Aviles, and committee members. My name's Danielle Gerard. I'm a senior staff attorney at Children's Rights, a member of the New York City Jails Action Coalition. We advocate for young adults on Rikers, and we support closing Rikers. Thank you for your efforts to right-size the administration's lopsided budget. Please continue to focus on budget priorities that improve the lives of our incarcerated neighbors and other desperate New Yorkers. Funding 1,100 additional correction officers to add to the bloated DOC budget makes no sense given absenteeism and lack of accountability among current staff. For that $150 million, the city could fund housing, community-based mental health care, ATIs and reentry programs, and more. We need less DOC staff for a smaller jail system, not to continue incarcerating mentally ill and marginalized members of our communities on the humanitarian disaster that is Rikers. We urge you to continue to put social services at the forefront of any budget expenditures. Every dollar spent on those services does a lot more to increase real public safety than locking up thousands of people at an astronomical cost. And while you are at it, please make our jails as humane as possible with meaningful programming, educational opportunities, recreation, and enough food so that people don't go to bed hungry, on top of timely and quality medical and mental health care. We urge you to consider the testimony that we submitted on March 7th for your preliminary budget hearing. It explains in detail how Children's Rights believes the city's criminal legal budget priorities should be realigned to fulfill these objectives. Thank you for your work, and thank you for holding these hearings.
Thank you very much. Now we have Donna Hilton.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Council, for having this hearing and having me present at this hearing. My apologies for not being in person, but I'm out here boots on the ground. I'm Donna Hilton. I am the founder and president of A Little Piece of Light. We are women-led organizations that focuses on the gaps that continue to exist with people that have been traumatized. And that includes, which I've not really heard so much about right now at this hearing today, trans people, Black women, Black girls, people who have been in our military, who continue to face obstacles and issues. And I just want to focus really quickly, like my colleague said earlier, the $1.5 billion that's being allocated to the Department of Corrections to continue a climate of violence and just lack of support and services that people who I've identified really need. And so we've been fighting for a few years now just to get 10%, allocated 10% of that budget so we can continue to support the most marginalized of communities that permeate our city. We deal with people that are in Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan, Staten Island, the Bronx, and all over New York. And we continue to have the least amount of services, especially for women. Right now, we have a housing initiative that's being shut down as I speak. I have to close them down because we don't have that support. We have been instrumental with the closure of Rikers and getting receivership. We've also been instrumental in passing the largest parole legislation in the country to shut down 6 prisons and to release those people from custody who do not need to be incarcerated. And so I'm saying here today that we need to focus, there needs to be a stronger focus on boots on the ground organizations that are out there in the streets doing this work daily, responding, having.
Thank you for your testimony. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Natalie James.
You may begin.
Okay, now we have Sophie Garul.
You may begin.
Thank you all for the opportunity to testify. My name is Sofia Gurule, and I am a trustee and constitutional officer elected union-wide by the workers of the Association of Legal Advocates and Attorneys, United Auto Workers Local 2325, which represents over 3,400 legal services workers, including immigration legal services workers at the 3 NIAFUP organizations, the Bronx Defenders, Brooklyn Defender Services, and the Legal Aid Society. UAW 2325 supports the 3 NIAFUP organizations in their request to double NIAFUP funding from $5.5 million per organization to $11.06 million per organization. As a UAW 2325 elected leader, as a line staff attorney in the New York Immigrant Family Unity Project, I'm here to emphasize the dire need for increased NIAFUP funding. I have worked as a senior staff attorney in NIAFUP since September 2017. Though I testified today in my individual union capacity and not on behalf of my employer, the Bronx Defenders, my testimony today is based on my nearly 8 years of experience representing detained and non-detained New Yorkers facing deportation under 3 different presidential administrations. Currently, the UAW is hemorrhaging legal services workers whose expertise is in detained and non-detained removal defense. The UAW has lost approximately 20 immigrant legal services workers at the Bronx Defenders in less than 2 years. For context, that is nearly half of the current staffing numbers in the immigration practice. With my nearly 8 years of experience, I'm somehow the most senior staff attorney working in NIAFUP at the Bronx Defenders, which often shocks my union siblings in different practice areas at organizations like the Legal Aid Society. However, high NIAFUP worker turnover is avoidable. Our ability to stay in NIAFUP depends on having manageable caseloads and salaries that allow us to afford our rent and bills, including our student loan payments. Our wins as unionized workers are wins for the poor and working class citywide, union and non-union alike. When workers' working conditions thrive, the community thrives. So when any of the NIAFUP organizations lose these workers, that means immigrant New Yorkers who depend on essential deportation defense legal services are not receiving the most experienced advocates or the most consistent legal support.
Thank you for your testimony. Your time has expired.
Often last years. Can I finish my remarks?
Sure, go ahead.
So this is when workers leave, that caseload is then offloaded to committed advocates. But those advocates are increasingly overburdened, less familiar with the nuances of that person's case, and who are doing their best to stay informed and on top of rapidly changing immigration law and policy changes. I can personally attest it is extremely challenging every time a worker leaves NIAFUP. Providing stable legal services is essential to ensure immigrant New Yorkers are materially supported against an explicitly hostile Trump administration. Our work keeps families together. It keeps essential caretakers employed. It ensures immigrant New Yorkers have a consistent legal team to call upon when the Trump administration finds new, fun, creative ways to terrorize people. New Yorkers need experienced attorneys, paralegals, social workers, because an experienced NYFIP advocate necessarily means retaining a knowledgeable, fearless, and creative advocate. I can send the rest of my written testimony later, but I do want to invite any of you from the City Council to, witness and observe NYFIP in action. It's very easy to do. You can go to the virtual courtrooms. You can watch any of us. You can reach out to anyone at the UAW, and we can connect you to making that possible. I really highly recommend it. It's essential to understand just how essential our work is. You can observe bond hearings, you can observe deportation trials, or you could just sit a day in the virtual immigration courtroom of Immigration Judge Charles Conroy, who is often required to handle the pro se cases before a NYFIP attorney is ever actually assigned. So I'm happy to answer questions. I know I'm well beyond my time, and I'll be providing the rest of my written testimony.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we have Christopher Leon Johnson.
You may begin.
Yeah, hello, chairs, Aviles, Nurse, and Chair Brandon. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson, so I'm here to show my support to the Worker Justice Project and the Street Vendor Project with their funding requests. They deserve the money. I hope they don't get cut off this FY26 cycle. I know what's going on internally, but they shouldn't be cut off this cycle. While at the same time, I'm supporting their fight against the NYPD with this ticket situation. I understand that it's an e-bike crisis in the city of New York, but they shouldn't be, the deliveries shouldn't be criminalized. I'm calling on the city council to find a way to work with the NYPD, compromise with the NYPD, to put exemptions for deliveristas when they do deliveries on an e-bike. They shouldn't be criminalized for delivering food and medicine. I know a lot of people that are sick, and medicine is more viable than food, and it shouldn't be where somebody couldn't get their medicine because somebody got a summons, or to the point that one of these deliveries got arrested because some of them are really language barrier with Spanish and Africans, and they don't know the language. So at the same time, I'm calling on the city council to give the Worker Justice Project Third Sector New England funding and Street Vendor Project funding. At the same time, I'm calling on you three, Brandon, Aviles, and Nurse, to hope you guys, if you have time, I know it's tomorrow, stated Wednesday, to show up tomorrow for the press conference out on the City Hall steps for the Deliveristas and the Street Vendor Project, so on their Instagram page and their Twitter page. So I hope you guys show up at that press conference and rally and show your support for the Deliveristas. I have a schedule. I have to change everything around to go out and show my support to those two nonprofits tomorrow. I have to change my schedule around. So I really care. I had something scheduled, but I have to scrap that and put it to another time. And I have to show my support for the Deliveristas. So like I said, at the end of the day, I hope you guys go for that rally tomorrow. I hope you guys find a way to really compromise with the NYPD to make sure that these guys and gals don't go to court. I know.
Thank you for your testimony. Your time has expired.
For e-bikes. But can I get a few seconds to finish, please? Hello?
Go ahead, finish up.
Yeah. So I said nobody should be getting a ticket because I said I've been to court one time for a summons, and if you're not a celebrity or a politician, you're gonna be there all day. And I wish that on nobody, even my worst enemies. So thank you so much. I hope to see you guys tomorrow at 12 o'clock at the City Hall steps for the Deliverista rally. Take care. Enjoy your day.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are finished with testimony. If there's anybody on Zoom or here in chambers who has not testified, who signed up, who wants to testify, raise your hand now or forever hold your peace. Okay, with that, this hearing is adjourned. Thank you.